Chapter 81, Sun Qian's siblings pursue the secret of her youth. Think about it, the old couple are both in their 70s, and their married granddaughter has also had children. But their daughter is still doing her own thing, and is resolutely refusing to find a boyfriend. In the past 2 years, Sun's parents have given up on urging Sun Qian to get married. There are so many Sun family members anyway, that their daughter will never lack for a meal. If she prefers to live alone, then so be it, as long as she is happy. Until a few days ago, my daughter suddenly said she had found a boyfriend, and the old couple were so excited that they were in tears. They immediately asked to meet him, but Sun Qian refused. This made the two elderly people very anxious, so the 3 Sun brothers were called back by their real father. After listening to their father's words, the first thing the eldest and second sons thought of was Wang Yu. As for Sun Dishing, he had investigated Wang Yu's information, and his younger sister had even occupied his room these days. How could he not know? After holding back for a few days, Sun Dishing immediately sold Sun Qian out completely. Even Wang Yu's investigation data was placed in front of his parents. The eldest brother and the second brother immediately understood the whole story after looking at the results of the investigation of the third brother. The second brother even blamed himself, blaming himself for not investigating carefully at the time, and if it weren't for the third brother, his younger sister's happiness would really be gone. The 3 brothers patted their chests and assured their father of Wang Yu's character and abilities. Who dares to say that a doctor who can cure breast cancer is incapable? Seeing that all 3 sons know their future son-in-law, the father-in-law is also relieved and has a certain favorable impression of Wang Yu, whom he has never met. The old couple, who had given up after waiting for so many years, now have an extraordinary burning passion when looking at Wang Yu. Sun Qian, who is sitting obediently next to her mother, finally has time to take out her mobile phone. When she sees the 99+ message in the family group, she is curious and clicks in to take a look. Her face immediately turns red. She lowered her head and looked at the group chat, which showed the shopping trip she had taken with Wang Yu that afternoon. She was happy to see the videos and screenshots, but she was also cursing her brother inside out. Uncle Sun, Auntie Sun, I'm Qian's boyfriend. Oh, I'm Wang Yu. Wang Yu was so nervous that he stuttered when he spoke. He's a nice young man. Sun Dezao nodded. Well, I heard that you are a doctor and very skilled. Sun's mother took her daughter's hand and said with a smile. When they heard about Sun Qian's illness, they were shocked, but Sun Dezhou immediately told them that Wang Yu had cured her, so they knew it was a false alarm. Yes, I worked at the Marian Hospital some time ago, and recently I thought about opening my own clinic. Well, that's good. You have ideas, and young people are full of energy. After chatting for a few minutes, Sun's father also noticed Wang Yu's discomfort and immediately prepared to start the meal. After a round of greetings, Sun's many relatives sat down in the living room. Wang Yu turned his head and looked around. There were 5 tables set up directly in the room, and it was full of people. The 3 Sun brothers pulled Wang Yu and Sun Qian together and sat at Sun's parents' table. After a while of small talk, everyone began to eat. Are you shocked? Sun Qian, sitting next to Wang Yu, asked in a low voice. No way, how could I be shocked? It's just that your family is so welcoming, it always feels like they've met me before. Wang Yu expressed his feelings. Well, they have all met you, they've been talking about us all afternoon. Sun Qian said this and then showed Wang Yu her phone. After casually flicking through it a few times, she saw the videos and photos in the group chat. At this point, Wang Yu wanted to kill Sun Dexing. Is there really no limit to your gluttony? You could have just eaten it yourself, but you had to broadcast it live. Feeling Wang Yu's piercing gaze, Sun Dexing gave a hee-hee laugh, not looking the least bit guilty. He immediately took his glass and was ready to have a drink with Wang Yu. Third brother, you have to help me today. After drinking Sun Dexing's wine, Wang Yu was ready to win over his biggest rival. After all, if the 3 Sun brothers banded together, he really couldn't drink them all. Don't worry, brother-in-law, today third brother will stand by you. Sun Dishing looked at his second brother with a smile on his face, knowing a secret from his younger sister in the past few days. In the end, this secret would have to fall on Wang Yu's head, and he would definitely stand on Wang Yu's side at this time. As for the secret, it was actually quite simple. Since Wang Yu and Sun Qian had confirmed their relationship, they had often dated at Sun Dishing's restaurant. As Sun Dishing's 2 women, they also often encountered Sun Qian here, and as fellow women, they were the first to notice Sun Qian's changes. Her face became more and more tender day by day, her skin became smoother and smoother, and the wrinkles that were usually concealed by makeup were gone. No matter if they asked indirectly or directly, the two women never got an answer from Sun Qian, so they immediately begged their men to help find out. After learning about it, Sun Dishing secretly observed her for a few days and immediately discovered that his younger sister was growing younger. Sun Qian, who knew the inside story, was very eager to help her third brother, but how could she say something like that? However, under Sun Dishing's persistent questioning, she admitted the fact that she had become younger, but she passed the right to explain to Wang Yu. She let her brother ask her brother-in-law to ask, and she had no idea what method Wang Yu used. Sun Dishing didn't find out anything from his younger sister, and he was cornered by his own woman, so he had no choice but to go to Wang Yu for help these past few days. So how would he not help his brother-in-law today? The family dinner was very enjoyable and the atmosphere was great. After eating for more than an hour, a group of Sun Qian's sisters-in-law dragged her away. They had also noticed Sun Qian's changes and could no longer resist coming over to ask about it. Meanwhile, Sun Qian's cousins dragged Wang Yu away with a smile. The Sun family elders were also happy that their family members were so happy. After they had eaten their fill, they went to the study to drink tea and chat. At this time, in the living room, there was only a group of men left who were preparing to drink with Wang Yu. "Come, brother-in-law, drink up." "Brother-in-law, and me too." "Uncle, I'll drink with you too." Wang Yu, who was surrounded in the middle, gulped down 1.5 gin in one go before being rescued by Sun Dishing, who had rushed over. As the eldest brother, Sun Dezhao felt something was wrong at the moment he saw this situation, and immediately patted Sun Dexing on the shoulder and said, "Second brother, I'm going to go discuss something with father, you go take care of my brother-in-law." After saying this, he didn't wait for Sun Dexing to reply, and simply slipped away. Wang Yu, who had been rescued by Sun Dishing, directly set his sights on Sun Dexing, who had come over to greet a group of brothers. "Ha ha! I'm not going to get away with it today. But the first one to get dragged down is definitely you." At this time, Sun Qian was asked questions by a large group of sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law, and her head was hurting. She couldn't say that she had slept with Wang Yu and become younger. That would harm Wang Yu. As a woman, she understood very well how hard they worked to maintain their beauty. If they knew the truth, it was hard to say that some of them wouldn't take desperate measures, or all of them. Chapter 82, Sun Qian throws the blame on her man. "Shanxian, my sister-in-law usually takes care of you a lot, so please help me. We are both in our 40s. Look at your skin and then look at my sister-in-law's." My sister-in-law 3 couldn't help but speak up. "Get away, you're only 39, not even 40. I'm 43 this year, halfway into the grave, so of course I have to help me first." Sister-in-law 1 grabbed Sun Qian's small hand and felt it. The more she felt it, the more envious she became, and the more she wanted it. With a twist of her hips, she pushed sister-in-law 3 to the side. The other sisters-in-law, sister-in-law 2 and sister-in-law 4, were more gentle in character and didn't go straight for it, but instead spoke softly and sweetly on the side. The wives of those cousins formed a circle and looked at Sun Qian, like a group of female demons looking at the cleanly washed Tang monk. Sun Dishing's 2 wives were very calm, eating melon seeds and chatting away. Last night they made Sun Dishing feel really comfortable, and the youngest one even promised right there and then that he would take care of her. And Sun Qian's second sister-in-law, Wu Shuiwei. Ha ha! As the only one of Sun's 3 brothers to marry legitimately and get a certificate, she has all the advantages. Although she is also very anxious at the moment, she is still quite composed. At this point, Sun Qian felt that her ears were not enough to use. Back then, when she was being urged to get married, she had never been this miserable. After holding back for a few minutes, she could hold back no longer. She suddenly stood up, looked around at the group of female demons aged 25 to 45, and was immediately disheartened by their envious and determined gazes that would never give up until they achieved their goal. "Dear sisters-in-law, this is all thanks to my husband's help. I really didn't use any secret recipes, nor did I take any hormones, and I certainly didn't have any surgery." "Is your brother-in-law a doctor?" Second sister-in-law asked from the outside of the circle. "Well, a gynecologist, very famous in Xiudu City recently. He is Wang Xinhua, the famous doctor at Mary Hospital." Sun Qian, who couldn't stand the harassment, really wanted her man to get rid of these demons at this time. "My brother-in-law is Wang Xinhua, that's why I thought he looked familiar." "Ah, yes, I remember now. My stomach problem was cured by Wang Xinhua." "Me too. I've had irregular periods for years, but after taking the medicine for half a month, they're now so regular that I can use them as an alarm clock." The women began to discuss their own experiences or what they had heard about the miraculous powers of the divine Dr. Wang. Sun Xian saw this and, shrinking, she slipped out of the room and, once the door was closed, she ran away. As for shifting the fire onto Wang Yu, she was justified. After all, shouldn't a husband shield his wife from the wind and rain? The women in the room were still discussing the matter heatedly when Wu Shuiwei, the second sister-in-law, noticed the two-third sisters-in-law who were eating melons with relish nearby. She knew that Sun Dishing was the first to meet Wang Yu and also had the best relationship with him among the three Sun brothers. Although these two were only in their 30s, it was impossible for them not to pay attention to this matter. They must have gotten something out of it through the third brother. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up, and she secretly walked out of the room to find Sun Dexing. At this time, in the living room, Sun Dexing had been laid on the floor and carried to the sofa, where he fell asleep with a pillow in his arms. Wu Shuiwei came over and saw her husband. She felt angry when she saw that while everyone else was still drinking, he was drunk like this. She immediately went over and carried Sun Dexing to the bathroom. She poured a bucket of cold water over his head, then grabbed his ear and pointed his head towards the toilet. He punched Sun Dexing twice with his little pink fists, and the confused old man was thus forcefully sobered up by his wife. Ugh! You! 10 minutes later, Sun Dexing rinsed his mouth, washed his face, and straightened his clothes. Looking at his wife, he promised. Don't worry, honey, I promise to get the job done. Go, when you're done, I'll serve you in a different way. Sun Dexing couldn't help but hug Wu Shuiwei and kiss her hard, then quickly walked out. The atmosphere in the living room was a little strange at this time. While Wu Shuiwei was distracting the second son, the Sun family wives came one after the other to find their husbands. After all, although Wu Shuiwei was clever, these women were not stupid, and they knew what the second sister was doing as soon as they thought about it. They whispered to their husbands, leaving behind all kinds of temptations, and then went back. The men of the Sun family, after being whispered to by their wives, looked at Wang Yu with even more burning eyes. The promises made by their wives made their blood boil just listening to them, and they couldn't wait to think about them. They were now intent on fulfilling their wives' requests, and then going home to receive their rewards. As for Sun Qian's transformation into a beauty, these men didn't notice it. After all, in their eyes, their own sisters, older sisters, and younger sisters-in-law have always been very beautiful. The Sun family's pearl of the palm is not only glorious and radiant, can it be called a pearl? But if Sun Qian loses some weight or looks a little haggard, these animals will immediately notice with their sharp eyes. When Sun Dexing came over, he happened to see that his brothers had stopped drinking and eating. Surrounded Wang Yu in the middle, they looked at him with a smile on their faces, which looked so lustful. It's not surprising that they are lustful. Looking at Wang Yu in front of them, they can't help but think of their wives in bed. What are you doing? Wang Yu felt uncomfortable being looked at by these men. This was even more terrifying than the Song brothers, at least the Song brothers had only tied him up. But these men from the Sun family looked like they were very interested in him. Wang Yu was scared, his buttocks tightened, and he yelled out. Brother-in-law, don't panic. Sun Dexing walked over to comfort Wang Yu. However, the way he looked at Wang Yu also revealed lust, so how could Wang Yu not panic? The only one who was acting normally now was Sun Dishing. After all, this guy had already been served by his woman last night, and now it was first collect the money and then do the work. As for the other men, they could only fill in the blanks and fantasize. If they wanted to enjoy treatment like an emperor, they had to make an effort like an emperor. They were all full of motivation at the moment, but they didn't know how to start, and they all wanted to wait for someone else to make the first move. Second brother, let go of my hand. Sun Dexing squeezed in and immediately put his arm around Wang Yu's neck and sat down on his stool. Although the stool was big and square, it was still a bit inappropriate to sit two men at the same time. Alright, sit properly. In the distance came the voice of Sun Deju. Just now, his 4 daughters-in-law, unable to find him in the living room, asked after his whereabouts and could not wait to drag him out of the tea. After listening to the 4 women's complaints, Sun Deju understood what had happened, but he felt that it was inappropriate to go over there right now. As the eldest brother, he had to maintain his dignity. He would wait until tomorrow and talk to his brother-in-law in private. However, his 4 wives didn't want to wait a second longer. What if the things that make people young were limited non-renewable resources? Sun Dezhao, I have been with you for so many years without a name, and you are still shirking this little matter. I warn you, you must get the stuff for us today, or every night in the future, we sisters will go to serve you at the same time. Looking at the 4 women's hateful gaze, Sun Dezhao was scared and immediately became weak in the knees. Is this something a person can do? Without caring about his so-called big brother face, he hurriedly rushed to the living room to seek Wang Yu's help. Chapter 83, The Sun brothers made Wang Yu feel desperate. After all, Sun was the eldest brother, and his years of authority had temporarily suppressed the burning passion in the hearts of his younger brothers, who obediently sat back down in their seats. Wang Yu, looking nervous, nudged Sun Dexing, who was still nearby, and said, "Second brother, aren't you going to squeeze in? Go back to your own seat." Sun Dexing laughed, his but not moving an inch, but instead hugging even tighter. Sun Dezhao pretended not to see, came to the seat where his father had just been, and showed off his big brotherly bearing. "Brother-in-law, everyone here is family, so there's something I'll just say for all of us." "What's the matter, big brother?" Wang Yu asked, confused. He had almost lost his chastity just now, and his heart was still pounding. It was fine, everyone was having a good time. I don't know why suddenly the attitude changed, those eager looks, those lustful expressions. Now I think about it all, I feel scared. "Well, your sisters and brothers have already told you." Sun Dezhao asked his brothers. "What did you say?" Sun Dixing still hadn't reacted yet. Just now his two women didn't come over. At this time he still didn't know that these people were all eyeing Wang Yu. "Shut up!" Sun Dezhao angrily yelled at his third brother. The little brat knew everything and was still trying to hog the credit. "Luckily, I took care of him in the past and often let the second one take the blame. I'll have to give him a hard time more often in the future, otherwise he won't know what brotherly love is." Sun Dexing shrunk his neck and grinned, then shut his mouth. "Brother-in-law, we brothers have something to ask you for help. It's okay to speak openly, it's also for the sake of your sisters-in-law and sisters-in-law. Tell me, big brother, if I can do it, I will definitely do my best." Wang Yu patted his chest and promised. After all, the three Sun brothers had been really good to him, and the cousins he had just met today also got along well. "Okay, with these words from my brother-in-law, big brother can rest assured. Second brother, you are close by, so you can tell brother-in-law. As the eldest brother, once the deal is done, of course he leaves the rest to his younger brother." Sun Dexing had just felt that his elder brother had taken over the work and was just waiting for the benefits, but who knew that it would fall on his head again? But thinking about his wife's words, if he took it, he took it. After all, it was he who would be happy, not her. "Brother-in-law, Shanshan looks so young and her skin is so good now, it must be your doing, right?" Wang Yu blushed when he heard this and said with some embarrassment. "Well, yes." Hearing Wang Yu's affirmative reply, the Sun brothers all let out a sigh of relief. "It's done. Since you're so agreeable, I won't be polite either. Since you're so capable, you should also help Shanshan's sisters-in-law and sisters-in-law." Sun Dexing's words directly thundered Wang Yu. "Holy cow! Is this something I can help with?" Looking around, he saw 17 pairs of eyes staring at him. Excluding the 4 nephews who were still in school, there are 2 youngest brothers who have not yet found wives. 11 of these sons of bitches have wives. If you think about Sun Dezhao's 4 wives and Sun Dixing's 2 wives, and the Sun family's family values, it's hard to guarantee that the other brothers don't have other women. If you count this way, 20 people can't be stopped, and even if you practice the Yellow Emperor's internal classic, your body won't be able to handle it. This isn't an issue of whether or not you can handle it. It's an issue of how you can help. If you help, won't you capture all the Sun family's daughters-in-law? Will you still be able to live? Wang Yu thought about it and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His legs couldn't help but tremble, and he swallowed deeply before asking. "Did Shanshan say anything about how to maintain it?" "Your 2 sisters-in-law asked, and Shanshan told them everything." Sun Dixing reacted at this moment, and when he heard Wang Yu's words, he immediately agreed, regardless of whether he knew the situation or not. "You all know as well." Thinking about the fact that those women just whispered to their husbands separately, Wang Yu couldn't help but ask suspiciously. "Well." The brothers nodded collectively. "Then you still want me to help?" "Well." The brothers nodded again. "Did Shanshan agree as well?" Wang Yu asked in fear, grasping at the last straw. The Sun family brothers are all great men in the world, and they can all agree to this. "My younger sister agreed, so that's why we're bothering you." Although Sun Dexing felt that Wang Yu was a bit off, he still thought it was a good idea to settle the matter first. "Brother-in-law, can I use your skincare method? Look at me, I'm already 43, and although I don't feel anything wrong with my body, this face of mine is not doing me any favors." Sun Dixing felt his rough skin and looked at Wang Yu's delicate skin and tender flesh, and he wanted to be a few years younger right then and there. Upon hearing this, the brothers' eyes shone even brighter when they looked at Wang Yu. Holy shit! You Sun brothers are no role models. When your wives asked me for help, I bit the bullet and agreed. After all, I didn't lose out. Now you guys are asking me for help too. What a big face, asking me to make this sacrifice. Damn it, I'd rather die than lose my innocence. Wang Yu, who had been nervous and shaking, was prepared to fight to the death to protect his innocence after Sun Dishing's comment. He reached out and pulled away from Sun Dexing, who was hugging him around the neck, immediately stood up, gathered his strength, and prepared to fight his way out. This Sun family is poisonous, I can't stay here for a minute. No wonder Qianqian didn't want to get married in her 40s, it turns out that these brothers are all sick in the head. Just as Wang Yu raised his leg to sneak away, Sun Qian's laughter came from the corner of the living room. Sun Qian, who had been hiding and eating melons for half a day, could no longer hold back at this time. The conversation between her brothers and Wang Yu had almost made her die of laughter. Looking at Wang Yu's pale face and trembling body, she was even more determined to rush out. Sun Qian could no longer suppress her voice, covering her stomach, lying on the sofa, her body twitching, as if she had epilepsy. Wang Yu saw his wife like this and immediately ran over, quickly hugging Sun Qian into his arms. After checking, the system didn't show any problems, and her body was fine. Xiao Yu, It's okay, you let me, take it easy. Looking at Wang Yu's worried face, Sun Qian, who was bursting with laughter, reluctantly spoke to calm him down. The Sun brothers also looked at Sun Qian with a confused expression, not knowing what was so funny. The living room was very quiet, with only Sun Qian's laughter echoing. It lasted for a few minutes before Sun Qian managed to calm down a little, but she couldn't help but still couldn't stop her shoulders from shaking. Rubbing her still sore stomach, Sun Qian struggled to stand up from Wang Yu's embrace. Taking Wang Yu's hand, she came to the table and was about to speak when Wang Yu broke free from her grip and said with a face of grief, Qianqian, even if you want the moon in the sky, I will find a way to satisfy you. Then, looking up and surveying the dozen or so strong men in the Sun family, she felt a chill down her spine and her face turned pale. In despair, she said, But I'm sorry, I can't do this, not even if you put a knife to my neck. Chapter 84, The Real Man the Sun Family is Hiding. As soon as Wang Yu's words came out, Sun Qian's barely calmed emotions completely snapped. Her lower abdomen twitched even more, her whole body began to tremble again, and her pretty little face was about to contort. Big brother, I'll take care of this, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. With these words, she reluctantly left, dragging Wang Yu with her, leaving behind her brothers, who were all confused, as they heard her laughter all the way down the street. There was a moment of silence in the living room, before Sun Dishing couldn't help but ask. Did my sister-in-law agree or not? I'm waiting to go back and report. Everyone looked at each other, unsure. After all, Wang Yu's tragic appearance just now didn't seem to indicate that she had agreed. Well, since little sister said she'll take care of it, there shouldn't be any issues. You guys go back and prepare some gifts, we can't let my brother-in-law do all the work for nothing. Sun Dizhou was the eldest brother, and his words immediately put everyone's minds at ease. Big brother, we don't know what our brother-in-law likes. Someone immediately asked out loud. It's not like we've never given gifts before, we just bought the most expensive ones. But this is about our future happiness, so we should be more serious and give him what he likes. Sun Dexing thought for a while, but couldn't think of anything Wang Yu might like. Then it hit him. Forget about buying a gift. Qianqian has obviously spent a lot of money on her beauty regimen, and that stuff is probably not cheap. Let's just give her money. Sun Dexing's words made the guys feel that they were very reasonable. How much should we give her? Someone else had a new issue. Sun Dexing thought about it for a while and then made a decision. 5 million each, not too much, not too little, quite appropriate. Think about how many women you have that are worth this, just don't let the fire start in the backyard, and give the money directly to Qianqian at that time. Sun Dezhao's face turned black at once. It seemed that he had the most women, for was 20 million. He had just been thinking about getting laid for free, but now he had been taken advantage of by his second brother. He had also been thinking about letting his third brother take the blame more in the future, but now it seemed that it would be better to follow the previous model and have the second brother take more of the blame. Let's just do what the second brother says, and let's just go if there's nothing else. Sun Dezhao didn't get laid for nothing, but he didn't care about the money either, and he directly agreed with the second brother's decision. After the matter was discussed, everyone left one after the other. Sun Dishing was also preparing to go find his wife, but he was stopped by one of his cousins after taking 2 steps. Defu, what's wrong? Sun Dishing usually got along well with Sun Defu, and he looked at him with a face full of confusion as he asked with concern. Third brother, I need your help with something. Can we talk for a minute? With that, he dragged Sun Dishing behind a large tree in the courtyard. Go ahead, we're brothers. There's no need to be so secretive. Sun Dishing followed him, but couldn't help but scold his cousin when he saw how he was acting. Third brother, can you lend me some money? Lend you money? What's wrong with you? You don't even have 5 million, and I remember you owning a few bathhouses. You want to borrow that kind of money? No, third brother, not even 5 million, I can even lend you 10 million. Then why are you asking me for money? Sun Dishing was a little confused about his cousin. Sun Difu hesitated for a moment and said, Third brother, I'll tell you, but you have to help me keep it a secret. Well, don't worry, third brother's lips are sealed. Well, little brother, I just did some calculations and I need about 30 million. Sun Dishing was shocked by Sun Difu's words. Difu, you have 7 children. Can your body handle it? Listen to my advice, my dear brother. Youth is wasted on the wrong things. When you're old, you'll regret not having spent more time with your children. It's better to be more restrained. Sun Difu was not as embarrassed as before, now that he had asked for money. He immediately retorted after listening to his brother's advice. Brother, as the saying goes, a man needs 3 wives and 4 concubines. I have just reached the standard, which is really not much. Moreover, I have always paid attention to exercising and taking supplements, so there is no issue with my health. Okay, if you're happy, just tell me how much you're short. Sun Dishing didn't bother to explain to Sun Difu, who wasn't his own son, and just gave him a few words of advice. After all, it was his private business. I can spare 20 million, so please help me with the rest. Okay, no problem, I'll call you tomorrow. Thank you, brother Sun, and I'll treat you to a bath sometime. If there's nothing else, I'll go now, your wife is waiting for my reply. Yes, it's fine, it's fine. After the 2 men finished talking, they were about to leave. Just as they stepped out from behind the tree, they saw a few of their nephews hunched over, hiding and eavesdropping. Sun Dishing gave a hee-hee laugh and ran away. Uncle Chishire, we won't say anything. Right, we'll go to school tomorrow, we definitely won't tell. Don't worry, Uncle Chishire, our mouths are even tighter than Uncle Sam's. After saying this, the guys ran so fast that their backs were out of sight in a flash of smoke. Sun Difu stood under the tree, his face full of despair. It's over, it's over. Now that 5 people know, it's estimated that the whole family will know in less than 3 days. He'll be beaten to death by his father, no doubt. Recently, he must not go home, and wait until all his women are pregnant before going back. Wang Yu followed Sun Xian to her bedroom and saw his woman lying on the bed, laughing nonstop as soon as she entered the room. When he asked her a question, she waved her hand to indicate that he should wait, but she had been laughing for more than 10 minutes and still hadn't stopped. He immediately became a little angry. Wang Yu was definitely not going to compromise on this matter. Seeing that Sun Xian was still giggling, Wang Yu immediately wanted to teach this brainless girl a lesson. He wanted to let her know that she shouldn't say certain things carelessly, and that she shouldn't help out with certain things casually, even if it was a relative. He immediately began to reason with Sun Xian, preparing to let her know who was the head of the family. Ah, what are you doing? Sun Xian asked, looking at Wang Yu with a face full of tension. Wait, just listen to me first. Things aren't what you think. Seeing that Wang Yu was unmoved, Sun Xian seemed to understand something and immediately explained. More than an hour later, Sun Xian couldn't stop smiling. Wang Yu said with a high and mighty air. Now you're honest, are you still smiling? No more. Sun Xian responded listlessly. Just now, Wang Yu ignored her pleas for mercy, which almost made her pass out. You, those words can be said casually? You also agreed to let me help your relatives. Is there a wife like you who betrays her husband? As he said this, Wang Yu couldn't help but give Sun Xian a little tap on the head. Sun Xian heard what Wang Yu said and couldn't help but laugh again, but he was interrupted by another slap. Thinking about the past few hours, she immediately gathered her thoughts and dared not laugh again. She better explain quickly, otherwise this misunderstanding will be huge. Chapter 85, Jealousy Makes People Crazy. As Sun Xian told the story, Wang Yu also understood that this was a big misunderstanding. Thinking about how scared he had been, he couldn't help but smile a little. No wonder his wife was laughing like that and couldn't even speak. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Wang Yu kissed Sun Xian hard and said. What are you talking about? If I had told you, would you have helped my sisters-in-law and my brother's wife? Sun Qian said angrily. No, at least let me be a little prepared. You don't even know. When Sangu told me that he also wanted to maintain, I was so scared. After understanding the whole story, Wang Yu was relieved. At least his fear just now was gone. So what are you going to do about this? You can't really do it. As she said, Sun Qian's little hand rested on the soft flesh of Wang Yu's waist. Don't worry, there's a way. Although it can't achieve the effect you have, there is a way to look 4 or 5 years younger. Wang Yu grabbed Sun Qian's hand and said confidently. What method? I warn you, don't mess around. In fact, traditional Chinese medicine has a long history of research in health preservation and beauty, and has achieved great results. You know that I'm good at gynecology, and I've also done some research on female health preservation. I'll prescribe some tonic formulas tailored to each of their different physiques. Husband, you're amazing. Sun Qian couldn't help but praise Wang Yu after hearing his explanation. What's amazing about it? This man can't be serious for more than 3 seconds in bed. The two of them talked for a while, and Sun Qian couldn't hold back any longer and fell sound asleep. Wang Yu, on the other hand, was a little sleepless now. He was thinking about finding a cop to bestow blessings on him today, but now it was looking like it was going to be a bust. It was a pity to waste such a chance once a day. Looking at Sun Qian in his arms, he couldn't help but use his supernatural powers to have a go. Then he received a system prompt. Individuals who have received blessings may not receive blessings again for 1 year. Okay, there's actually a limit, and I don't know if I can give myself a blessing. Thinking is doing, Wang Yu used the blessing superpower on himself at that moment. The system's message was very timely. Obtained 15,000 merit points. Holy cow, what did I do? Wang Yu was at a loss for words, and began to recall his experiences since childhood. Although he had done good deeds, they were all similar to helping an old lady cross the street. There was no way he could have such a high virtue value. After pondering for a long time, he finally discovered the most likely place. The last time he went back, he activated the divine protection, and his 100 virtue points per day had been deducted for several days. That meant that changes had already begun within a 20-kilometer radius, and those changes were due to his protection. That was why he was able to gain so many virtue points this time. After figuring it out, Wang Yu suddenly felt a bit of a pity. If he had waited a month, he might have been able to get even more merit points directly. But since he had already used them, there was no point in worrying about it. The interval would only be a year, and he would definitely get his share then. The current merit points were still far from the million mark, and there was still a long way to go. He had to think of a way to quickly earn more merit points. After thinking about it for a while, he did come up with a good idea, but he was going to discuss it with Sun Qian tomorrow. If it works, then he can make money and improve his virtue at the same time, and he won't have to be as busy as a dog as he was in the previous few months. After getting an idea, Wang Yu held the sweet-smelling Sun Qian in his arms and fell asleep in no time. At this time, Wen Liang was not sleepy at all. He was taken to the police station, and after a lot of investigation and questioning, he was released, but a lot of time was wasted. He also learned from Chen Yuding that the woman who slapped him today was the Sun family's. And Wang Yu has actually hooked up with such a big shot, so it won't be so easy for him to get revenge in the future. However, Wen Liang is not afraid. After all, the overall strength of the Wen group is at least twice that of the Sun family. If a business war really breaks out, we will have the advantage. What's more, it's doubtful that the Sun family would offend the Wen group for the sake of Wang Yu. In his eyes, Wang Yu is still like an ant. At most, he is a little stronger. Although it is a bit troublesome to step on him, it's not much. After Chen Yuding returned, she was quiet the whole time. She spent some time with her 2 daughters, and then took the initiative to help Wen Liang rub the bruises on his face. After that, she washed up and lay in bed, wrapped in a quilt. It looked like she was sleeping soundly, and even when Wen Liang came over and put his arms around her, she didn't react. Everything seemed normal, and even Wen Liang, who was a dog person, didn't notice any changes in her. He just thought she was shocked today. Although Chen Yuding appeared calm on the surface, she was far from calm inside. After meeting Wang Yu today, she had been feeling an indescribable sense of discomfort, especially since Sun Qian had been crushing her in every way. She had originally thought that Wang Yu, who had divorced and left with nothing, would be very unhappy, and she had also thought about whether she should help him if she met him. But that was also based on the assumption that Wang Yu would be far less well off than her, and that he would even be worse off than during the time of their marriage. What she wanted to see was Wang Yu's anger, resentment, or even hatred. It would be best if he knelt at her feet, remorseful, begging for her forgiveness. Then she might give him a chance, and let Wang Yu and Wen Liang switch places, so that he could be her lover. That way, she would be able to return to the life of being adored by two men. But the appearance of Sun Qian and Wang Yu's disregard for her shattered those dreams, which had been buried deep in her heart. Wang Yu not only did not fall into disrepute, but instead he was doing even better. He had changed his attitude towards her and had found a woman that was one in a million. When she faced herself again, she was ignored directly, even more alien than a stranger. This mentality of her ex-boyfriend having a better life than her made Chen Yuding feel unbearable, and her jealousy towards Sun Qian had reached its limit. With her eyes wide open in the dark, she was not sleepy at all. Holding Wen Liang, she did not feel a bit of warmth. At the moment, Chen Yuding could only remember Wang Yu's disregard for her and the fact that she was prettier than Sun Qian. A voice in her heart kept telling her to ruin them, to ruin them. Wang Yu belonged to her, and even if they were separated, he could not find another woman. He should not be able to live a good life, and he should kneel and beg for her forgiveness in pain. Chen Yuding, who had been sailing along smoothly, almost ended her own life under repeated blows. After being rescued, she was mentally unstable, and during this period of time, she was repeatedly provoked by Wang Yu. She already had obvious mental illness. Hey! Wen Liang, the big licentious dog, could not have imagined at this time that the white moonlight in his arms had already been extremely distorted after repeated provocations, and he had no idea what she would become afterwards. Chapter 86. The system pales in comparison in front of them. A person is happy and in high spirits when things go well. After the false alarm last night, Wang Yu had already put it behind him. As for the promise he made to the Sun family's daughters-in-law, he also had a plan in mind. After all, he was a master gynecologist. When the time came, he would examine them and solve all the minor issues and problems that had accumulated over the years, and then prescribe some tonic medicine to regulate their bodies. They can eat some beauty and nourishing medicinal food for a few months, and by then, these women will be radiant and look years younger. However, Wang Yu is not going to do this today. He still has more important things he wants to discuss with Sun Qian. After the two had breakfast, Sun's parents kept telling them to hurry up and get married, and kept saying that they wanted to hold their grandchild next year, so they kept nagging them until they fled. Shanxian, I have an idea I want to discuss with you. Let's discuss it. Don't move your hands around, I'm still driving. I'm used to it. Wang Yu said, but didn't take his hands away. He just placed them on Sun Qian's lap and stopped moving them around. I want to open a hospital. Now that all the supporting facilities in Dongqing district have been built, and the population has almost moved in. Apart from the two public hospitals, there is still no private hospital there. Xiaoyu, how big a hospital do you want to open there? I haven't thought about it. I'm not asking you because you're in business, right? I sell jewelry, and you're asking me about opening a hospital. Don't worry, I'll find someone to do a survey for you and get back to you in a couple of days. Although Sun Qian didn't understand, she still agreed without hesitation. When they arrived at the entrance of Sun Dexing's shopping mall, Wang Yu and Sun Qian sweetly cooed at each other for more than 10 minutes. Sun Qian went to her own display cabinet to arrange for Chunmei and Yuan. Wang Yu went to the parking lot to get into his car and prepare to go to Dongqing district for a stroll and some field research. As soon as Sun Qian entered the mall, her brother and sister-in-law blocked her at the elevator. Little sister, how did it go? The couple looked at Sun Qian with anticipation. Although they had not completed the task last night, they had still received a promise from their younger sister. Early in the morning, Wu Shuiwei did not even go to class and went to the mall with her husband to wait for the right moment. Brother Sun, sister-in-law Sun, Xiaoyu agrees, but we have to wait, he needs to make some preparations. Of course, you take this card, and this is for your brother-in-law. With that, Sun Dexing handed Sun Qian a bank card. Brother Sun, Xiaoyu didn't say anything about receiving money. While saying that, Sun Qian unceremoniously slipped the card into her bag. Ha! I can't let my brother-in-law lose out. Besides, it's not much, 5 million each. Sun Qian's eyes lit up at her brother's words. She knew quite well how many daughters-in-law the Sun family had, and after all, her third brother Sun Dishing always liked to entertain her with gossip about his brothers. She counted in her mind and reckoned that there must be at least 80 million in the card. She immediately patted her large breasts and promised that starting from the next day, she would have 2 daughters-in-law a day, and that she would get it all done within 10 days. As for who would go first, that would be up to her second brother. After being thanked by her second sister-in-law Wu Shuiwe, Sun Qian happily helped Wang Yu make a large sum of money. Although it was from her own relatives, Sun Qian was not embarrassed at all. After bidding farewell to her second brother, Sun Qian called her third brother and relayed Wang Yu's thoughts to him. As for how Sun Dishing, who owns a restaurant, could find out about opening a hospital, that was none of her business. After all, isn't it normal for a younger sister to ask her brother to do something for her? At this time, Wang Yu was still wandering the streets of Dongqing district. He had parked his car by the roadside, as it was not convenient to investigate on foot. So he took a shared electric bicycle and carefully looked at each street. As for what to look at and investigate, he was not sure. Although he had worked for a few years, Wang Yu was also a novice in this area. He just had this idea in his mind, and felt that if he could accomplish it, he would not only be able to earn money, but also steadily earn merit points. After 2 hours of wandering, Wang Yu couldn't take it anymore. The sun was too strong, it was almost noon, and the temperature was rising. He was going to go back and find Sun Qian and Yuwen for dinner. As he passed by a residential area, he suddenly saw black smoke billowing from it. The residential gate was open at the moment, and 2 fire engines, as if they had just arrived, rushed in with sparks and flashes of lightning. Just as Wang Yu was sighing and preparing to leave, he suddenly received a system message. A disaster has been detected nearby. You can consume merit points to reduce and extinguish the fire. Do you wish to extinguish the fire? What's there to hesitate about? Of course the choice is yes. Although Wang Yu hasn't done many good deeds before, let alone rescue and relief work, after all, this kind of thing is not something he can do just because he wants to. Now that he has the ability, he can't just stand by and watch the fire burn. His merit points were directly deducted by 10,000, and Wang Yu didn't care about the pain. He immediately left the tram by the roadside and quickly ran in. When he arrived in front of the burning building, he saw a shocking scene. A large group of 20-year-old guys were quick and efficient, working in perfect harmony. One by one, the fire hydrants were connected, and a fire ladder was set up. In less than a minute, white water jets shot out, giving Wang Yu the feeling that his system paled in comparison to these young men. Of course, the system was still very impressive, and Wang Yu's merit points had not been wasted. Originally, the fire would have swept through the entire residential building. But with Wang Yu's help, the fire spread very slowly, and many places were not ignited. The residents in the building also had plenty of time to escape. Captain Tian, the fire is decreasing. Captain Tian, the fire on the 4th floor is under control. The 5th floor is also under control. Captain, there are still people on the 9th floor who have not been evacuated. Everyone was very nervous when they heard the news. Seeing that the fire had been brought under control and the lives of the people had been saved. But at this moment, hearing that there were still people trapped in the building, Captain Tian immediately put on his thermal protective clothing and shouted, Yi Xiaofan, Ji Xiaoning. Yes. Follow me. Yes. The entrance hall was filled with billowing black smoke. The 3 young men, with determined expressions on their faces, did not hesitate. Without a trace of fear in their hearts, they quickly rushed into the fire. Wang Yu was deeply moved by this scene. He had once thought of himself as a man's man. But seeing these people, he felt that he was too watery as a man's man. He said that in this situation, even if he dared to rush in, he could not do what they did, which was fearlessness in the face of everything and treating death as if it were a return home. Many residents in the surrounding communities took out their phones and filmed the scene. From the time Captain Tian received the news to the time the 3 men put on their protective clothing and rushed into the fire, it only took 24 seconds. It is this group of people who protect us. When they are not busy, they are always training and improving themselves, and you can hardly see them outside. But when they appear in public, they are always in the most dangerous places, using their own flesh and blood to safeguard the safety and interests of the people. Chapter 87, Light in the Fire. Thick black smoke billowed out of the windows of the residential building, and the firefighters continued to spray the building with water. Their faces were stern and solemn, as if they hadn't seen their comrades rush into the fire. They carried out every order with determination, and not a single member of the team wasted a moment. The onlookers had all quieted down by now. Everyone had seen this kind of scene online and on TV before, and although they had been shocked at the time, but after witnessing it with their own eyes, the stirring in their chests was beyond words. After Captain Tian and 2 team members rushed in, many people silently shed tears. All their former complaints and dissatisfaction with the country and society had vanished at that moment. There was great fear in the face of life and death, but these young men had long since transcended life and death. In their hearts, they had supreme faith, and that faith allowed them to face an impasse without wavering in their iron will. Time passed by minute, but the 3 team members never appeared. They were on everyone's mind. Wang Yu's body and mind were also greatly tested at this time. He felt that he had to do something for these people. "There's movement!" An exclamation caused everyone's attention to be drawn to the door, which was billowing with black smoke. In a moment, Yifan and Ji Ning rushed out carrying a middle-aged woman. The rescue workers, who had been waiting, immediately took over and began rescue work. "There's still one person who hasn't come out, it seems to be the team leader." "Yes, 3 people went in, but only 2 came out. I hope nothing happened to that young man. That young man is from the same neighborhood as my second uncle's family. I've met him before, and I heard that he doesn't have a girlfriend yet." There was an endless stream of buzzing discussions, all worried about Captain Tian, who was still in the fire. Sadness filled the air, and Wang Yu's heart ached as choking sounds came from the crowd. At this moment, he kind of hated the system. Why didn't it just erase the fire so that no one would have to die? The middle-aged woman who had been rescued had also woken up by now. She struggled to climb off the stretcher and screamed heartbreakingly. My daughter is still inside, save her, hurry and save her." The people around her quickly helped her up and, although they were all sad, they carefully comforted her. It had been more than 10 minutes, and no one was holding out hope. The fire had gone out, but the smoke from the fire had not dispersed. The police had arrived to maintain order, government workers had begun their post-disaster work, and some reporters were doing interviews. But there was still a group of people staring intently at the doorway, hoping and wishing. Step. 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 An indistinct sound of footsteps came from the doorway, and the noisy environment immediately quieted down. Tap. 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 With the sound of footsteps becoming clearer and clearer, a majestic figure appeared before everyone. The majestic figure was like a ray of light shining into everyone's hearts. Captain Tian was holding a young girl in his arms, and the girl was wrapped in his protective suit. He just stepped out of the doorway and felt weak under his feet, and he was about to fall, but his brother had already rushed up at that time. He took the girl, and immediately took his captain to a shady place. After some inspection, it was found that he was just a little weak, and there were no other issues with his body. "Sweetie, sweetie." Wang Yu's heart tightened at the woman's hoarse cries for help. "No way." He pushed his way through the crowd and rushed over. Upon closer inspection, although her face was as dark as charcoal, he immediately recognized the rescued girl as the employee he had scheduled. Without any formalities, he immediately revealed his identity and began preparing to carry out the rescue. "Wait, don't send her to the hospital yet. Her condition is very dangerous, and rescue must begin immediately." Wang Yu knew through the system that Sweetie's situation was not optimistic. At the moment, he had neither silver needles nor medicine in his hands, and there was no time to prepare those things. But he couldn't just let her die. Could he just stand by and watch Sweetie, who Captain Tian had risked his life to save, just fade away? Wang Yu's words immediately attracted the attention of the paramedics, and they quickly performed a preliminary examination on Sweetie, discovering that the situation was indeed as dangerous as Wang Yu had said. "I'm a doctor, let me take some measures first, and then send her for treatment, otherwise I'm afraid she won't last until the hospital." "Okay, we'll try to provide whatever equipment you need." With permission, Wang Yu immediately began first aid. Although he didn't have any silver needles, he still managed to get some needles from the rescue workers, and found the thinnest ones he could to use first. Tian had suffered from shock due to the large amount of smoke she had inhaled. The smoke contained a large number of harmful substances, which were now gathering in her lungs and needed to be removed immediately. Wang Yu gave her 5 injections in a row, which initially stabilized her condition, but if she was to be completely out of danger, Tian's respiratory system would also need to return to normal. However, this was no problem for Wang Yu, a simple artificial respiration and chest compressions would do. After some massage, he activated the cell activity of Tian, so even if she is not sent to the hospital, she will be able to bounce back in a few days. However, at the moment, Wang Yu did not go straight to her mouth. He had a better candidate. Just now, when everyone was discussing Captain Tian, he heard an insider reveal his situation. "What a good young man, no girlfriend, just like that, gone." At the time, he didn't feel anything when he heard this, but at this moment, he felt that such a good man has no wife, so he has to help him somehow. Wang Yu immediately asked someone to call Captain Tian over. Tian Hao, who had recovered a little, looked at Wang Yu with some confusion. Captain Tian, I want to ask you for a favor, and I hope you won't refuse. What is it? The patient's condition has been stabilized for now, but we still need to perform CPR, so I hope you can help. Tian Hao had a big question mark in his mind at the moment. There were so many people from the medical team around, and you're asking me? As if he could read Tian Hao's thoughts, Wang Yu went over and whispered in his ear. I know that other people can do it, but you just rescued the person, you felt for the pulse and you carried her. I don't want to bother two people with one thing, so I can't find someone else to touch the girl's body. Tian Hao looked around and noticed that all the rescue workers next to him were men. He remembered that there were 3 women, but now he couldn't see them anywhere. Ha ha! The 3 female team members were tricked by Wang Yu into getting ready in the ambulance. It is estimated that they will be down in 3 minutes, but Wang Yu is counting on this time difference. Okay. Tian Hao thought for a moment and realized that Wang Yu was right. From the time he discovered the girl to the time he carried her down from the floor, he had had a lot of contact with her. Without further ado, let's get started. Well, Tian Hao is not a shy person, and the 2 of them immediately began the rescue. Chapter 88. You're useless when you're given a chance. Captain Tian is very skilled at cardiopulmonary resuscitation. After all, these are the skills they must master. Wang Yu massaged the sweet spot on Tian's head, stimulating her instinctive sense of survival. Don't just press, give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Wang Yu looked at the thick clothes on this guy and kept pressing, and suddenly felt a bit of a letdown. This. Hurry up, haven't you learned this? If you're not going to do it, I will. Wang Yu urgently urged him on, afraid that if the 3 female team members suddenly appeared, his efforts would have been in vain. Tian Hao's face was dark and he couldn't tell what expression he was wearing. His sweet little face was also dark and it was impossible to tell whether he was handsome or ugly. The 2 dark faces came together, but they did not attract the attention of the people around them. Tian Hao took a deep breath and looked at the sweet little dark face, but he just couldn't bring himself to kiss it. Get up, you deserve to be single. Wang Yu saw that this guy was like a piece of wood, completely devoid of the heroic spirit he had just now. At this time, Tian could not delay any longer, and went straight for it herself. Although Tian was dark and gloomy at the moment, she had a really good taste, and Wang Yu felt like he could not stop. Tian's mother had not made a sound since Wang Yu began the rescue, for fear that her actions would affect the rescue. At the moment, she stared even more closely at Wang Yu. Although her daughter had been pressed and kissed by this guy, she had no other thoughts in her heart. As long as her daughter can be saved, she is not opposed to accepting the guy as her son-in-law on the spot. Wang Yu was earnestly performing the rescue, and soon noticed that the lying Tian had woken up. Her eyes were narrowed, and her head was still dizzy and she had not yet reacted. He immediately dragged Tian Hao over and hit himself on the side. Before Tian Hao could react, Tian coughed violently, and then began to breathe heavily. When Tian's mother saw her daughter wake up, she darted over, grabbed her daughter's little hand, and was too happy to speak. Tian Hao, who had been pushed aside, didn't care, and a smile appeared on his face. Tian, who had recovered, saw her mother beside her and tears fell down her face in big drops. She had really been scared just now, with the billowing black smoke and rising flames, and she felt like she was going to die. She was thinking about working with Brother Yu in the future, but who would have thought that a fire would almost end her life? It's okay, don't cry. Look at how ugly you are now. Seeing Sweetie waking up made Wang Yu feel much better. The fire didn't cause any casualties, thanks to these firefighters who were fearless in the face of death. As for the merit points he paid to prevent the fire from spreading, Wang Yu didn't care at all. Compared to these people, what he did was nothing. Brother Yu, am I dreaming? Looking at the smiling Wang Yu in front of her, Tian was a little incredulous. What kind of dream was this in broad daylight? Hurry up and thank Captain Tian, he risked his life to save you from the fire. With that, Wang Yu opened his phone and let Tian look at the photos he took when he came out holding Tian in his arms. Tian took the phone, looked at it blankly for a while, and then couldn't help but swipe it a little, wondering if there were any other photos. Then she saw 2 dark faces close together. This one is Wang Yu preparing to take a photo of Tian Hao giving Sweetie artificial respiration, but unfortunately he is useless when it comes to giving her a chance. At the time, he just took a photo casually, but obviously the little girl misunderstood. After looking at it for a few seconds, she reacted, and realized that the little black face on it was actually herself. She couldn't help but let out a scream, and immediately returned the phone to Wang Yu, covering her face with her hands and blushing unrecognizably. "Thank you, Captain Tian, thank you, Captain Tian." Tian's mother was quick to react, taking Tian's arm and thanking him nonstop. Her daughter was her life, and if anything had happened, she would not have been able to go on living. Facing her daughter's savior, she kept thanking him, which made Tian feel very awkward. "Auntie, let's go to the hospital first." Okay, thank you, doctor." "No need, Auntie. Sweetie and I work together, so it's only right that I do this. You go with Sweetie to the hospital first, and I'll thank Captain Tian for her on behalf of Sweetie." Wang Yu briefly explained her relationship with Sweetie, and incidentally helped Tian get out of an awkward situation. At Wang Yu's signal, several rescue workers immediately lifted Sweetie onto a stretcher and prepared to carry her to the ambulance. As she passed Tian, Sweetie looked at her tall rescuer and sat up to say a serious thank you. Wang Yu watched as Tian got back to work and felt a blessing from the gods descend upon him. He opened the system and saw that, as he had expected, the selfless dedication of the firefighters had given him exactly what he wanted. Although Tian was only 23 years old and had not been working for long, he had gained more than 6,000 merit points for saving Wang Yu. Without bothering Tian with his work, he immediately asked around. Since Wang Yu had just saved someone with his medical skills, the firefighters were quite enthusiastic about him. He went to the two firefighters who had just rescued Tian's mother and said he was Tian's brother, thanking them for saving his aunt. The two men, who had been overwhelmed with words of thanks, felt a little embarrassed, and when they saw that it was about time to leave, they changed the subject. "I heard that your team leader Tian doesn't have a girlfriend yet." "Yes, that's right." "How old is team leader Tian?" "The captain is 23 years old." "Oh, where is home?" "Home is in Shuzhou City. There are a few brothers and sisters. Captain Tian is an only child." The two brave young men were soon fooled by Wang Yu and revealed all the information about their captain. As for why they were so poorly guarded. Ha! It's very simple. The guy took out his phone and showed them the photos of Tian in the hospital, and then said that as her brother, he wanted to help his sister find a husband, and he felt that Captain Tian was a nice guy. When the two young men saw Tian's pretty little face, they immediately felt that she was a suitable daughter-in-law for the captain. "Brother Yu, the captain is on vacation the day after tomorrow, I'll let you know then." After exchanging phone numbers, the young man named Yi Xiaofan was very interested in helping the captain find a daughter-in-law. He immediately pulled Ji Ning and promised to cooperate with Wang Yu to make Tian and Tian a couple as soon as possible. "Thanks, then. I'll have my sister introduce you to some of the nurses at the hospital." "Really, thanks, brother Yu." After getting the information he wanted, he chatted with the two for a while. Wang Yu left with a hee-hee laugh, looking at Tian, who was still leading his team in the post-disaster work, and thinking that he must get his hospital up and running. And he must make it big and strong, striving to have branches in every city, so that he can fulfill his dream. After leaving the residential area, Wang Yu called Sun Xian to tell her what had just happened to him, and then he prepared to rush to the hospital to visit Tian. The little girl had been through such a big thing, and now even her home had burned down, so he still needed to quickly go and calm her down. By the way, he would help her find a place to stay, so that when the mother and daughter were discharged from the hospital, they would have a place to rest. No female. No female. No female. The reason for writing this way is that the protagonist's current heart is still biased towards being conservative, and he wants a transition. Chapter 89. Sun Dishing took on all the responsibility. After getting into his car, Wang Yu rushed to the Central City Hospital without eating anything. After asking around, he arrived at Tian's ward. At this time, Tian's dark little face had been cleaned up and was pink and tender. Lying on the hospital bed, her big eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. She and her mother's home was gone, and the immense sadness made the little girl forget the shy incident she had just experienced. Seeing the lonely expression on Sweetie's face, Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh. The person was saved, but the huge economic loss was inevitable. At this time, the little girl must be very sad, because she had even quit her job. Now the house was completely burnt down, and the cause of the fire was unknown, so it was not known when the corresponding compensation would be in place. Without any income during this period of time, it was strange that Sweetie could be happy. At this time, it was definitely not a good idea to mention Tian Hao to her, so for the time being, he should just help her out. "Sweetie, how are you doing?" Wang Yu asked gently as he approached. "Brother Yu." Seeing Wang Yu approach, Sweetie called out without knowing what to say, her big eyes filled with tears. "Don't cry, are you doing well? My home is gone, how can you call this doing well? Don't worry, as my first employee, I definitely won't abandon you." Next, Wang Yu used his eloquence, wasting countless words, and finally managed to make the young girl reluctantly show a smile. Seeing that it was already past 2 o'clock, Wang Yu hired 2 caregivers to take care of Tian Tian and her mother. Fortunately, Tian Tian's phone had been in her pocket and had not been lost in the fire, so Wang Yu bought her a charger and gave her an additional 100,000 yuan, saying that it was an advance on her salary and would be deducted from her wages when she started working again. Then he went to visit Tian Tian's mother before leaving the hospital. After grabbing a bite to eat, Wang Yu drove to the apartment complex where Tian Hao lived according to the information he had obtained. After half an hour, he rented a house downstairs from his house, ready for Sweetie and her mother to live in. As for why he rented a house here. Ha. This routine is familiar to Wang Yu. After completing the formalities, Wang Yu rushed to the hospital, left the key with Sweetie, and told her the address. He left under Sweetie's grateful gaze. When he arrived at Tianjia restaurant, Wang Yu called Sun Qian. He felt like telling Qian his idea and seeing how to implement it. Before long, Sun Qian arrived, and Sun Dishing happened to be there as well, so he came along. "Brother-in-law, Qian Qian said you want to open a hospital?" "Yes, third brother, I originally wanted to open a clinic, but after experiencing some things, I want to open a hospital." "Xiao Yu, this is for you." Sun Qian came over and directly gave Wang Yu the bank card that her second brother had given her. In the morning, she checked and found that there was a total of 110 million yuan. After calling and asking second brother, she learned that cousin Sun Difu alone had contributed 35 million, and she couldn't help but be amazed. All of her brothers have been corrupted by the eldest brother, and there are really quite a few who keep lovers. "What is this?" "My brothers and sisters-in-law gave this to you for buying medicine. Take it." Wang Yu didn't know how much money was in the card, and Sun Qian didn't say, thinking that she really needed to buy a lot of precious medicinal materials. She didn't hesitate and put it in her pocket. "Brother Sun, how did your inquiries go?" "I've managed to find out some things, but I won't have the details for a few days." "Tell me now." Sun Dishing then went on to explain the information he had obtained. Wang Yu frowned as he listened. The hospital he wanted to build would not be cheap, and it would take more than a year to complete. He could think of ways to solve the money issue, but the issue of building the hospital was a difficult one. "Brother Sun, how is the 5-star hotel you are building in Dongqing district?" Sun Qian seemed to sense Wang Yu's concerns and was preparing to set a trap for her brother. "It's almost done, the 5 main buildings are all built, and the landscaping is almost complete. Next week, we'll start the renovations, and once we buy the equipment and matching furniture, it will be ready to open in a couple of months." Sun Dishing couldn't help but feel pleased as he spoke. He had put a lot of effort into preparing for the construction of this 5-star hotel, and he had not found any partners. He had paid for it entirely on his own. For this reason, Sun Dishing has invested 80% of his wealth, and now he is just waiting for the opening to make money. Sun Dishing's words made Sun Qian and Wang Yu's eyes light up. A hotel is great, and it's even better if it's not decorated. Aren't guest rooms and hospital rooms both for people to stay in? They just have different styles of decoration. At that moment, Sun Qian had an idea, gave Wang Yu a look, and the two of them cleared their throats and prepared to take over the hotel. "No way, don't even think about it, you two don't want to get any ideas about my hotel." 10 minutes later. "Xiao Yu, your idea is good, but I think we should still think about it carefully." 20 minutes later. "Qian, you weren't lying to me, your brother-in-law's medical skills are really that good, making over 30 million a month?" Half an hour later. "Brother-in-law, don't worry, you can consider this building as your investment, and I'll take care of the renovations." 40 minutes later, Sun Dishing called Sun Dexing. "Hey, second brother has a project that I think is definitely profitable. Do you want to invest some money?" 50 minutes later, Sun Dishing called Sun Dezhou. "Big brother, my second brother and sister-in-law want to do a project together. Don't say that we're not including you. We've saved you a share, depending on how much you invest. Let me tell you, a conservative estimate for 1 year." A little while later, Wang Yu shook Sun Dishing's hand, his expression particularly excited, thanking him over and over. Sun Qian was also beaming with happiness. Don't think that Wang Yu tricked the Sun brothers. As people who have been fighting in the business world for many years, after listening to Wang Yu's ideas, they all knew that this hospital would definitely be profitable once it opened. Think about the bottom line that this kid revealed. It can treat basically all bone injuries. It can treat all female diseases except for terminal illnesses. It can condition a woman's body to its optimal state, making them at least 5 years younger. It can help women conceive children smoothly, and the number and gender can be chosen from among 3 options. Any one of these things alone can support a major hospital, especially the last one, which is downright money-making. How difficult is it to have a child nowadays? There are more and more infertile families, and the success rate and huge cost of in vitro fertilization, IVF, has put many people off. Even for those wealthy families, it's fine for the men to spend more money to find a few more. What about the wealthy women? If they have some issues with their bodies, can they find more men? How big is this market? After the reputation is established, it will not be just the best hospital in the city. Sangu, the condition I mentioned cannot be changed, and I don't want any shares in the hospital either. But this condition must be firmly implemented. My brother-in-law, Sangu, knows what you are thinking, and I admire people like you. Don't worry, I support you. When the time comes, the eldest and the second eldest will have to invest their money, and they won't be able to disagree. Sun Qian looked at Wang Yu with sparkling eyes, her small hands stroking her own belly. The man had just told her personally that there was already a child inside, and it was even a pair of twins. As for conceiving yesterday and learning about it today, Sun Qian didn't delve into it. It was already very strange that she had become so young after being slept with by Wang Yu for over a month. Chapter 90, After the Confession. After the 3 of them had a chat, Sun Dishing left, and Wang Yu looked at Sun Qian, who was covering her belly with her hands, and his heart was also sweet. However, there were things that needed to be said, and he was prepared to confess about him and 1xin. Qian, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? But you can't bully me, I have a baby now, so in the future you can go find Yuan to keep you company. Seeing Wang Yu lick a face and come up to him, Sun Qian was startled, thinking that this guy had some strange idea again and wanted to try it on her. It's not that, is that really how I look in your eyes? Wang Yu immediately began to defend himself. Sun Qian looked at Wang Yu for a while, and said with a sigh. Last night, it was more than 3 hours. At least I let you try more than 30 kinds of embarrassing positions. If it wasn't for my tough body, I would have been exhausted by you at the time. What kind of person are you? Okay. You're right. Wang Yu laughed and pulled Sun Qian into his arms. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and kissed her cheek gently, saying in a warm voice. In fact, Yuan won. During the more than 1 hour-long narrative, Wang Yu made it clear what had happened between him and Wen, even going so far as to mention Wen's pregnancy. Sun Qian leaned against Wang Yu's warm embrace, quietly listening without interrupting or asking any questions. After Wang Yu had finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the private room. Sun Qian turned around, put her arms around Wang Yu's neck, and said excitedly. So that one lady is older than me? Well, she's 3 years older than you, 45 years old. I have the advantage. Sun Qian was quite happy at this point. You were drunk too, and she got her way? Well, I did drink a lot that day. Now it was even, and thinking about how she had also won Wang Yu, Sun Qian began to score herself and 1xin, and she was currently leading by 1 point. So her children are twins? Yes. Sun Qian 2 points versus 1xin 1 point. Twins? Wang Yu thought for a moment. At that time, he did not have a system, so he and 1xin conceived naturally. I really don't know if it's a boy or a girl. After I build my own hospital, I can take 1xin for an ultrasound to find out. Thinking about this, Wang Yu shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Then how do you know I'm pregnant with twins? This is hard to explain to you clearly. You can think of it this way, I was prepared at the time. Oh, you and Wenxin stayed together that night and never woke up, so you weren't prepared. Sun Qian felt very clever, and this added another point. Thinking about her relationship with Yuan, the 2 of them were allies, and their position was definitely very stable. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but laugh. Wang Yu looked at Sun Qian, who was leaning her neck on his shoulder, and couldn't help but grab her breasts twice, as she looked away and was enjoying herself. Well, the child certainly won't starve, and I guess I'll be able to eat a bit too. Patting Wang Yu's restless hand, Sun Qian adjusted her state of mind and calmly said to Wang Yu. Well, I know about this, and I know what you're thinking. After all, I've seen a lot of these things. We can't meet right now. I have a good relationship with Yuan, and when Xin and I don't know each other at all, so it's hard for us to live together at this stage. Keep your dirty thoughts to yourself. Things are fine as they are. Let's just keep things as they are for now. After we both have kids, let's meet up a few times and get to know each other a bit more. My 4 sisters-in-law seem to get along well now, but they used to drive my eldest brother crazy every day. It wasn't until they all had kids that things slowly eased up. Sun Qian's words made Wang Yu feel that he had previously thought too simply. He had initially thought that after he confessed, the two sides would be able to get along peacefully because of his presence. When Xin had known about the existence of Sun Qian and Yuan early on, and as long as he could come to an agreement with Sun Qian, there would not be many issues. As for Yuan, he could tell right away that this little green plum had always followed Sun Qian's lead. Now that he thinks about it, he had simply thought too much. At most, they would not kill him out of respect for him. After all, if it weren't for him, they would all be strangers, and it would be strange if nothing happened when they lived together. Xianxian had a good idea after all. She was a child who had grown up eating melons from her eldest brother and sister-in-law since she was young, and she knew a lot. After thinking things through, Wang Yu petted Sun Qian's face. "You're so smart, I can't help but want to reward you." "Okay, I've just seen a lot." Then Sun Qian thought of her younger brother, Defu, again, which really refreshed her outlook on life. And Wang Yu is also a flirt, or else how could 3 women take advantage of him while he was drunk? She pinched Wang Yu's ear and said sternly, "I'm warning you, don't go around flirting with other women in the future, especially don't drink with pretty women." "No way." Wang Yu, with Sun Qian pinching his ear, swore to the heavens that he had never taken the initiative, and that he was always the passive one. He also promised that he would never drink outside again and would do his best to maintain his innocence. Of course, these were just little romantic gestures between lovers, and the two of them had a good time joking around. "Xiaoyu, I've agreed to go to physiotherapy with your sister-in-law and her sisters starting tomorrow. Can you spare the time for 2 sessions a day?" After joking around for a while, Sun Qian suddenly remembered this morning. She had only been thinking about helping her husband make money and had almost forgotten to promise her brother-in-law. She quickly told Wang Yu, "Okay, it's not a big issue, but I don't have much medicine right now. Let's start tomorrow afternoon. 2 is too few, come over with all of them. We can finish in half a day." This is no big deal for Wang Yu. Just think, he sees up to 200 patients a day at the Marian Hospital. A dozen women is nothing. Even if they need more detailed treatment, it won't take long. Will half a day be enough? Sun Qian looked doubtful. "Don't worry, it'll be enough. Tomorrow afternoon, you find a place, preferably a professional beauty salon." Wang Yu thought for a moment. The third brother's lounge was not quite suitable, and that place had a lot of his fond memories, and he didn't want to entertain others. This other person also included the third brother's sun dishing. Now the lounge on the 3rd floor had forbidden him from entering. "Well, my sister-in-law has a younger sister, she opened a beauty salon, I'll call and ask later, and go directly to her place tomorrow afternoon." "Alright, let's eat. I still have something to do later." "What is it?" "I'm going to go see the director of Maria Hospital, Han, to discuss something." "The director, male or female?" "Male, about 50. What are you thinking about every day?" "Let's eat." "I'll explain to you when, and you can go after you eat," Sun Qian said with some embarrassment. Chapter 91, The Slippery Director Han. After dinner, Wang Yu called Dean Han to ask for the address. Wang Yu brought some gifts and went to visit him. After all, if he wanted to open his own hospital, there were still many things he needed to ask the dean for help. Dean Han had always had designs on Wang Yu. After receiving Wang Yu's call, he did not hesitate to reveal his home address. Although he did not know what Wang Yu wanted with him, as someone who knew a little about the inside story, he knew clearly that Wang Yu was an important part of Suning's future plans. Half an hour later, Wang Yu knocked on Dean Han's door. Before he could lower his hand, the door opened. Seeing Wang Yu carrying gifts, Dean Han was very happy. Even though Wang Yu came empty-handed, he would still be warmly received. But you can't blame a person for being polite. Being able to bring something proves that he still has some weight in the other person's eyes. After half an hour of small talk, Wang Yu realized that he was no match for Dean Han. The guy could talk. Let's get to the point, otherwise I'll probably still be talking empty words in another 2 hours. Brother Han, I came here today because I have a favor to ask. Well, young brother Wang, just tell me, if I can do it, I will definitely do it without hesitation. President Han's words made Wang Yu flinch, and this was one of the reasons why he didn't want to be polite anymore. The two men talked for half an hour, and Wang Yu became a young brother, while the other person became an older brother. He was afraid that if they continued chatting for a while, he would be reduced to the status of a young nephew again. If they continued chatting until the next morning, would Han stroke his head and say, "What a saintly grandson." I'm relieved to hear that, brother. I've recently wanted to open a hospital. I've found the location, and the building is ready for renovation. I've also entrusted the professional organization to handle the specific procedures and qualifications required. I came this time to ask for your help in purchasing medical equipment. I also need you to introduce some reliable suppliers of medicine. My brother has invested all his assets in this, so you must help me. Ha ha. Who can't say polite things? You just patted your chest so loudly, now see what you say. Wang Yu's words really shocked Dean Han. This kid has actually gone out on his own. If you run away, who am I going to get my 10% stake from? No, I must stabilize him. Let's discuss it with Chairman Su. Such a big matter is beyond the scope of President Han's decision-making. After thinking it over, he took a sip of tea without changing expression. Then he walked up to Wang Yu and took his hand, saying, I've long seen that you are a valiant young man, and that you will soar high in the sky one day. I never thought that after just a few days apart, I would be so impressed. Wang Yu twitched his hand, but it didn't move. He was a little embarrassed by President Han's praise, and said awkwardly, Brother Han, you're too kind. I'm just trying to make a living. Don't worry, little brother. Your business is my business. I'll help you. I'll get the relevant materials ready right away. I'll contact you as soon as I've got it sorted. Wang Yu nodded in response, feeling that he had misunderstood Dean Han. Seeing how enthusiastic the people were, and how readily they agreed. When Wang Yu noticed a hint of affection in Dean Han's gaze, he immediately ended the conversation and offered his leave. Walking out of Dean Han's community, Wang Yu let out a long breath. He had never imagined that the usually stern Dean, who looked so serious at the hospital, was actually such a chatterbox in private, and simply couldn't hold his own. On the way back, Wang Yu suddenly realized that something was wrong. After thinking about it for a while, he finally figured it out. Fuck. This old bitch. Right away, the first time. What a good adjective, but when is right away and when is the first time? Prepare the materials, prepare what materials? I made the request myself, but this old fart didn't even give me a positive answer, and I still thought he was a nice person. After half a day of busy work, I've sent my regards, called on the old man, and transformed myself from Dr. Wang to his little brother. But I didn't get anything done, and President Han's words were watertight. Even if I went back to him now, I wouldn't be able to say anything. Hey! I really am too young. While Wang Yu was feeling the social dangers and the tricks of the city, Han Kuan was also nervous after he left, unable to help but complain that young people nowadays should not be underestimated. He immediately called Suning and told him about Wang Yu's visit. Suning on the other end of the phone was speechless for a long time. Even at home, Dean Han still stood respectfully with his hand raised, holding the phone, not daring to make a sound, waiting quietly for Suning's orders. Han, you don't need to worry about this anymore. I'll let Sumu take over. Okay, Chairman Su. Yes, that's it. After hearing the sound of the phone hanging up, Dean Han relaxed. He sat on the sofa, sipping tea contentedly, and there was no trace of the nervous attitude he had just had. When she heard that Wang Yu was going to open a hospital, Suning felt nothing but a little surprise. She thought carefully about what Han had said and analyzed the pros and cons. Wang Yu had already found a place to open a hospital. Although she didn't know the scale, it was obvious that the young man had already taken the first step. And with his medical skills, it wouldn't take long to make a name for himself. By the time that happened, she could propose that he join her new hospital, and the other party would probably agree if they didn't know any better. Today, Wang Yu went to see President Han for help, and he felt that this was an opportunity. I don't know if I can lure you away in the future, but I can tie us together now. Don't you want to open a hospital? You still lack various resources, but my Su family doesn't. Invest some money and resources, tie Wang Yu's interests to my family, and we'll all be on the same side. Give him some shares in the new hospital, and it'll be done. Thinking about this, Suning called his daughter. Numo, how are preparations for the new hospital going? Dad, I've chosen a good location. I think Dongcheng district is good, with a good environment and convenient transportation. The current resident population has already reached the requirements for the coverage of a large hospital. Moreover, several schools will be moving here next year, and the permanent population here will continue to grow. It's the perfect time to open the hospital here. Well, that's a good survey. That's what I think too, but let's put this aside for now. I'll find a professional appraisal company to choose the location, so you don't need to run around yourself. What's wrong, Dad? I've already quit my job. Is everything okay? Yes, Wang Yu contacted Han today and wants to open a hospital. I want you to get in touch with him. If possible, I want to invest in his hospital. Suning didn't tell his own daughter the truth. He definitely wanted to invest in Wang Yu's hospital, but let his daughter do the survey. Is an inspection really necessary? With the guy's level of ability and Sumu's attitude towards him, I dare not say that I have a 100% grasp of the situation. But Suning still has a 100% to 200% grasp of the situation. After her daughter's inspection, she will definitely come back to him and ask him to invest. She might even flirt with him and act cute. Just thinking about it makes Suning feel very happy, and he really wants to tell Sumu why your father is your father. Chapter 92, Warmth, finally knowing that she is pregnant. Sumu, who has been busy preparing for the new hospital in recent days, has basically let go of her petty thoughts about Wang Yu. After getting news from her father at this time, she really appreciates this man with his outstanding character and abilities. After hanging up the phone, Sumu was about to call Wang Yu. After taking out her phone, she thought that at this hour, Wang Yu might be sleeping. Forget it, it would be bad if it caused a misunderstanding. Send a text message, and set up a time to meet tomorrow. After editing it, Sumu checked it over, and there were no issues. Even if the other woman saw it, it wouldn't cause a misunderstanding, so he sent it right away. At this time, Wang Yu had just arrived home. It was already late after he left Dean Han's house. He guessed that when Xin and her daughter Wenwan were asleep, so he didn't bother going to see them. After taking a shower, he saw Sumu's message. After reading it, he felt that he had misunderstood Dean Han. He really did act immediately, and he even sent Director Su, who the hospital was most familiar with, to help. Well, Dean Han is really a good person. After reading it, Wang Yu sent a message back to say that he had received it, and then he fell into a deep sleep. He was indeed a bit tired all day today. Early the next morning, while Wang Yu was sleeping, he felt that his breathing was not easy, as if his nose was stuffed up. He couldn't help but reach out and rub his nose a couple of times, roll over and go back to sleep. But after a few seconds, he couldn't breathe through his nose again, and he woke up suddenly. When he opened his eyes, he saw a warm and sweet smile in front of him. Seeing that Wang Yu had woken up, Wenwan said with a smile, "Uncle Wang, my mom told me to tell you to come down for dinner." Seeing Wenwan, Wang Yu felt a little embarrassed. After all, after taking a shower, he was naked, so he immediately began to send her away. "Get out of here quickly, I need to get dressed." "You're such a big girl, you should know better than that." "Forget it." Wenwan stuck out her tongue and ran away. Seeing the girl leave after making a face, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel amused. Ever since the girl had undergone a detailed examination and found that her body had recovered very well, she had slowly begun to let her guard down. Whenever she was fine, she liked to find herself some little trouble, or tease him and Xin a little. Her personality had become much more outgoing, and she had a smile on her face more often. Wen's condition has recovered well, so Xin directly helped her apply for a leave of absence from school, thinking that she would stay home for a year and then go back to school after she has fully recovered. Wang Yu also agrees with Xin's idea. After all, Wen's condition really requires long-term care and careful attention. After getting dressed and washing up, Wang Yu came downstairs. The table was already set with food. In addition to the food delivered by the Tianjie restaurant, there were also a few fried dough cakes with rolled eggs and vegetables, as well as a large bowl of millet porridge. "You made it." After Wang Yu sat down, he picked one up and took a bite. The taste was okay, but it gave him a rare feeling of deliciousness. "Well, eat, I can't let you eat my leftovers with Wanwan every time." "It's okay, it's a waste if you can't finish it, and I also." He wanted to say that he really liked it, but seeing the little light bulb sitting next to him, Wang Yu felt that it wasn't appropriate, so he swallowed it back. Wenxin knew exactly what he was going to say, so she gave him a blank stare. The three of them ate breakfast in silence. Although Wenxin had helped Wang Yu cook, the food that the two of them couldn't finish was still swept away by him. Looking at the time, it wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, and there was still more than an hour before the appointment with Sumu. Wang Yu had nothing to do at the moment, so he chatted with Wenxin. As they talked about Sun Qian and Yuan, and then Wang Yu told Wen Xian again what Sun Qian had said yesterday, without any concealment or intention to hide it. She was right, she was a very sensible woman. Decades of experience had allowed both Wen Xian and Sun Qian to make the most rational decisions. Although their personalities were not very similar, when faced with such a situation, their choices were the same. After all, they didn't know each other well, and the relationship was awkward, so it would be better to wait until they had the opportunity to interact with each other a few times before making a decision. As for Yuan, Wen doesn't worry about her. Although she has never met her, she knows from Wang Yu's description that she is a simple person who believes in the truth, otherwise she would not have made such a great sacrifice for Wang Yu. Well, I am really happy to have you both, even though I was the passive party in the process. Wang Yu said something with feeling, which caused a slightly embarrassed and angry Wen to go over and scold him. I didn't see anything. Wen quietly slipped from the living room into the house, closed the door and disappeared completely into their world. Qian is pregnant? After a while, Wen asked the question she had been meaning to ask. Yes. Wen was a little unwilling to hear Wang Yu's answer. At this time, she didn't know that she was pregnant, and Wang Yu didn't tell her either. When the two of them were together, Wang Yu was always careful, and Wen thought that he was unable to let go because she was not feeling well. After thinking for a while, Wen blushed and said, "Can you come here every night these few days?" How could Wang Yu not know what Wenxin meant by this, and he didn't think he could hide it for long either. After all, she hadn't had any relatives for more than a month. If this hadn't happened before when she was unwell, Wenxin would have gone to the hospital for a checkup a long time ago. Gently, he put his arms around Wenxin and stroked her tight little belly with his hand, saying tenderly, "There's already a baby here." Wenxin's body suddenly went rigid at Wang Yu's words, and she broke free from his embrace, looking at him in disbelief. "You're not lying? It's almost 2 months old, and it's twins," Wang Yu said, and tugged Wenxin back into his embrace. Leaning against Wang Yu's solid chest, Wenxin's mind was in a whirl. It was impossible not to be nervous when suddenly told that she was pregnant, but she just needed some time to digest the news. After a while, Wenxin suddenly turned around and grabbed Wang Yu's ear, saying in a grumpy tone, "I said, why do you always like to use strange methods? It turns out you knew I was pregnant a long time ago." "Let go, I was wrong." Wang Yu struggled while begging for mercy. When Xian thought about it, she did take the initiative several times, but it was this guy who said that this would make her feel younger. But that was no reason to forgive him. Now that she had a child and her body had recovered well, she felt at least 20 years younger. At this moment, when Xian felt that Wang Yu's attraction to her was not as important as the child in her belly, she spoke up and said, "Okay, you can go. In the future, after dinner, you go to sleep upstairs by yourself, and try not to come looking for me." Damn it! She's just going to dump me after using me. Where's the trust between people? Chapter 93, Sumu's business negotiations with Wang Yu. Before being kicked out of the house, Wang Yu hugged Wen Xian at the door and kissed her fiercely for several minutes before letting her go. How could he let her sleep alone at night without punishing her? Looking at the departing Wang Yu, Wen Xian felt particularly happy. A scene she had only seen in her dreams had finally come true in reality. Leaning against the shoe cabinet by the door, she felt like a wife sending her husband off to work. Her heart was full of love, reluctance, and concern. "Mom, are you pregnant?" Wan's little head suddenly appeared in front of Wenxin, startling her. "Oops, you little brat, keep your voice down, the door's still open," Wenxin said, embarrassed and angry. "Mom, this is a one-family building, we don't have any neighbors." Recently, Wan has been teasing her mother for no reason, and Wen Xian, who used to be calm and gentle, can't help but scold her a little. However, in just a few days, Wan's little face has undergone initial training, and she dares to directly refute her mother's words. "Mom, you really have your own baby." As she said this, Wan hugged her, her head arching against Wen Xian's chest. The 4 adopted children all knew their own identities, so they also knew that Wen Xian did not have her own children. She didn't know what the other 3 brothers and sisters thought, but at the moment, Wan knew that her mother had her own biological child, and she was especially happy, and felt very happy for Wenwen. She patted Wenwen's little head, and Wenwen was full of love, and a kind of maternal radiance that came from within emerged. "Okay, you're so big, but you're still like a child, let's go inside." After closing the door, the mother and daughter sat together and began discussing the events after the child was born. Wang Yu arrived at the agreed location 20 minutes early. There was no choice, as he had made Wen Xian so angry with his words that she had driven him away early. With nowhere else to go, he had no choice but to come early. After parking the car, he looked around and saw that it was indeed a suitable place to talk. The place that Su Mu had arranged to meet was a private business club, which was very private and suitable for talking about confidential matters. As for why they chose to meet at the club, of course it was because the surname of the person who arranged it was Su. As soon as he walked into the hall of the club, a staff member came over to ask questions. After asking for Wang Yu's information, he immediately led him into a very luxuriously decorated room. Sitting on the soft sofa, sipping the coffee served by the waiter, Wang Yu felt that Su Mu was being a bit too nice to him. The 28,888 package had already amazed him last time, and this time he was the one asking for help. Su Mu had only been sent by Dean Han to help, and there was no need to choose such a nice place. Although he didn't know how much the place charged, Wang Yu knew it was definitely very expensive, and this time's consumption would not be cheaper than the set meal last time. Wang Yu was not a fool, and he felt that today's matter was not that simple. He was only here to seek help, and there was really no need to give himself face like this. President Han and Su Mu's relationship with him was not good enough for this, and they must be holding some kind of purpose. Just as he was thinking, the door to the private room opened, and Su Mu, dressed in a business suit, walked in. A white slim-fit shirt was neatly tucked into a black wrap skirt, with flesh-colored long-legged stockings and white high heels, plus the delicate makeup on her face, making Su Mu, who usually goes without makeup, look full of a domineering air. Sure enough, the person who came was not friendly. Su Mu's outfit looked very visually striking. "Dr. Wang, you've been waiting a long time," Su Mu said politely after entering. "It's a bit early for me to arrive, but Director Su's outfit today is indeed radiant." Wang Yu also politely praised her. The two of them smiled at each other, as if they had guessed each other's thoughts. After they sat down, the waiter brought in some exquisite pastries. Su Mu also ordered a cup of coffee like Wang Yu, and after taking a sip, she went straight to the point. "I heard Dean Han say that you want to open a hospital, and our Su family is very interested. I wonder if I could hear Mr. Wang's thoughts." Su Mu's words took Wang Yu by surprise. Her style was the complete opposite of Dean Han's, but this straightforward way of negotiating was right up Wang Yu's alley. "Miss Su, I do have this idea, and the hospital is already built. We are just waiting for the renovations to be completed and the relevant equipment to be installed before we can start business." Su Mu smiled slightly, not really caring. If Wang Yu's words were not a surprise to her, it was probably just a bigger clinic that had rented a ready-made building and done some simple renovations before opening for business. "Mr. Wang, don't you want to open a bigger hospital? In fact, we can cooperate." At this point, Su Mu gave up the idea of investing in Wang Yu's hospital, which in her opinion was a complete waste of time. It would be better to get Wang Yu on board now and build her own large hospital from scratch. "Bigger, build it as big as you want?" Wang Yu asked curiously, but did not say the size of his own hospital. "How about a hospital as big as Mary Hospital? I have already resigned from there and am now preparing for it. If Mr. Wang can join, I believe that our future development will definitely be a win-win situation." Miss Su resigned. "Doesn't your family have a stake in it?" Wang Yu asked curiously. "Yes, but it's not much now, and our Su family has been in the medical business for a long time, for 3 generations, and there's more to it than just investing in hospitals." Su Mu's words made Wang Yu think seriously. His dream was a bit too big to be realized by just one hospital in Shuzhou. He originally wanted to find some channels to purchase equipment and medicine, but from what Su Mu said, the Su family was also planning to open a hospital, and the resources the Su family could control far exceeded his own. At the moment, he was thinking about whether or not to also bring the Su family in. After all, when he was preparing to resign, Dean Han clearly told him that Su Dong had helped him and given him 10 million for free. Now that he thinks about it, it is indeed not easy to get rich people's money. Every penny they give away has a very strong purpose. It's like this invitation from Su Mu. If I hadn't decided what to do, I would probably have been tricked into going by the Su family, and I would still be stuck in a miserable office job. Looking at Wang Yu, who had been silent, Su Mu slightly raised her beautiful eyebrows. She had been very sincere in her invitation. Whether it was for personal future development or the acquisition of benefits, joining the Su family's hospital would definitely be more promising than opening a bigger clinic. Miss Su, I would like to invite your family to join my hospital. I don't know if you are interested. After thinking for a while, Wang Yu felt that it was better to try to get the Su family on board. He and the Sun brothers were complete novices in this area, and if the Su family joined, the future of the hospital would definitely run better. Chapter 94, Sun Jing couldn't sit still. Facing Wang Yu's words, Sumu felt that he was a bit ungrateful and arrogant. Mr. Wang, this is a rare opportunity, and the Su family's invitation will only come once. I hope you will consider it carefully. Sumu said, and then prepared to leave. Although he liked Wang Yu, he had let go since meeting Wang Xin. This time, he had come purely to see the business value in Wang Yu and sincerely come to discuss cooperation. However, he wanted to invest in a clinic himself, and suddenly lost interest. As for his father's request last night, Sumu did not agree. Although Wang Yu's medical skills were good, he was not bad himself, and there was no chance that he would not be able to catch up in the future. Moreover, the establishment of the Su family's new hospital is no longer something that can be supported by just Wang Yu. It can still be made the best in Shudu without him. As Sumu watched him twisting her slender waist and walking quickly away, Wang Yu put down his coffee and said calmly, Miss Su, don't you want to hear what I think? Don't you want to know the scale of the hospital I want to open? Wang Yu's words made Sumu stop in her tracks and turn back to look at him suspiciously. There is no proof in words, I'd better show you myself. Wang Yu also stood up and invited Sumu to go with him to the 5-star hotel that Sango was constructing. The man in front of her was so calm, and he even invited her to go see his so-called hospital, which aroused Sumu's curiosity, and she agreed at once. After asking Sango for the address, Wang Yu drove in the car with Sumu and rushed over. The two did not have much communication, after all, saying anything was empty words. Some things still had to be shown to the other party before the next matter could be discussed. At 10 a.m., the traffic was still smooth. 40 minutes later, Wang Yu arrived at the address that Sango had given him. As soon as he got out of the car, Sumu saw 5 completed high-rise buildings in front of him. Although they were not yet decorated, he could already sense that the future would definitely be very luxurious. Sango, I'm here. Ignoring Sumu next to him, Wang Yu looked at the buildings and felt elated. In a short while, Sun Dishing came over and saw that Wang Yu was accompanied by a very beautiful woman, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Brother-in-law, the hospital hasn't even opened yet, and you've already found a secretary? Wang Yu, who was daydreaming about the future, heard Sun Dishing's words and his heart suddenly tightened. Damn it! Shanxian had said that this guy had a big mouth. He must not let him get the wrong idea, otherwise his good reputation in the Sun family would be gone. If Sanjia misunderstands, this is Miss Sumu, a partner I have recruited. Then he introduced Sun Dishing to Sumu. Sumu still knew the names of the 3 Sun brothers, but she didn't realize that the one in front of her was the 3rd Sun brother. And Wang Yu was actually the Sun family's son-in-law, and she suddenly felt that she might have misunderstood Wang Yu. Perhaps what he meant by letting the Su family join was not the big clinic she had imagined. Miss Su, the buildings in front of you are where I want to open the hospital. Wang Yu's words shocked Sumu, and he realized that he had really thought wrong. What a grand gesture. The cost of the buildings in front of him is estimated to be over 1 billion yuan, not counting the money spent on buying the land and the later investments. In Sumu's opinion, if it is completely built, the total investment will not be less than 10 billion yuan. But thinking about the strength of the Sun brothers, 10 billion yuan is a lot, but it is estimated that they can come up with it. Sumu, at the moment, there are only my 3 uncles and I at the hospital. I feel that the Su family joining will definitely be a win-win situation. Didn't you Su family also want to open a hospital? I don't think there is a better place in Dongqing district than here. Wang Yu's words made Sumu come back to her senses, and a light blush appeared on her slender neck. Those who know her well know that at this moment, Sumu's heart must not be as calm as it appears. Thinking about the things she said in the private room, it turns out that she was the one who was arrogant. Although the Su family did not lack money, and they could be said to be the best in the medical industry in Shuzhou City, their overall strength was still inferior to the Sun brothers. If this hospital opened, and Wang Yu, a highly skilled doctor, was in charge, then the hospital that her family had been preparing for 2 years to open would completely lose its development space. By then, not only would they not be able to make money, they would be lucky if they didn't lose everything. Mr. Wang, I can't make a decision on this matter. Please wait a moment, I'll get my father. Realizing the risks that Wang Yu's hospital would bring to the Su family, Sumu quickly began contacting her father. Sumu, what's the situation? Has Wang Yu agreed? Dad, things have changed a lot. I think you should come over and see for yourself before making a decision. What's going on? Su Ning listened to her daughter's tone and asked nervously. Sumu didn't go into too much detail, simply relaying what she had seen and heard to her father. After listening, Su Ning suddenly felt a headache, but at the same time felt that this was an opportunity. There was no time to think about it carefully, so after asking for the address, he immediately rushed over. Brother-in-law, what does this woman do? You brought her in as a partner, she can't be your mistress, can she? Sun Dishing simply didn't believe Wang Yu's explanation. Such a beautiful woman would make any man's heart flutter, so how could Wang Yu, being a man, not have any thoughts, and moreover bring her in as a partner, which was clearly a way of giving her a favor? If the relationship was average, would he do this? Brother Sun, the Mary Hospital used to belong to the Su family, but recently they sold a lot of shares and are preparing to open a hospital in the Dongqing district. The Su family has been in the medical industry for 3 generations and has resources that we cannot get even if we have the money. Our hospital is almost finished, and the Su family also has ideas in this area. I think that instead of competing with each other in the future, we might as well cooperate and develop together. Also, don't daydream all the time. Miss Su and I have only known each other for a few days, and there is no such relationship. Oh, I see. Sun Dishing rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, feeling that Wang Yu's words were a bit strange. It's only been a few days since you met, and there's no such relationship. Will there be such a relationship in the future if you know each other for a longer period of time? Thinking about this, he immediately secretly called his younger sister to keep her on her toes and keep an eye on Wang Yu. Sumu, who had hung up the phone, felt a lot more relaxed, listening to Wang Yu's views and plans for the hospital. The two of them laughed and joked, and Sun Dishing, who had secretly made the call, dialed his younger sister again, wanting to give her another piece of his mind. This woman is a threat. Sun Xian hung up on Sun Dishing twice, and she knew very well how nosy her third brother could be. She still trusted Wang Yu, and she didn't believe a word Sun Dishing had said about Wang Yu having a mistress. However, she was curious as to why Wang Yu wanted to recruit someone else, and after thinking about it for a while, she called her eldest brother. She wanted to ask him what the Su family did. Chapter 95, Sun Dezhou and Suning begin negotiations. Sun Dezhou was very happy to receive a call from his younger sister. When he heard that Wang Yu was planning to bring the Su family on board, he was overjoyed. Sun Qian didn't know about the Su family, but as the helmsman of the Sun family, how could he not be aware of the overlord of the medical community in Shudu City? After hanging up the phone, white smoke filled the entire office, and Sun Dezhou had already smoked 5 cigarettes. He had a lot to think about. After receiving a call from his third younger brother yesterday, he had started investigating the entire medical industry in Shudu City. The Su family's materials were still on his desk. He had originally thought that the Su family was the biggest rival for the Sun family's entry into the medical industry, but he had never expected that his brother-in-law would approach him about cooperation. Sun Dezhou would definitely agree to the Su family's entry, as it was clearly a mutually beneficial situation. Now he had to consider how to gain more benefits from it, unlike Sun Dishing and Sun Dexing. Sun Dezhou was responsible for the entire Sun family. When the 6th cigarette reached the end and he stubbed it out, he decided to go to the site himself to meet Sun Yun. After all, his sister's husband and third younger brother were not as good at business as he was. He called his secretary, cancelled his lunch meeting, and drove there immediately. Sun Dezhou, after reminding his younger sister twice, felt more and more issues with the two of them the more he looked at Wang Yu and Sumu. He knew his brother-in-law's abilities very well, otherwise he would not have closed the hotel and accompanied him in setting up the hospital, and also dragged his 2 brothers into the water. But now with the addition of the Sumu, it made him feel like someone was taking his flesh away. He knew exactly how his younger sister and Wang Yucheng got together. In case the Sumu also used tricks, he believed he definitely couldn't handle it. And Wang Yu, if he can't handle it, then this guy definitely won't be able to either. He started his own hospital to make money, not to lose his brother-in-law in the process. Even if he makes money, he won't be happy. After observing them for a while, he noticed that the two were behaving normally. Although they were talking and laughing, there were no other inappropriate actions. Although he was still very worried, he didn't want to say anything. He thought about waiting until the evening to go and talk to his younger sister again. Wang Yu didn't have as many thoughts as Sun Dishing, and now that he had 3 women, he simply didn't have the time to think about it. Sumu was very pretty, but there were many beautiful women, and he couldn't just go with the flow. His current idea was to quickly open the hospital and then promote it using the copy and paste method. Once a man has a dream and a goal, there is always an irrepressible excitement, and that was what Wang Yu was feeling at the moment. As Sumu listened to Wang Yu's story, the small thoughts he had put aside were once again aroused by him. The two of them talked and listened to each other, and time passed quickly. They didn't even notice when Suning and Sun Dezhao came over. Seeing her daughter look at a handsome man with admiration, Suning felt a little jealous. She immediately called out, "Moo moo." Hearing her father's call, Sumu immediately turned around, and Wang Yu looked over as well. "Dad! Big brother!" The two shouted at the same time. Suning was much further away than Sun Dezhao. After all, Sun Dezhao's company was in Dongqing district, so the result was that the two basically arrived one after the other. Seeing that the two of them were also brothers, they exchanged some pleasantries. After all, there was a possibility of cooperation, so they came over together. "Brother-in-law, let me introduce, this is Suning Sudong. Sudong, this is my sister's husband, Wang Yu." Sumu heard Sun Dezhao's words, his eyes dimmed a little, and he sighed inwardly, "Why are all the good men married?" "Sudong, thank you for your help last time, I can't thank you enough." Wang Yu went up and shook Sun's hand politely. After all, the man who gave him 10 million for free should say a few words of thanks. "Brother Wang, you're too kind. I didn't expect you to be so generous." Looking at the 5 buildings in front of him, Suning was also secretly amazed. The Sun family really is something, unknowingly creating such a thing. If my daughter hadn't called me today, I might have suffered a huge loss. At the moment, Suning didn't need to know that these buildings were used by Sun Dishing to open a hotel, but were just taken away by Wang Yu. He thought that the Sun family had long since decided to enter the medical industry. "Dad, how can you call brother Wang Yu?" Sumu, who was standing next to him, glared at her father with her beautiful big eyes, furious. Just now, everything was fine, but her father came over and said that she was inferior to Wang Yu. Does that mean that in the future, she will have to call him Uncle Wang? Everyone is different. As the person involved, Wang Yu quickly tried to smooth things over, but he was unwilling to lower his status and call Suning uncle. After all, his 2 uncles were still there. The eldest brother is 47 years old this year, not much younger than Suning. He himself doesn't mind, but Sun Dezhao can't keep calling him uncle. While talking, the group looked around and Suning offered a lot of opinions along the way. Wang Yu was very impressed, and he was not just an ordinary professional. He was a member of a medical family, and his expertise was not to be underestimated. Wang Yu was even more determined to invite the Su family to join. Sun Dishing was pulling his older brother behind him, whispering something. Sumu followed his father with his head bowed, silently walking along, not knowing what he was thinking. Wang Yu, on the other hand, began to narrate his dream again, and Suning nodded repeatedly as he listened, especially when Wang Yu proposed his condition, which made him light up. "How come I didn't think of such a good way to promote myself? If it works well, the Su family will definitely reap both fame and fortune. Chairman Su, it's hot here, and you've seen the place. Now, shall we find somewhere to talk?" Sun Dezhao smiled and invited Suning. "Well, brother Dezhao, you have good taste, finding such a talented man as your brother-in-law." Suning couldn't help but praise Wang Yu in his eyes. "Please, Chairman Su, the restaurant is booked, please come." "You're welcome, we'll be family in the future." Saying this, Suning patted Sun Dezhao on the shoulder, very happy. At present, the two men's intention to cooperate was obvious. As for the distribution of benefits, it wasn't time to talk about it, and it didn't affect the current relationship. Suning drove his daughter in the car, while Sun Dishing drove his eldest brother and Wang Yu. They arrived at a private kitchen one after the other. After entering the private room, the dishes began to arrive in an endless stream, and the few people just chatted and laughed without getting to the point. Wang Yu had already been entrusted by his 2 uncles when he arrived, and he didn't care how the cooperation was negotiated. Anyway, he brought the people here himself, so it doesn't matter what conditions they negotiate. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Suning's eyes lit up. He knew that he was currently at a disadvantage. Although the Su family is very important to the Sun family is even more important to the Su family. If the cooperation fails to materialize. Chapter 96, the Sun family's daughter-in-law is not to be trifled with. Dezhao, I'm a few years older than you, so I won't be polite. Brother Su, we're all family here, there's no need to be polite. Sun Dezhao also wanted to have a preliminary exchange of views with Suning. Okay, then I'll state my position first. I support this cooperation. Then brother and I agree with you, I believe this cooperation will definitely be very pleasant. The two men smiled at each other, both quite satisfied. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, Wang Yu's phone rang. He took it out and smiled apologetically at Suning. It's my sister-in-law Qianshan calling, I'll go and answer it. He finished speaking and walked out of the room. Sun Dezhao, whose conversation had been interrupted, was of course not unhappy. Shouldn't the brother-in-law be the first to answer the phone when it's his little sister? Qianshan, what's wrong? My brother and I are talking about something. What? Go over there now? It's not even 1 o'clock yet. I've been waiting since the morning. Hang on a second, I'll ask Sangu to take me there. After hanging up, Wang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. The Sun family daughters-in-law are really impatient. They went to Wu Shuyue's sister's beauty salon in the morning and booked the whole place. They didn't go out for lunch either, just grabbed a bite at the salon. They started calling Sun Xian at just after 12 to ask when she was coming. Sun Xian was so impatient that she had no choice but to rush over first. It was fine if she didn't go, but the Sun family wives could still hold their patience. When she came in, her little snow-white and tender face and her undulating figure made the envious group of women itch with envy. They couldn't help but start nagging one after the other, and Sun Xian was completely unable to hold back. She quickly called Wang Yu and asked him to come over. Brother, Qianshan called and asked me to hurry over. Something wrong? Sun Dezhao frowned. They hadn't even discussed the matter yet, and Wang Yu, the instigator, was already preparing to leave, which made him feel a bit disrespected. Sun Dezhao's wife and sister-in-law were all urging Qianshan, and she couldn't hold back any longer. Shit! Sun Dezhao immediately remembered when he heard this. It seemed that these women had arranged to meet this afternoon. If he held the person back now, the resentment would be directed at him. Thinking about what his wife had said, Sun Dezhao couldn't help but feel weak in the knees, and immediately urged. Oldest brother, don't eat anymore, hurry and take your brother-in-law there, and come back to pick me up later. Okay, I'll come back after I drop off your brother-in-law. Sun Dezhang also remembered what his wife had told him today, and knew that he couldn't delay. Wang Yu apologized to Sun Yuming apologetically, and left under the curious gaze of the two of them. Well, Brother Su, I'm sorry, family matters, let's continue our conversation. Although Sunning was curious about Wang Yu and Sun Dishing's departure, since it was someone else's family matter, he didn't feel comfortable asking. After a faint smile, he began talking to Sun Dezhao again. Sun Dishing sped all the way, arriving in 20 minutes, and Wang Yu received 2 more calls from Sun Xian urging him along the way. After getting out of the car, Wang Yu wanted to ask Sun Dishing if he wanted to go in together and take a look. Who knew that the guy took a U-turn and slipped away with the gas pedal? There was nothing he could do but sigh and prepare to face the women alone. After arriving at the beauty salon, Wang Yu was let in after revealing his identity. Before he could figure out the situation, he noticed that the door was locked. Then more than 20 women stared at him with fiery eyes, as if they wanted to devour him alive. Okay, don't scare Qianshan's man. As the half-owner, Wu Shuyue immediately began to calm everyone down. Brother-in-law, you go in first, Qianshan is waiting for you inside. With that, he recommended Wang Yu into a pink single room. Sun Xian was lying on a massage chair at this time, her face full of resignation, her clothes crumpled as if she had been. Qianshan, what's wrong with you? Wang Yu asked with concern. It's nothing, I was tired after being examined by a bunch of sisters-in-law. Sun Xian replied listlessly, looking at Wang Yu with great concern. Her own daughter-in-law is pregnant with a child, and she has been tossed around by these women. Let's get started, honey. We have to get them today. One more time, I really can't take it anymore. After Wang Yu came over, Sun Xian also perked up. Well, did you bring the things I asked you to bring? It's all here. Sun Xian pointed to a bag in the corner, which contained several pairs of thick rubber gloves and several packs of silver needles, which could basically solve most issues. Wang Yu put on a mask and put on a white coat, then gestured for Sun Xian to go out and call someone in. Before long, Wu Shuyue walked in. No wonder the Sun Dexing couple had gotten in line, they weren't taking any losses. Second sister-in-law, you just lie here. Seeing Wang Yu wearing a mask on his face and a pair of thick gloves on his hands, Wu Shuyue was relieved. This brother-in-law is still very attentive and has a good character. There was no excessive communication, after all. the two of them didn't have much to communicate in their current capacity. Wang Yu took off one glove and, as usual, began to take the pulse, and then Wu Shuyue's physical condition was displayed on the system. Apart from some common gynecological issues, there was also some anemia, which was not a major issue and did not require acupuncture. Wang Yu then began the massage. The whole time, neither of them spoke. At first, Wu Shuyue was a little nervous, but looking at the gloves Wang Yu was wearing, which were at least 2 millimeters thick, she immediately relaxed. After a while, she felt her body start to heat up and she began to sweat. She felt indescribably comfortable all over, and the heat radiating from within made her skin flush. After 20 minutes, Wang Yu finished the massage and then took out a pen to write down the regimen for the medicinal food, which was mainly for nourishing the qi and replenishing the blood. He wrote out another prescription, wrote Wu Shuyue's name on it, and said, "Second sister-in-law, start taking the medicine tomorrow, and the medicinal food as well. Your brother will send it to the house then. You can go out when you're done here." Wu Shuyue, who was looking in the mirror, felt that her face really looked younger, although not as obviously as Qianqian's. Hearing Wang Yu's words, she realized that she still needed to take medicine to complement the treatment. She was relieved and thought that after the treatment, she would definitely become even younger. "Thank you, brother-in-law." After saying that, she pushed open the door and walked out. "How is my sister-in-law? Is it effective?" "Second sister-in-law looks much better, she really looks younger, and it's only been a short while." Yes, I remember when second sister-in-law went in, there were still some wrinkles around the eyes, but now they've faded a lot." Wu Shuyue's transformation once again caused the group of women to exclaim. After all, they had seen it with their own eyes, it really worked. Wu Shuyue immediately explained a bit, and then said that it would need to be combined with medication, and in the future, the effect of rejuvenation would be even more obvious. Chapter 97 Yuwen's Tears of Misunderstanding. "Brother-in-law, you are really amazing, Qianqian is really blessed to marry you. Brother-in-law, can you teach me this massage technique? I want to open a massage parlor. Brother-in-law, can you press a little longer? I don't feel like I'm getting younger." On average, he did one massage every 20 minutes. Wang Yu overestimated his speed and underestimated the number of sons' daughters-in-law. He was busy for more than 8 hours before he finally sent the women away. Wu Shuyue's younger sister, seeing the changes in everyone, inquired and, after finding out the details, took 5 million and wouldn't let go of her sister. There was a threatening air that if they didn't let me in, none of you will be able to get out, so Wu Shuyue had to find Sun Shen and speak nicely to her. After Wang Yu found out, he didn't disagree, since there were already so many people, he didn't care about one more, so he just treated it as an extra shift. After writing the last prescription, Wang Yu collapsed onto the massage bed, feeling only general aches and pains throughout his body. Who could imagine the torture he had endured for these past few hours? The people beneath his hands were either calling him brother-in-law or younger brother's wife, and even though he was wearing gloves, he was always mindful of his movements. "Xiaoyu, how are you feeling?" Sun Xian came in and placed Wang Yu's head on her own white, supple thighs, stroking his face tenderly. "It's okay, I'm just a little tired." "Where are your relatives?" "They've left. None of them are still outside talking." "Qianqian, do you want to take revenge?" Wang Yu still remembered Sun Xian's appearance when she came. Now that he had been made to look like this by them, Wang Yu decided to find something for these women to do. "What revenge? They're all family, and besides, the others have already paid. What do you want to do?" Sun Xian thought Wang Yu was up to no good, and tapped him on the head. "You said that apart from the eldest brother's daughter and you, the Sun family has only sons in both generations. I want to let these women contribute to the Sun family by giving birth to a daughter for each of them. What do you think?" Sun Xian's eyes lit up at Wang Yu's words. She thought this was a good idea. She had been a little guilty about taking so much money. But now that they were each giving the family a warm-hearted gift, she suddenly felt justified in taking the money. "Okay, I'll do as you say, but what are you going to do?" Wang Yu pointed at the prescription he had written down and said, "It's all been prescribed, don't worry, next year you'll have 20 more nieces." With that, the two of them walked out of the room, and the group of sons' daughters-in-law outside were still chatting and discussing. When Wu Shuyue saw Wang Yu come out, she immediately led the group to welcome him, and once she started thanking him, she couldn't stop. Sun Xian came forward to deal with the situation, while Wang Yu, with a smile on his face, used his supernatural powers to send children, silently counting in his mouth. 1, 2, 3, 15, 21. 22. Hey! Why is there one more? Oh! It turns out to be the younger sister-in-law of the second brother. You can't favor one over the other. Although he is a transfer student, he pays the same tuition as everyone else. 23. Go! After chatting with a large group of people for a while, Sun Xian took Wang Yu and left. This time, they came to Sun Xian's outside home, and Yuwen and Chunmei were still watching TV. Seeing that Wang Yu and Sun Xian looked like they had been carrying cement all day, they were a little curious. Brother, what did you two do that you're so tired? Chunmei immediately came over, helped Sun Xian onto the sofa, and then obediently brought 2 glasses of water over. As for Wang Yu, there was Yuwen, so it wasn't his turn to help. Brother Yu, are you okay? Yuwen asked worriedly. It's fine, I'm just a little tired. Wang Yu answered listlessly. He couldn't even bother to visit Sun Xian's big house for the first time. We haven't eaten yet, let's see what's in the fridge. Chunmei, heat it up, otherwise you won't have a brother and sister-in-law. No, just one less sister-in-law, Yuwen has eaten enough today. Oops, the little girl wants to rebel. Saying this, Sun Xian was about to tickle Chunmei, but she avoided it and ran to the kitchen to start cooking. After spending a long time together, Sun Xian and Chunmei have also developed a good relationship, which is what Wang Yu is most grateful to Sun Xian for. Wang Yu reclined on the sofa, resting his head on Yuwen's chest, enjoying the massage she was giving his head. He felt so comfortable that he wanted to fall asleep, but his grumbling stomach made him feel a little uncomfortable. Shanqian, what have you been doing? Yuwen asked with some concern. All the wives in my family went to see Xiaoyu today, asking him to help them treat hidden physical problems. There were more than 20 of them, and it exhausted the 2 of us. Sun Xian took a sip of water and explained. But no sooner had she finished speaking than Yuwen's tears started to fall. Wang Yu couldn't see her at the moment, but she was still enjoying herself with her eyes closed. Sun Xian put down her teacup, looked at the silent Yuwen, and immediately reacted. She didn't care about being tired at the moment, and immediately pulled Wang Yu aside, embraced Yuwen in her arms, and said with concern. Oh, sister. It's not what you think. Even if I were generous, I would never let Wang Yu do that. At this, Wang Yu also reacted, immediately looking aghast, and looking at Sun Xian, she really wanted to punish her. So, what was it like? Yuwen said with a sob. Sun Xian helped Yuwen wipe away her tears and immediately explained, and after making things clear, Yuwen realized that it was a misunderstanding. There were more than 20 women, even if it really was what she thought, would brother Yu still be alive? However, the 2 women looked at Wang Yu with some caution. This guy is too powerful, and no one can know about him. We must keep a close eye on him. Seeing that the 2 women were excluding him and whispering to each other, Wang Yu didn't care much. After finishing his cup of tea, he drank the half cup of water that Sun Xian left. He also composed a text message for Wenxin, saying that he would not go back that night, so they didn't need to wait up for him. After that, he lay on the bed without any sense of propriety, calculating in his head, thinking about his own hospital. As for what Sun Diching and Suning were talking about, Wang Yu didn't worry at all. He didn't care about their so-called distribution of benefits. All he could think about was fulfilling his ambitions. In his opinion, the most important thing about the hospital was that it was completely free for the police, firefighters, and their families. He really wanted to help these people so that they would have fewer worries, and on the other hand, there was the issue of the cause and effect mechanism of his own blessing. Since these 2 types of people had the highest merit value, then if he helped them for free, wouldn't he gain even more merit after a year? Chapter 98, 2 foxes cooperate to dig a pit. However, Wang Yu underestimated his idea. In the afternoon, Sun Dizhou and Suning had a deep discussion about the condition Wang Yu proposed. According to their investigation, there are about 20,000 police officers in Xiudu City, and there are no more than 100,000 people, including family members. As for firefighters, there are even fewer, and it would be good to have 1,000 or so. Taking 100,000 people as an example, about 1/10 of them get sick every year, and even the older ones will not exceed 2/10. And even fewer people will go to the hospital for treatment. It is impossible that everyone will go for any illness. Moreover, the police station and fire brigade also have certain medical resources. After calculation, they will provide free treatment to between 5,000 and 7,000 people each year, at a cost of about 10 million yuan. However, the feedback received is far beyond 10 million yuan. If this practice continues, their hospital will definitely become famous. This intangible help is even more significant and far more effective than Suning's annual spending of huge sums of money on free medical aid activities. Sumu, who had been listening on the side, suddenly realized, but she didn't believe at all that Wang Yu's move was intended to make a profit. She just didn't know that Wang Yu wasn't simply doing this to make money, but to gain merit points more efficiently. Then Sun Dezhou once again explained to Suning, going over Wang Yu's hidden medical skills one by one, until Suning was horrified and cold sweat dripped from her. She couldn't help but complain about her daughter. After working together for so long, she had never realized that Wang Yu's medical skills were so high. If it weren't for President Han's phone call, I would have been stupid enough to open a hospital and die without knowing it. At that moment, Sun Dezhou was not as stubborn as ever about the conditions he proposed, and Sun Dezhou, seeing Suning in this state, was also embarrassed to push for more, and also appropriately ceded some of his interests. They kept chatting until after 3 p.m. before they were able to finalize the overall cooperation plan. The specifics would have to be negotiated in detail by the two men's subordinates after they took over. However, after the overall cooperation framework was completed, the other two didn't really care about it. Brother Dezhou, I'm not sure if you're aware of something. Sun Dezhou looked at Suning with a puzzled expression and asked, What is it, Brother Su? Suning frowned and said with a serious expression, It's about your brother-in-law. It seems that he has a big conflict with Wen Liang from the one group. Suning then told Sun Dezhou everything he knew, and Sumu added a few comments in just the right place. When Sun Dezhou heard the name Chen Yuding, he suddenly had a revelation. Damn it! It turned out that this kid had cuckolded his brother-in-law. For a moment, various emotions such as anger and shame welled up in his heart. Sun Dezhou clenched his fists and thought to himself, should I get rid of him or thank him? At this thought, a cold smile crept onto the corner of his mouth. At this point, Sun Dezhou suddenly realized an issue and hurriedly asked, Brother Su, the Wen group you mentioned couldn't be the Wen family in the capital, could it? Su Ning shook his head and replied, No. If it were the Wen family in the capital, with the strength of the two of us, we wouldn't be enough for them to step on. What I meant was actually the Wen group in Tiannan City. Well, as long as it's not the Wen family in the capital, the Wen group in Tiannan City is very powerful, but this is Shudu City, and the two of us will have a good time with them this time. Brother, I have an idea. Listen. Sumu could only see his father and Sun Dezhou's voices getting lower and lower as they spoke, and the more they spoke, the more sinister they became. Brother, you are still the best when it comes to tactics. This time, the Wen group's claw reaching into Shudu City can't be retracted. No, brother, I happened to run into it, and I just happened to be able to do it. The two men smiled at each other, and they became a little wary of each other. At this time, Wang Yu was still working hard, and had no idea how big a pit Sumu's father and eldest brother had dug for Wen Liang, waiting for him. But even if he had known, he would have given his full support. He was absolutely the most enthusiastic about digging a pit for Wen Liang. After exchanging some more polite words, the two left one after the other. Sun Dishing, who was impatiently waiting at the gate, picked up the pace and drove off. Suning and his daughter sat in the car and talked for a long time, because Suning had handed over the preparations for the new hospital to his daughter. On the one hand, it was to exercise Sumu's abilities, and on the other hand, he could also see that Wang Yu and Sumu had a good personal relationship. As for other aspects, Suning would never consider it, nor did he want his daughter to have any unclear relationship with Wang Yu. He completely admired Wang Yu's abilities and wanted Sumu to learn from him. Achoo! I have a cold. When Liang wiped his nose and felt a little uncomfortable, Chen Yuding touched his forehead with concern. What the two didn't know was that a huge conspiracy had already begun. Wen Liang was still thinking about how to get rid of Wang Yu at this time. Someone else had already taken the first step and was preparing to get rid of him. Our comrade Wang Yu, on the other hand, was unaware of anything and was eating the noodles cooked by Chunmei. As expected, she was his cousin, and the taste had a bit of her mother's true heritage. Sun Xian was also very hungry and ate a full bowl before burping and getting ready to wash up and go to bed. Wang Yu had already finished 2 bowls and, seeing that there was some left in the pot, took the spoon and finished it off. When Chunmei saw her brother finish eating, she pushed him out and started cleaning up. Yuan was still blushing from the misunderstanding earlier and, seeing Wang Yu coming over, immediately ran to her room. Now that he was alone in the living room, the bored Wang Yu had the time to take a look around Sun Xian's house. As expected of the Sun family's only daughter, the house was indeed not small, estimated to be 400 square meters. Needless to say about the decoration, I wonder if Qianxian would be afraid of living in such a big house by herself before. Thinking about this, Wang Yu felt that it was better to ask her in person, so he walked into the bathroom. Sun Qian, who was taking a nice hot bath at the moment, looked up and saw Wang Yu walk in. "Get out of here quickly." Wang Yu laughed embarrassedly and said, "I just came to ask you if you are afraid to live alone in such a big house at night." Then he quickly stopped. "Ah! Scoundrel!" Sun Qian covered the key area with her hand and glared fiercely at Wang Yu with her big eyes. Hey, don't block it, it's not like I haven't seen it before," Wang Yu shamelessly said. "You!" Sun Qian was indignant. "Get out of here quickly." Seeing this, Wang Yu knew that he couldn't joke too much. "Okay, I'll go out right away, you take your time and wash." After saying this, Wang Yu walked out. Sun Qian heard the door close and patted her chest, remembering the scene just now. A blush could not be helped on her face. Chapter 99. Wang Yu ran away. When he woke up in the morning, Wang Yu found that there was no one in the quilt. After looking around, he found that none of the three women were at home. However, Chunmei in the pot did leave him some rice, and Yuan also left him this note. As for Sun Qian, she left nothing, just a text message telling him to eat his fill and get lost, that she didn't want to see him today. Wang Yu realized that his skin was getting thicker and thicker. In the past, it was Sun Qian who blushed and became angry when he molested her, but now it was the other way around. After eating breakfast, he contacted San Ji's diligent subordinate and explained the medicinal food he needed. But this time, there was too much, so he took a picture and sent it to the other person. As soon as this subordinate saw the name and address on it, he said that he would never dare to mention the money, as both of his boss's women were on it. Without thinking, it is estimated that the above is full of Sun family members. If he collects the money, he will be torn apart by his boss. Wang Yu saw that the other party was not going to budge, and there was nothing else he could do. Forget it. I'll make it up to San Gu some other time. Next, Wang Yu was going to talk to the family hospital about the medicine. He didn't know if they would provide the herbs for the prescription he had written. He had originally wanted to ask President Han for help, but he didn't want to go there and see that guy Wen Liang. After all, there was more than just the Maria Hospital in Shudu City, so he drove directly to the city hospital. After working there for half a day, the pharmacy wouldn't give him any medicine without a prescription from a hospital doctor, which really stumped Wang Yu. Just when he didn't know what to do, Su Mu's phone rang. Seeing Su Mu's name, Wang Yu immediately slapped his head. How could he have forgotten about the Su family? There was definitely no issue in asking Su Mu for help. After answering the phone and asking what Su Mu wanted, the two of them made another appointment to meet. However, this time it wasn't at the club, but at a large pharmacy owned by the Su family in Shudu City. This pharmacy can be considered the ancestral property of the Su family. It has been 3 generations since Su Mu's generation, and it is also considered the Su family's signature in Shudu City. After Wang Yu arrived, he saw Su Mu waiting at the door. Compared to yesterday's outfit, Su Mu today was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt and a pair of denim 3/4 pants, which looked much more casual. She also had no makeup on her face, giving her the feeling of a sister from the neighborhood. "Miss Su, I still have to thank you for your help in this matter. They wouldn't give me the medicine when I went to the hospital." "You're welcome, it was nothing." With that, the two of them walked into the pharmacy. Wang Yu took out the prescription she had recorded yesterday, calculating the dosage and the course of treatment required for each prescription. The staff member calculated it, looked up at Su Mu again, but got no hint, so they could only do their job. They immediately issued a bill for more than 7 million, which made Wang Yu gasp in amazement. But thinking about the more than 100 million in income that Sun Qian had told her was in the account, he felt that it was a bit too little to give each of them a daughter, and wondered if he should do it again next year. After paying, he didn't take the medicine with him, and was going to boil it at the pharmacy in the future. This wasn't expensive, and the pharmacy gave it to him for free. As for giving medicine away, well, Wang Yu really didn't have the time to do it all. There were too many people, and they lived in too many different places, so he decided not to trouble his third brother anymore. Forget it, let them come and collect it every day. Wang Yu sent Sun Qian the address and then hung up. "Mr. Wang, once you're done, can we start preparing for the hospital?" "Preparing for what?" Wang Yu asked curiously. "Isn't the hospital going to be renovated, and some low-rise buildings added?" "That's Brother San's responsibility, just ask him." "What about the procurement of medical equipment?" "You decide on that one. If you want to spend money, go to your father or my eldest brother-in-law. You can't go bothering them for office supplies and some household items for the hospital." My second eldest brother-in-law Sun Dihang, the mall in the city center of Shudu is his, go to him for those things. Oh, I forgot to mention, Sun Dihang and Sun Dishing have both invested a lot of money in the hospital and are also shareholders, so if there's anything, just go to them. So what are you in charge of? Sumu asked impatiently. I'll wait for the hospital to open and work, I'm a doctor, don't you forget. Sumu was so angry that she couldn't say a word, and watched Wang Yu leave. But she couldn't leave, as the Su family had handed over the entire hospital preparation task to her. Wang Yu, on the other hand, knew nothing about it, and the other three major shareholders were above him, so of course he wouldn't get involved in such things. As for how much to invest, Wang Yu said that he would not invest any money, nor did he want any shares. As long as he agreed to his conditions, he would go to work at the hospital. It seems that although he was the one who started this hospital, it has nothing to do with him now. After saying goodbye to Sumu, Wang Yu went to Wen Xian's house. He remembered that he had told Wen Xian that he wanted to visit her uncle. He had some free time these few days, so he thought about asking if it was convenient to go over today. After all, Wen Xian had been with him for such a long time, and he couldn't keep not visiting her. Uncle Wang. When Wan opened the door again. As for why Wang Yu didn't open the door himself, after all, Wen Xian didn't live there alone anymore. Although he has a key, it is better to knock on the door, as it is important to respect the privacy of the young girl. How are you feeling today, Wan? I feel much better. How long do I have to take the medicine that Uncle Wang prescribed? You should continue to take the medicine for another 2 months, but you must continue to take the medicinal food. Speaking of which, I remember when I was at the Marian Hospital, I only took 1 course of medicine, so there probably isn't much left. He wrote down the prescription and the address of Su's pharmacy, and handed it to Wan, saying, when you run out of medicine, go to this place to buy medicine. They can help you make the medicine there. Since Sumu delivered the medicine once last time, Wang Yu brought the medicinal herbs back and made the medicine a few times when he had time, but mostly when Xian did it. Now there's no need to do it anymore, just go and get the ready-made ones. Where's your mom? She's sleeping in the room. Lately, she always feels like she doesn't get enough sleep. It was like that for a while after she got pregnant. It's okay, I'll go take a look. At that moment, Wang Yu went to the bedroom and saw Wen Xian sleeping peacefully. He didn't want to disturb her and immediately wanted to leave. But Wen Xian seemed to sense it, and before Wang Yu could walk out, she noticed him. Why are you here at this time? Is there anything wrong? I haven't had anything to do in the past few days, so I thought I would come over and ask you when we are going to visit your uncle, as you said last time. Wen Xian thought for a moment after hearing Wang Yu's words and said, no need. My second uncle has returned to Beijing, and I don't want to go back for the rest of my life because of some things, so there's no need to visit. Seeing Wen Xian's lost look, it obviously brought up sad things. Wang Yu walked over and patted her head and said, don't be sad, you won't be alone in the future, you have me, Wan, and next year you'll have 2 children. Chapter 100, President Han dances with the little Ho. Since Sun Deqiu and Su Ning finalized the plan, the preparations for the hospital have been progressing quickly, and the pit dug for Wen Liang is getting deeper and deeper. In the past month, although Wang Yu has not participated in the preparations, he has not let up on himself. Apart from spending time with his beloved woman, he has been studying like crazy. Traditional Chinese medicine is obscure and difficult to understand, but Wang Yu has accumulated a lot of practical experience at Maria Hospital, and looking at medical books in reverse gives him a sense of sudden enlightenment. But the more he read, the more he felt that he knew so little. Thanks to the Su family, Wang Yu had access to many ancient medical books that had long since disappeared from the market, as well as some secret recipes. Su Ning was exceptionally kind to Wang Yu, and he was completely open about the family's background. After a few days of busy work, Sumu discovered an issue with herself. She felt that she had put the cart before the horse a bit. She wasn't very interested in the operation of the business herself, but now she was busy every day and overwhelmed. In contrast, Wang Yu had never given up on improving himself. After thinking it over, she talked to her father about her thoughts, and then stopped focusing on the preparations for the hospital. Instead, she and Wang Yu plunged into the sea of knowledge together. Tian's health also improved early, and she didn't need Wang Yu's help at all. After living in the house rented by Wang Yu for less than a month, she and Tianhao became good friends. In the past few days, she has found time to bring Tianhao lunch. From the outside, it seems that the two are rapidly warming up to each other, and it's just a matter of time before they break the ice. But these sweet things don't understand, she just listened to her mother's words, came over to express her gratitude. The warm belly is slowly growing, and she is completely hands-off when it comes to company matters, single-mindedly thinking about the child in her belly. Sioux City's medical industry was rocked by the Sun brothers' strong entry. This day, Dean Han and Suning talked for a long night, and no one knows what was discussed. But after that, the atmosphere at Mary Hospital changed a little, and Wen Liang has been very uneasy in recent days. To say that he is investing in Mary Hospital for Wang Yu is to wrong him. How could someone so young be able to control a large group without brains? Before investing, he had carefully investigated the strength and background of Mary Hospital and its future development. As for cleaning up Wang Yu, it seemed to him that it was incidental, but recently the large hospital opened by the three Sun brothers in Dongqing district has posed a great threat to him. There is still time to think of a countermeasure. If the hospital in Dongqing district starts operating officially, the impact on Mary Hospital will be huge. After several consecutive board meetings, Wen Liang finally calmed down a bit under the reassurance of a few directors led by Suning. He also knew the famous business saying, different trades are like different mountains, and just as Suning said, some things cannot be done just by having money. If you think about the people around you, none of them have not been in the medical industry for many years. Together with the strong financial resources of the Wen Group, there is really no need to worry too much. However, the necessary precautions should still be taken, and the important task at hand was handed over to Dean Han, who was increasingly valued by Wen Liang. At this time, our Dean Han was talking to Dr. Wang, a surgical specialist at Mary Hospital. Old Wang, have you heard about recent events in the industry? Yes, I have. The new hospital in Dongqing district is due to open next month. Yes, I heard that they are hiring in the industry. I don't know if you have applied for a resume. President Han's words surprised Dr. Wang, because he really did apply for a resume. On the one hand, he really liked the salary at the new hospital, and on the other hand, he was still upset about the dismissal of Wang Yu from Mary Hospital. You have to know that Wang Yu has taught him a lot. Although few people care about these things in modern society, Dr. Wang has always remembered it. So when he saw a good opportunity, he immediately sent in his resume, but although he did, he definitely can't admit it now. After all, he hasn't even gone to the interview yet, and he doesn't know if he can successfully jump ship. President Han, I've been at our hospital for so many years, and at this age, how could I possibly have these kinds of thoughts? Ha ha. Lao Wang, you're not being honest. How is it that I don't understand what President Han is saying? Lao Wang was a little guilty, unable to guess the meaning of President Han's words, and immediately started to play dumb. Dean Han stared at Lao Wang with a smile for a while, then looked at his watch. It was exactly 9:30, which was also Lao Wang's interview time today. But Lao Wang, sitting below, was cursing in his heart. He had such an important matter today, but it was delayed by this guy above him, and the chance of him changing jobs was probably gone. Cough cough. Dean Han cleared his throat, then took out a document and pretended to read it for a while before saying to Lao Wang, Dr. Wang, your resume is very impressive, and you have extensive clinical experience. We at Shiguang Hospital would be very happy to have you join us. Holy cow! Dr. Wang was dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Seeing that Dr. Wang was still in shock, President Han was also a little embarrassed. After all, as the president of Mary Hospital, he had been appointed by Suning to be the interviewer for Shiguang Hospital. Now the person interviewing on behalf of Shiguang Hospital was still one of his subordinates from Mary Hospital. Needless to say, Dr. Wang was dumbfounded. When looking at the resumes, President Han himself was confused for a long time. He had originally thought that when he left, he would be able to poach a large number of people from Mary Hospital. Now, however, the dozen or so resumes in the drawer were all from doctors at Mary Hospital. This shows how much of a failure he has been as the president of Mary Hospital. In the future, when he arrives at Shiguang Hospital, he must pay close attention to the ideological work with these people. Hospital, president, what do you mean? Old Wang stammered, not really afraid, but this was just too unbelievable. Well, I am. Now the interviewer at Shiguang Hospital. Dr. Wang has passed the interview at our hospital. Remember to report for duty on the 6th of next month. Director, you have also defected. Dr. Wang said excitedly, as he came to his senses. Old Wang, disaster comes from the mouth. If you don't know what to say, don't say anything. What defection? It's a normal job transfer. Chairman Su is also a major shareholder of Shiguang Hospital. How can I call it a defection if I listen to Chairman Su's arrangements? I understand, President Han is right. Alright, you can go now. Keep this confidential, otherwise President Han of Shiguang Hospital won't let you off. President Han of Shiguang Hospital won't let me off. Sigh. So in the end I still have to work under President Han's subordinates, but it's not bad to think about it. After all, we are all quite familiar with each other. After Lao Wang left, President Han took out a resume and read it for a while, then dialed the number on it. Dr. Qin, come to my office now. Dean Han, I had some family matters and just asked for leave from Director Lin. You come over first. Dean Han, my mother-in-law is dying, I need to go home quickly. Dr. Qin, I don't know if your mother-in-law will make it, but if you don't come, you really won't be able to go to Shiguang Hospital. Chapter 101, when Liang begins to lay plans to block the Sun brothers. 10 minutes later, Dr. Qin walked into Dean Han's office with a shocked face. 20 minutes later, Dr. Qin walked out with a face full of excitement. As for his dying mother-in-law, Dr. Qin said that there was no such thing, and that his mother-in-law had always been in good health. In the morning, Dean Han interviewed 8 doctors with relatively outstanding medical skills, and as for the rest, he was not going to get involved. After all, these people either have mediocre medical skills or have only been at the hospital for a short time, and he currently has no control over them. After thinking about it, it would be better to find an assistant, and he still needs to find a way to convince the 10 top experts that the Wen Group is prepared to hire at a high price to leave. Just as Dean Han was thinking about how to poach people, when Liang's phone call came in. Dean Han, how is it going? Chairman, I've already found out. The hospital in Dongcheng district is called Shiguang Hospital, and the legal representative is Sun Dishing, Wang Yu's third uncle. When Liang's face darkened after hearing this. It seems that the Sun brothers really want to have a go at him. President Han, let's put this aside for now. The most important thing is those experts. We must invite them at all costs. Don't worry, Chairman. We've already negotiated 5 of them, and the rest have also expressed preliminary interest. I believe we can get them all in a month at most. Well, President Han, I believe in your abilities, don't let me down, I won't treat you badly after it's done. When Liang hung up the phone after painting a rosy picture for President Han for a while. Damn it! A 20-something kid with a head of hair is still painting me a rosy picture. Don't I know that I've been professionally painting rosy pictures for 20 years? After hanging up the phone, President Han let out a few words of inner trolling, and then he thought of Suning's kind of communication style, which was no nonsense, just a straight 10% stake thrown over the wall. This is someone who is truly worth following. Sitting in his office, when Liang flipped through the materials he had someone investigate these days. The Mary Hospital was only his first step into Shuqing City. As an ambitious and capable person, Wen Liang certainly didn't expect to succeed in one area. The Su and Sun families could see the huge market in Dongqing district, so how could Wen Liang not see it as well? But it seems that he is still a step too late, as the Sun family's hospital will start operating next month. He can only rely on Mary Hospital to limit their momentum for now, and once he builds a large hospital in Dongqing district, it will be the end of the Sun brothers. But this will take time. With the support of Suning, the leader in the medical industry, and the help of capable people like Dean Han, Wen Liang feels confident that he can defeat the Sun brothers and put Wang Yu in his place. After much consideration, Wen Liang decided to buy land in Dongqing district to build a hospital, but this investment is too large. A preliminary estimate is that it will cost 5 billion, and it is estimated that a lot more will have to be invested in the future. At present, he cannot make the decision on this matter. After all, he is only in charge of the group on a temporary basis, and there is still a mother above him. After thinking for a while, he called his mother. "Mom, how is your health recently?" "Oh, your fourth sister is with you." "Well, I am also in Shidu City now." "Yes, the group has already acquired a hospital, which is considered to be the first step." "Mom, I have an idea." In the future, Dongqing district. When Liang reported his thoughts and investment intentions to his mother over the phone these days. He spoke eloquently about various data analyses, future development models and profit models, and remembered everything clearly without having to refer to the materials in his hands, which showed that Wen Liang's abilities were indeed quite good. Otherwise, he would not have been able to keep the brother and sister pair suppressed all the time. "Mom, this investment is relatively large in scale, so I want you to be the gatekeeper." "Okay, Mom, don't worry, I will definitely get this right." "Well, I know, it won't affect finding a girlfriend." When Liang hung up the phone politely after chatting with his mother about trivial matters. When Liang was very grateful to his mother. She adopted him when he was 11 years old, and although she was strict with him, she treated him sincerely. Under his mother's cultivation, Wen Liang has become better and stronger. However, now his once strict mother has begun to care about his personal life, which makes Wen Liang very happy. Wen Liang's heart warmed when he thought of his mother telling him not to let work get in the way of finding a girlfriend. He almost wanted to tell her just now that he not only had a daughter-in-law, but also 2 daughters. However, the usually calm Wen Liang suppressed the urge. He felt that he should take some time to bring his wife and children to visit in person. Wen was at home reading an early childhood education book, and her maternal instinct was even stronger. Since her stomach had started to bulge slightly, she felt like she was living in a dream every day. This feeling is so wonderful that she is intoxicated by it, and she doesn't care about anything else. She doesn't care about her own company at all, because she can make so much money that she won't need it in the next life. The most important thing now is to wait for the birth of her 2 children. Mom, whose phone is that? Wen sits obediently next to Wen Xin and gently touches her mother's belly with her little hand, feeling both nervous and excited. Your brother, he was talking about something at the company. He just knows how to work day after day, and he doesn't even know how to find a girlfriend. Mom, your eldest brother learned from you. You used to know nothing but work. Wen retorted with a pout. Wen's words made Wen Xin think about her own life. Compared to the present, it was really a sea change. Meeting Wang Yu was really the biggest luck in her life. She pinched Wen's little face and said with a smile. So Mom hopes that your eldest brother will find a girlfriend soon, so that he won't think about work every day. Ouch, stop pinching, I'm not a child anymore. Wen broke free and rubbed her own face, saying, since Wang Yu habitually pinched her twice, Wen Xin was also led to like pinching Wen's face. Not to mention, this feels really good, the more you pinch the more addictive it becomes. Mom, second and third elder brother are going to be on vacation soon. When they come back, let's have the whole family get together. It's also time to introduce Uncle Wang to them. Mom knows. When the second and third children are on vacation, I'll ask them to come over. Your eldest brother is also in Suzhou, so we can all have a meal together. Wang Yu was thinking about meeting his family last month, but he didn't go because of his own reasons. This time, he called the children he adopted to his side and formally introduced them to Wang Yu, so they can meet his family. Wen Xin couldn't help blushing when she thought about the scene of her child meeting Wang Yu. She was indeed a little shy about finding a man so much younger than herself at her age. But when she thought about the child in her belly, her heart was sweet again. As for the rumors outside, Wen Xin didn't care at all. Her own happiness was the most important thing. Chapter 102, The 3 women are about to meet. With the support of his mother, Wen Liang is firing on all cylinders, and in just a few days, he has selected a piece of land in the core area of Dongqing district. Now that there is a prospect, the company has followed up, and I believe it will take no more than a month to take the land. Thinking about the 5 buildings built by the Sun brothers, he is prepared to directly build 7 buildings to completely overtake them. And Dean Han also reports to him every day on the progress of the strategy experts. Of course, he is telling the truth, but he is hiding a small detail. Thanks to President Han's efforts, all 10 experts finally reached an agreement and set a time to sign the contract, which was set for the day the Shiguang Hospital opened. The spirited Wen Liang had a very happy month. A large amount of capital from Tiannan City flowed into the medical market of Shudou City. It caused the medical market in Shudou City to become turbulent, and many people were watching how the One Group, this fierce dragon, would overwhelm the Sun family's 3 brothers, the local tyrants. Sumu knew a little about this, but right now her mind was focused on improving her own medical skills. During this time studying with Wang Yu, she had learned a lot. She had previously looked down on traditional Chinese medicine, but now she truly felt the breadth and depth of the so-called national art. Wang Yu's medical skills had improved tremendously compared to before. For the past 2 months, he had even given up going to blessings to earn merit points, and had devoted his whole body and mind to learning. Even without the system, Wang Yu can now occupy a place in the world of traditional Chinese medicine with his current abilities. The opening of Shiguang Hospital is imminent. Today, Suning and Sun Dezhou both called him separately, asking him to attend the opening ceremony tomorrow. They said there was a huge surprise waiting for him. As a result, Wang Yu's concentration while reading today was much weaker. After barely studying for the morning and eating lunch with Su Mu, Wang Yu decided to take a break and relax. The wedding date with Yuwen was approaching, and after the hospital opened, he was planning to go back to his hometown to have the wedding. Xuanmei's wedding date was originally a month later, but seeing that her best friend and cousin were getting married soon, she went back and discussed it with the man, so she changed the wedding date and was going to marry Yuan together. When he arrived at Sun Qian's jewelry store, looking at the gradually maturing Yuan, Wang Yu felt very emotional. Who would have thought that a girl from the village would change so much in 3 months? What are you thinking? A gentle voice sounded in his ear. Wang Yu looked at Sun Qian's charming face and felt a great sense of satisfaction. He immediately reached out and put his arms around her. "I miss you," he said, and then lightly kissed her forehead. The waitress in the shop looked at this curiously, her boss being put in the arms of a tall and handsome man. "You're the only one who knows how to coax people." "No, I'm telling the truth." "Ha ha. You're getting married to Yuan next week. When are you going to tell your parents about us?" "You know, I'm also going to have a wedding, and your parents can't not come then. Besides, my parents have been nagging me, and Sange can't take it anymore, now they're both nagging me." Sun Qian thought about Yuan's approaching wedding date and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. "Don't worry, I'm ready. After the wedding with Yuan is over, I'll take you home." Wang Yu had no more concerns at this point. After all, it made no difference whether he said it sooner or later. He still knew his parents' temper very well. If he brought Yuan along and saw that the two women got along so well, they would not fight, and they would probably not make trouble for him. Of course, that was just Wang Yu's guess. As for Yuan's parents, Wang Yu would never dare to say anything, so he would wait until he and Yuan had children of their own. Otherwise, he really might be beaten to death by his father-in-law. "In the afternoon, I'll ask Yuan to come with me. Shall we go and visit Wen Xin?" Wang Yu told her the reason for coming here. "Well, it's good to meet and get to know each other. After all, we both know each other now." Seeing that Sun Qian was so considerate, Wang Yu felt a sense of guilt. As if she had read her man's mind, Sun Qian kissed Wang Yu's lips lightly and said softly, "Don't think too much about it. You forgot that it was me and Yuan who got you drunk, so don't feel guilty. We both agreed to it." Wang Yu, whose emotions were almost ready to boil over, was preparing to express his love for Sun Qian and say some heartwarming words, but was shattered by Sun Qian's words. Thinking back to that night, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He almost forgot that the girl in his arms was not a good girl, but a bold female devil. After a while of feeling sick, she called up Yuan and the two of them hurried to their cozy apartment. Wen Xin, on the other hand, was very nervous. After receiving a phone call from Wang Yu at noon and learning what was going to happen in the afternoon, she had found an excuse to get Wen out of the house early. Now she was alone, with a clearly protruding belly, going through the closet looking for clothes. One didn't feel right, and after changing again, it still looked awkward. After an hour of trying, she hadn't found a satisfactory outfit, and instead, she had tired herself out a little. After lying on the bed and thinking for a while, she simply stuffed all these expensive clothes into the closet, and then put on some loose-fitting loungewear. She looked in the mirror and felt that this look was quite good, and it was also very comfortable. She smiled contentedly in the mirror, and then sat on the sofa in the living room, listening to music for prenatal education while reading a book on what a pregnant woman needs to do at each stage. Sun Qian and Yuan were not nervous on the way here. They were chatting and laughing, which made Wang Yu, who was feeling anxious, feel even more uneasy. These two get along so well, they won't team up against Wen Xin, will they? What if the three of them start arguing? As she thought about it, Wang Yu's imagination ran wild, and she broke out in a cold sweat. She felt like her brain had definitely gone to mush today, coming up with such a crazy idea. But it was too late to change his mind. They would soon be there, and Wen Xin had already said yes, so he had to go through with it. Soon Wang Yu's car pulled into the underground garage of the residential compound. Getting out of the car, he looked at the familiar scene and thought about how impatient he had been every time he returned, but today he felt his steps were difficult. He couldn't help but admire Sunday Zhao. He didn't know how the four women of his brother-in-law had been like before, but since Wang Yu had met them, he had never seen them argue. Instead, they unite to find Sun Dezhao trouble whenever they have time. "Go, what are you doing?" Sun Qian's voice urging sounded in her ears. Yuan followed behind with a small bag in her hand, beaming with a smile. Sun Qian had told her about Wen Xin's existence long ago, and although she had felt a little sad when she heard it. According to Wang Yu's personality, this Wen Xin must be his only woman. Now she feels like a bad woman who steals other people's men. She feels a little guilty about meeting Wen Xin. As for Sun Qian, can she do something like that and feel guilty? Not to mention that she is now pregnant and even more confident. In her opinion, this time she just came to see how Wenxin's character is. If they really don't get along, it's better not to see each other often in the future, otherwise Wang Yu will definitely have a hard time. Chapter 103, The Three Women Talk, and Wang Yu is kicked out. The crisp sound of the door opening made Wen Xian, who was still leisurely reading a book, stand up nervously. Wang Yu's slightly awkward figure appeared in the doorway, and then a young and beautiful Yuwen, dressed in a youthful and beautiful outfit, walked into the room with a flushed face. Sun Xian stood behind her, secretly sizing up the gentle and elegant woman in front of her. She was dressed in simple casual clothes, but she gave Sun Xian a feeling of being the dominant wife of the family. Unconsciously, she felt inferior, took a deep breath, calmed down, and walked in. Wen looked at the three of them with a warm smile, and the nervousness she had just felt was gone. For Sun Xian and Yuwen, Wang Yu also told her a lot, and after seeing them at the moment, it really did not go as she expected. One is pure and lovely, and the other has a generous personality. It seems that they can get along well. "Hello, sister, this is a gift for you." Yuwen went up to her and took out 2 small boxes from her bag. One was the expensive jade doll that Sun Xian had prepared, which looked very pleasing. Yuwen, on the other hand, refused the gift that Sun Xian had prepared for her and instead bought a pair of very beautiful pearl earrings with the money she had earned these days. "This one is for Qian Xian, and this one is for me." Facing the warmth, Yuwen felt a lot of pressure. Although this sister kept smiling, she was still a little worried. When Xin went up to take the gift, put it on the table, and then took the hands of Yuan and Sun Xian and sat on the sofa together. Wang Yu was obediently serving tea at this time, and the three women were slightly embarrassed and didn't know what to say. "Well, why don't you go out first, and the three of us will chat for a while?" Wenxin said to Wang Yu, who was busy. Somehow, although there was no longer any nervousness, Wenxin still felt very awkward looking at Wang Yu, and was ready to kick this guy out right away. "Yes, Xiao Yu, why don't you go out for a while and let the three of us chat for a while?" Sun Xian also felt that Wang Yu was in the way, while Yuwen obediently sat there without saying anything. Hearing Wen Xian and Sun Xian's words, Wang Yu felt incredulous. What's the point of being kicked out just after he came in? He was also thinking about how to persuade them if they really got into a fight, but now this situation was beyond his expectations. After thinking for a while, he couldn't think of anything to say. It was indeed embarrassing. He used to be quite thick-skinned, but now he couldn't bear to be driven away by his own woman. "You guys chat for a while, but don't fight." After saying that, he slipped away. When the three women heard Wang Yu's words, they were all baffled. What on earth was this guy thinking? When they saw Wang Yu leave, the three women looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You have such beautiful skin, sister." Sun Xian couldn't help but praise Wen Xian as she took her hand. "Your skin is also very good, sister, I can't help but want to touch it." The two exchanged compliments, and then remembered something at the same time, their faces flushed. "You bad thing." After the Icer left, Wen Xian and Sun Xian let go a lot, and the tense atmosphere disappeared. The two held hands and chatted, of course not forgetting the girl Yuan. The three sat together, calling each other sister and happily chatting. I thought the topic would revolve around Wang Yu, but who knew that after a few words, he was forgotten. It moved directly to topics of interest to women. Wang Yu, who had been kicked out, was too lazy to go to the rented house by himself at this time. He originally wanted to buy the house, but now he had not even lived there a few times. Most of his clothes and other things were moved downstairs, and he just waited until the lease expired. He stood guard at the door, pricked up his ears, but couldn't hear anything from inside. Occasionally, however, some clear laughter could be heard. It made him itch to listen, and after standing there for 10 minutes, making sure there wouldn't be any quarrels or fights, Wang Yu let his nervous heart settle down. Bored, he took out his phone to kill some time, but at this time, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. After answering, the annoying voice came through. "Wang Yu, this is Wen Liang." Pang. He hung up the phone immediately. Wang Yu didn't even bother to say a word to Wen Liang, except to punch him. As soon as he hung up, his phone rang again, and Wang Yu hung up again. Wen Liang on the other end was having a blast. In his opinion, Wang Yu must be furious right now. Because just a moment ago, he had announced the news that 10 top experts had joined Mary Hospital. This was a major blow to Shuguang Hospital, which would open tomorrow. Now calling Wang Yu was purely to annoy him. Although Wang Yu kept hanging up on him, this guy was in an unexpectedly good mood. He kept calling for 5 or 6 times, and after seeing that Wang Yu refused to answer no matter what, he cursed him and stopped calling. What he didn't expect was that Wang Yu had no idea about the announcement he made, and would be listening at the door. What experts? Wang Yu, who has already opened his business, doesn't care at all. If there are any issues with the 3 women inside, he will be in big trouble. Seeing that the phone stopped ringing, Wang Yu directly blocked the number, feeling that the caller was sick. He wondered if the last time he had been hit on the head. Just as he was in a daze, Yuan opened the door and pulled him in. This time, he could clearly feel a difference in the atmosphere. When Xian and Sun Qian were both smiling, and it felt like they had been best friends for a long time. Yuan pulled him in, sat between the two of them, and it looked like they were getting along very well. Feeling that the relationship between the 3 women was developing in the direction he hoped, Wang Yu's heart, which had been in a state of anxiety, also relaxed. Xiao Yu, you're getting married to Yuan next week? When Xian asked a leading question as soon as she came up. Well, yes. Shen Xian said after the wedding, you're going to take her to meet your parents and explain things between the two of you? Oh shit, this is going to be bad. That's not it, I'm going to take you and Shen Xian to meet my parents and explain things between the 3 of us. Men are indeed resourceful, always able to say the right thing in a crisis. Well, we'll be together then. Shen Xian and I will both go to your wedding, you don't mind, do you? No, I don't mind. When are you planning to hold Shen Xian's wedding? Don't wait until she gets big, it won't look good. We'll do whatever you say, whenever you say. The 2 of them were having a conversation that made Wen Xian and Sun Qian feel all warm and fuzzy inside. They were truly women who could make them feel like the head of the household. Sister, your stomach is already showing, so why don't you get married first? Sun Qian couldn't help but persuade her. Wen Xian heard this and smiled faintly before shaking her head slightly. I don't need to get married, I'm quite happy living this way. Sister. Sun Qian tried to persuade her some more, but was interrupted by Wen Xian. I have my own issues, sister, there's no need to say anymore. Chapter 104, Seeing an Acquaintance at Dawn Hospital. Seeing Wen Xian's appearance, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel distressed. He knew a little about Wen Xian's family situation. But he felt that Wen Xian was hiding something deep down and had not told him her thoughts. However, it was not the time to ask about this. After he had finished dealing with recent matters, he would then ask her properly. He felt that no matter what happened to Wen Xian, he must solve it for her. The 4 of them chatted together for the rest of the afternoon. Wen Xin ended the conversation when she sensed that Wen Wan was about to return. The 3 women then said goodbye to each other, and Wang Yu was also sent away by Wen Xin. She needed time to digest what had happened today. Besides, her other 2 children might be brought over by Wen Wan in a while. She had not yet told them about Wang Yu's existence, so she would first make things clear in the evening, and then invite Wang Yu and her 4 children over for dinner tomorrow. After watching the 3 of them leave, Wen Xian tidied up the living room a little. It wasn't long before Wen Wan returned with 2 children, a boy and a girl. Jejia, Xiuhong, you're back. Wen Xian greeted them warmly. She had given a lot of love to each of her adopted children. Mom, Jejia happily ran over and threw herself into Wen Xian's arms. Wen Hong also looked at him with a happy face. The girl has grown up. How's your studies going lately? Mom, don't talk about that. Wan said you found a man. Where is he? Let me take a look. Wenjia's words made Wen Xin blush, and she gave Wan a reproachful look, complaining that she was too talkative. Wan wasn't the least bit embarrassed, and took Wen Xin's phone and put it in front of Wenjia. Sister, look, this is Uncle Wang. The background of Wen Xin's phone was a photo of Wan and her with Wang Yu. The 3 of them were smiling and looking very happy. Wan saw it and directly helped her mother set it as the screensaver. Alright, you haven't eaten yet, let's go out and eat something later. Mom, don't worry, I'll go cook. Wen Hong didn't go over to take a look, but helped his younger sister put her luggage away and obediently ran to the kitchen to cook. In Wen Heng's eyes, the only people in the world who were closest to him were his younger sister and mother, and he still kept a little distance from Wan. As for his eldest brother, the siblings never got along well. They always felt that the guy was too showy and was always on their guard. Looking at the 3 children, Wen Xian couldn't help but think of her eldest son. She picked up the phone and was about to call him back for dinner. After getting through, the 2 of them chatted for a while, and Wen Xian learned that her son was still working overtime. Wen Xian was quite touched. After chatting for a while, she learned that he had actually met a girlfriend, and Wang Xian was even happier. She immediately ordered him to bring her to meet her tomorrow night. After hanging up the phone, Wen saw Wen Jia and Wen Wan arguing together, and listening to the sound of her second son chopping vegetables in the kitchen, Wen felt really happy. As for Wang Yu, Sun Xian, and Yuan, who had left, they were not together. Just after they left the community, Wang Yu was called away by Sun Dezhou. The hospital would open tomorrow, and as the initiator, it would be hard to explain if he didn't show up for 2 months. It was better to attend the meeting tonight. After dropping Chanshan and Yuan off at home, Wang Yu drove to Shuguang Hospital. The hospital was now fully equipped to open. Thanks to the 2 months of hard work by President Han, 1/3 of the doctors and nurses from Mary Hospital had already started working at Shuguang Hospital today. Suning had also recruited a group of students from various medical schools and had also recruited quite a few doctors with good medical skills through his own channels. As for the 10 well-known domestic experts that Wen Liang had prepared as a big weapon, they had been arranged by President Han to stay at a hotel near Shuguang Hospital. They had already signed the contract today, but it was signed with Shuguang Hospital. After all, Dean Han had negotiated in the name of Shuguang Hospital. When Wang Yu arrived at the conference room of Shuguang Hospital, he saw the Su family, and the 3 Sun brothers were sitting there. He was about to go over, but was stopped by a Mediterranean man. "Divine Dr. Wang, you're here at Shuguang too." Lao Wang saw Wang Yu and immediately came over to say hello. Then Wang Yu noticed that there were more than 10 people in the conference room who looked familiar. The 2 over there seemed to be Deputy Director Lin and Dr. Qin from the gynecology department. The Mediterranean man holding his hand was familiar to Wang Yu. He was Dr. Wang who had cooperated with him to save Tang Hongyuan's son. "Old Wang, you have to address Wang Dong." President Han came a little later than Wang Yu because he had to deal with Wen Liang. As soon as he came in, he saw old Wang affectionately holding Wang Yu's hand and talking to him. Wang Yu looked back. "Holy cow! Isn't this the director of Mary Hospital? Why is he here?" "Wang Dong, introduce me." "I am now the director of Shuguang Hospital." Han Cohen said to Wang Yu with a smile. "Director Han, why are you here?" Wang Yu asked curiously. "Not only me, many colleagues from Mary Hospital are here." "Oh, your little nurse Tian, I called her and she said you had arranged it for her." "Oh, well, Tian will just follow me then." "No, why have you all come?" "Brother-in-law, come over quickly, we'll talk later." Sun Dezhou saw that everyone was here and immediately beckoned Wang Yu over. With curiosity, Wang Yu also sat in the position of the podium, and the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't figure it out. But it's not a big deal, these doctors can work at Mary Hospital, so their medical skills must be worthy of recognition. Wang Yu of course welcomes them here. As for whether Wen Liang will be furious when he finds out, he couldn't care less. On the podium, President Han was making a passionate speech, and Sun Dezhou kept nodding. From the contacts they had had over the past while, he felt that this president's son had found was really good. "Brother-in-law, are you having trouble understanding something?" Sun Dishing was also not used to attending these kinds of meetings, and immediately whispered to Wang Yu. "Third brother, what does Murphy know?" "Well, I heard Big Brother mention it." "Third brother, tell me." "No, it's quite boring right now." "Ha, I knew you wanted to know." This time Lao Su and Big Brother worked together to trap that scumbag Wen Liang. Sun Dishing's words immediately piqued Wang Yu's interest, and he immediately stuck his ear over to listen attentively. Over the past 2 months, Lao Su has slowly sold all of the shares of Mary Hospital to Wen Liang, that Dean Han, and Big Brother. Sun Dishing explained in detail how the several men had set a trap and planned to trap Wen Liang. "Oh, yes, the top experts Wen Liang hired have also signed up at our hospital today." "Brother-in-law, aren't you feeling better? How about this revenge your brother has planned? This time, we will definitely make Wen Liang suffer." After listening to Sun Dishing's explanation, Wang Yu looked at Sun Dishing and then Sun Dezhou, gritted his teeth and asked, "Brother Sun, how did you know about me and Wen Liang?" Chapter 105, Wang Yu dies, Wen Liang vomits blood. Wang Yu, who had been so strong all his life, felt an urge to silence the others when Sun Dishing casually revealed such a big secret. He had only told his parents about this incident, and no one else. As for Wen Xian, he had been drunk that time, so it didn't count. As for Chen Shusheng, Wang Yu believed that he would not spread the news. He had never mentioned Sun Xian or Yuan, and the two had obediently not asked Wang Yu about them. "Brother-in-law, I've investigated this matter, and Sun Xian and I both know about it." Qian didn't tell you? Holy shit. There are a bit too many people who need to be silenced. Wang Yu felt a sense of social death. Thinking about the day he went to Sun Qian's, he wondered if all those people knew that he had been cuckolded. Brother San, where did you hear about this? Wang Yu asked with gritted teeth. Needless to ask, Sangu, I spent a little money and even got the look on your face when you were crying in the hospital. Sun Dishing did not notice Wang Yu's change and was still bragging proudly. If it weren't for his careful investigation, such a good brother-in-law would have run away, and this matter has always been the pride he has recently been talking about. Since Wang Yu went to the Sun family, this guy has been bragging to everyone he meets. Sangu, you are really my good brother. After saying this, Wang Yu turned his back and ignored the guy. It turned out that Chen Shen had known about this for a long time, and it made her feel sad just thinking about it. Wang Yu didn't hear a word of what was said at the meeting. He was depressed as hell. He had been quite happy to hear about Sunning and Sun Dejiao's plan, but now he was very depressed after Sun Dishing had leaked the information. With a burst of loud applause, the first Shiguan hospital staff meeting officially came to an end. Let's go, brother-in-law, and go drink with Brother San. Sun Dishing looked at Wang Yu, who was hanging his head, and said, No, I'm not going. Brother San, it's better if we don't meet recently. I'm afraid I can't control myself and will beat you up. Wang Yu waved his hand and left, leaving a confused Sun Dishing. Driving back to the rented house, Wang Yu was in no mood to go to Sun Qian and Yu Wen's place. After taking a shower, he lay in bed early and started to sleep. Wen Liang was really happy at this time, as his plan was about to succeed. Today, it was announced that 10 top experts would be stationed at Mary Hospital tomorrow. I believe Wang Yu's face will definitely look terrible. In the evening, I will take Qin Yuding to meet my mother again. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Yuding, let's go see the opening ceremony of Shiguan Hospital tomorrow. Didn't you say that hospital belongs to the Sun family? Why do we have to go? Chen Yuding asked curiously. You'll know when you go. Tomorrow's opening ceremony will definitely be interesting. Wen Liang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Early the next morning, Sun Ying, Sumu, Dean Han, and the 3 Sun brothers arrived at Shiguan Hospital early. There was a steady stream of people coming to congratulate them, and Sioux City reporters were also reporting on the event. Wang Yu was still asleep and wasn't answering his phone, so no one bothered him. They were all ready to go anyway, and it was the same with or without him. When it was 9 o'clock, Wen Liang arrived with Chen Yuding. Seeing the Sun brothers standing there in high spirits, he walked over immediately. Congratulations, Boss Sun. Kid, are you Wen Liang? Sun Dishing didn't give Wen Liang a good face when he saw him. Oldest brother, the guest is here, so behave yourself. Sun Dihang went up and pulled his third brother back, who was about to beat someone up. You really don't know how to live, daring to oppose me for such a waste. Wen Liang was provoked by Sun Dishing's words and immediately lost his sense of politeness. Wen Dong, don't be so absolute in your words. Who knows who is reckless and who isn't? Sun Dejiao looked at Wen Liang with a smile on his face, as if he were looking at a fool. Then his gaze swept over Qin Yuding and paused for a moment. He didn't say a word, but spat on the ground and turned away. Wen Liang felt insulted and immediately called Dean Han to prepare to change the signing meeting from noon to morning, to suppress the Sun family's arrogance. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Shiguan Hospital. Before the call could be made, Dean Han's familiar voice came from the podium. Wen Liang turned his head to look over and immediately froze in place, unable to understand why his trusted lieutenant was here. Shouldn't he be accompanying the top experts to prepare for the signing meeting? I would like to formally introduce you to the famous domestic experts hired by our Shiguan Hospital. Nephrology expert Mr. Li Shizhen. Cardiovascular expert Mr. Sun Simiao. Hepatobiliary expert Mr. Zhang Zhongjing. And the winner of the International Golden Scalpel Award, Mr. Hua Tuo. Everyone, a warm welcome. Every time President Han read out the name of an expert, Wen Liang's face turned black a little. When all 10 experts appeared before him, Wen Liang felt like his head was heavy and he almost fell to the ground. These people had clearly been invited by himself to Mary Hospital. Now why were they at Shiguan Hospital? Who could tell him why? Chairman Wen, it's windy in Shudu City, so you might as well go back to Tiannan. Suning's voice appeared in Wen Liang's ear. It's you. Wen Liang's face twisted, staring at Suning with a murderous look, wishing he could dismember him on the spot. Oh, I forgot to tell you, all the doctors with any medical skill at the Maria Hospital are now at the Dawn Hospital. And, thanks to Chairman 1 for buying my shares at a 10% premium, I really appreciate it. Ignoring Wen Liang's murderous expression, Sun Yi happily shook his hand, as if they were very familiar. Okay, Lao Su, we'll have more work to do later, so don't talk to this idiot. Sun Dezhao gave Wen Liang a cold look, beckoned Suning to leave, and was not at all interested in beating a man when he is down, feeling that it was a complete waste of time. After the two left, Sun Dezhang walked over with a smile, patted Wen Liang on the shoulder and said, "Oh, I heard that you want to buy the land next to Dongqing District's Times Square. I'm sorry, but my brother said no, he's saving it for my shopping mall." "Young man, suffering is a blessing. I'm sure you can handle it." Sun Dezhang finished and turned to leave. Wen Liang's teeth nearly ground together from the words of these people. The business plan he had worked so hard on for the past 2 months had consumed so much of the group's manpower and resources. Now the land was not for sale, the experts they had hired had flown away, and even the doctors at the Mary Hospital, which he had spent a lot of money to get, had all run away. And he had thought in the morning that he was coming to see a joke, but he had never imagined that he was the biggest joke in their eyes. After nearly 3 months of hard work, he had spent more than 3 billion yuan and bought an empty shell of a hospital. Han, the president, who he thought was his right-hand man, is still delivering a passionate speech on the podium. Wen Liang felt dizzy and his chest hurt. A mouthful of blood spurted out. "Damn you, you let my brother-in-law wear a green hat." Seeing Wen Liang limp in Chen Yuding's arms, Sun Dezhao couldn't help but curse, then took out his phone and took a picture, sending it to Wang Yu. He couldn't help but feel sorry that his brother-in-law wasn't there to see this scene for himself. Chapter 106, Wen Liang, I will never let you go. Wen Liang, wake up. Chen Yuding shouted anxiously while hugging Wen Liang. Cough cough. Yuding, I'm fine. Wen Liang suppressed the anger in his heart and struggled to stand up from Chen Yuding's embrace. Let's go. He glared at his former love interest with hatred and, with Chen Yuding's help, prepared to leave. As the two of them walked to the parking lot, they saw Wang Yu walking towards them. However, he didn't notice the two of them at all, and kept his head down, wondering what was going on. "Wang Yu, you win this time, but I won't let you off the hook." Wen Liang's sudden words interrupted Wang Yu, who was daydreaming. He was driving the car just now and didn't see the photo sent by Sun Dezhang. So he didn't know that Wen Liang had already fallen into the pit and was covered with soil. He looked up at the resentful glances of Wen Liang and Chen Yuding, and then looked at the blood on the man's chest, immediately showing his big white teeth. "Yo! You're spitting blood before I even make a move. Wang Yu, I was blind to marry you, you're practically not human." Wen Liang's injury made Chen Yuding unable to hold back her anger any longer. Hearing Chen Yuding's words, Wang Yu's eyes immediately became cold, and he said coldly to the two people who were still preparing to yell, "Don't worry, I won't let you off either. Who can't say harsh words? If you've got the guts, let's fight." With a look of contempt, he saw Wen Liang cowering under his gaze. Wang Yu gave a faint smile and left directly. The hatred for being cheated on was so great that even if Wen Liang begged for mercy, Wang Yu had no intention of sparing him. As for Chen Yuding, she made him feel sick just by looking at her, and he didn't even want to say a word to her. Wen Liang felt that his earlier performance had somewhat scared Chen Yuding, so he quickly spoke to reassure her. "Don't worry, Yuding, I still have a way out. Yesterday, my mother already handed over all the company's authority to me. This is just a minor setback. After I transfer the resources of the Wen Group over, I will definitely make the Sun and Ning families wish they were dead, and make Wang Yu beg us on the ground." Wen Liang's words made Chen Yuding's eyes light up. Of course she knew the Wen Group in Tiannan City well, and the fact that she and Wen Liang could renew their relationship was not without the influence of Wen Liang's status as the heir to the Wen Group. At this time, hearing that Wen Liang had complete control of the Wen Group, the worries in her heart just now also dissipated a lot. That was a comprehensive group company worth 50 billion, and now her man was at the helm of this company. Just thinking about it made her feel excited. "Well, I believe you. Let's go back and get ready. Aren't we going to meet my mother-in-law tonight? I want to go and choose a gift for her myself. Okay, let's go home and change clothes first, and then we'll go." Wen Liang also regained his confidence at this moment. Previously, as the acting general manager, the resources at his disposal were limited. Now, with the support of his mother, he didn't believe that he couldn't suppress these two local tyrants. After Wang Yu left, he went directly to Shiguan Hospital. As soon as he entered, he saw Dean Han giving a speech. He secretly marveled, this guy is really talented, and with him at Shiguan Hospital, it will definitely develop well. Brother-in-law, why are you only here now? Sun Dishing saw Wang Yu coming from afar and greeted him. Brother, didn't I say that recently it's best for us to keep our distance? Watching Sun Dishing enthusiastically drag him by the arm and lead him inside, Wang Yu suppressed the urge to punch him. What distance? Hurry up, I was waiting for you yesterday, and I'm waiting for you today for the opening. Be careful, my brother is angry. Wang Yu was speechless at what Sun Dishing said. He was indeed late today, because when Wan had brought a girl with her in the morning to wake him up. After a lot of trouble, he finally found out that this pretty girl with a lot of courage was Wan's third sister, Wen Jia. When they came downstairs to eat, they met Wen Hong, Wan's second brother. Now Wen Xian had met all four of the children she had adopted, except for the eldest. However, during dinner, Wen Xian said that she would bring her girlfriend over tonight, and asked him to go over there as soon as he finished work. Brother-in-law, if you come over early, you'll be able to see Wen Liang spitting blood in anger. I saw it. You ran into each other on the way here? Oh, I took a picture and sent it to you. Didn't you see it? Wang Yu immediately pulled out his phone when he heard this, and then he saw the photo of Wen Liang, pale and bloodied at the corner of his mouth, collapsed on the ground. Ha ha! Brother San, you did a great job. After hearing Wang Yu's words, Sun Dishing began to tell him how Wen Liang had come over happily today, and then left with a grimace on his face. At first, it was quite interesting to listen to, but after hearing it many times, it didn't feel interesting anymore. This time, he didn't get the chance to strike, so Wang Yu couldn't feel that sense of revenge. Thinking about it, the kind of physical confrontation in Dean Han's office was worth remembering. It would be nice to find a chance to put Wen Liang in a sack and beat him up for no reason. The opening ceremony for Shiguan Hospital ended at noon, and the Sun and Su families' cooperation came to the surface. Shiguan Hospital's slogan of completely free treatment for special groups and their families was also praised by people from all walks of life. Wang Yu was sitting in his own office, while the young nurse, Tian, was excitedly looking around. Everything was progressing as he had planned, and it was now time to show what he could do. Director Han had just come over to talk to Wang Yu personally, and had made detailed arrangements regarding his daily working hours and the number of people and cases he needed to treat. Wang Yu was overjoyed to think that he would only need to see 5 patients a day. After all, just a hint of his abilities had already impressed Director Han. Those noble women who placed expensive advertisements seeking children finally have hope. This afternoon, 5 families made appointments, and Wang Yu didn't inquire about the specific fees. After all, his third brother is here, and he definitely won't lose money. At that time, he only needs to check that the man's conditions are up to the level of Chen Shusheng. As for the woman, as long as she still has a uterus, he will find a way to regulate it. His own magical powers to give birth will finally be able to make a big difference, and he will have a better choice for bestowing blessings. Su Mu, relying on his relationship with Nan, had transferred the members of the criminal police team and their families in need of treatment to Shiguan Hospital. He only needed to find time to go there every day for a stroll, which was a lot easier, and he earned money and merit points faster. Brother Yu, let's go eat lunch. After the excitement wore off, Tian found that there had not been a single patient in the morning, so she was bored and kept checking her phone. When she saw the time past 12 o'clock, she immediately came over to greet Wang Yu. The new hospital really is very well equipped. The salary Wang Yu offered to Tian almost made the young nurse think that Wang Yu wanted to support her. After some explanation, Tian let down her guard, but she felt that Wang Yu was being taken advantage of. She had never heard of a nurse earning 50,000 yuan a month. Hearing Tian's greeting, Wang Yu put down the medical book in his hands and said, "Let's go, today Yugu is treating." Chapter 107, the warm-hearted eldest son is about to arrive at the battlefield with his girlfriend. The two arrived at the restaurant. Although it was very different from the restaurant at Maria Hospital, Wang Yu saw Sweetie putting 2 plates of food on the table. One was for takeaway and one was for her to eat, which reminded Wang Yu of the days when they worked together. After finishing eating, the two returned to the office for their lunch break. Wang Yu's current consultation room was previously designed as a presidential suite. Although the equipment has not been added, the lounge is still adequate. At 2 p.m., the prepared Wang Yu and Tian began to welcome their first patient of the day. Soon a middle-aged woman was brought in by Tian. Everyone who came wore masks and hats. The clothes they wore were very ordinary and it was impossible to tell their identities, but Wang Yu did not pay attention to this. After asking for the requirements, he examined the woman's body and then asked Sweetie to take the man for some tests. Because Dean Han had explained, Wang Yu's examination list must be carried out first. So 10 minutes later, Wang Yu got the results. After taking a quick look, he found that the issue did indeed appear in this man. However, the data was much better than Chen Shuxing's, so there was no problem. Then he prescribed some body tonifying medicine for the two of them, and for the woman, he gave her a magical child-sending treatment. It was all done in less than 20 minutes. The next few people were all asking for children, and one wanted to tone her body and look a few years younger. The routine for the child-seeking patient was the same as the last one. Some toning medicine was prescribed, and a magic touch was given to send her away. Finally, this toning body in pursuit of youth, but the need for Wang Yu to personally intervene. After all, women of a certain age, there are really a lot of minor physical problems. Looking at this woman with half-white hair, Wang Yu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This is almost 60, is this still necessary? Wouldn't it be better to stay at home and take care of the children? Although she wanted to, she still had to do what needed to be done. After checking her physical condition, she gave her a full course of massage and acupuncture, then sent her home with medicine and medicinal food. Dr. Wang, would you mind giving me a massage for a little longer? Chen Xiuxiu felt much better after Wang Yu's massage, especially as all the minor physical problems she had previously suffered from had disappeared. The comfort she felt from the inside out made her want Wang Yu to give her another massage. Ms. Chen, the treatment is complete. You just need to follow the doctor's instructions and take care of yourself, and there definitely won't be any issues. Chen Xiuxiu was a little disappointed to hear this, but she also knew that this was not a beauty salon, and Wang Yu's massage was not something she could enjoy just by paying extra. After finishing the patient's treatment, Wang Yu looked at the time and realized it was only a little after 4 o'clock. It was a little early to go to Wenxin's place, so he thought about the several children Wenxin had adopted today, and told Tian and himself to leave work early. They then went to RGE's mall to buy some gifts. Now that he doesn't lack money, after a while of browsing, Wang Yu bought 5 watches worth more than 500,000 yuan. After all, he didn't know what they all liked, so a watch would be nice. As for why he bought 5, didn't Wan Xian say that the eldest brother was bringing his girlfriend over today, and as an elder, he should show his appreciation somehow? After buying the watches, it was almost time, so Wang Yu drove over. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he heard Wan and Jia laughing. Although these two kids were not related by blood, they got along very well. Although their actions this morning were bold, they also brought Wang Yu and Jia closer together. As for Wen Hong, he is a cool and shy person who always silently watches his family members chat, which makes him seem a bit isolated. When they came into the house, Wen was sitting elegantly reading a book, and the sound of vegetables being chopped could be heard in the kitchen. There was no need to think about it, it must be Wen Hong in there. As for Wen and Wen Jia, the two of them sat together, chatting in a low voice, laughing out loud from time to time. The scene felt very much like home. Thinking about next year, after their own children are born, they will bring their parents over, and their home will definitely be very lively. Hello, Uncle Wang. Wen and Wen Jia politely greeted Wang Yu. Hello to you too, Uncle. I bought you a present. Saying this, Wang Yu took out 2 beautiful ladies' watches and gave them to the 2 girls. At this point, Wan Xian put down her book and came over, and when she saw Wang Yu's gifts, she couldn't help but frown. After spending so much time together, Wan Xian still didn't really know much about Wang Yu's income. In her opinion, even if a 30-year-old man was quite capable, he probably didn't earn much. The watches Wang Yu gave her were obviously not cheap. Thinking about the bracelet she was wearing, Wan Xian felt that her friends and she were probably going to empty Wang Yu's bank account. Besides, she wasn't with Wang Yu for his money. After all, no matter how rich he wasn't as rich as she was. You don't need to buy such an expensive gift. It's okay, I've made a lot of money recently, so this little money is nothing. Thinking about the card Sun Xian gave her, Wang Yu had no qualms at all. Wan Xian didn't say anything after hearing this. After all, the gift had already been bought. The 2 girls had already opened the box and were happily admiring it in their hands. Could they possibly return it? At this time, Wen Hang's meal was also ready. When Wang Yu saw him come out, he immediately gave him a watch. I don't need this. Wen Hong immediately refused. Since being adopted by Wan Xian, he had never accepted a gift from anyone other than his mother and sister. Brother, take it. Xiao Hong, you can't refuse. The 2 women, who understood Wen Heng's character, directly put pressure on him. Wang Yu also looked at him with a smile. He found Wen Hong quite interesting. Although he is not much older than him, just about 8 or 9 years, Wen Hong has not stepped out of school after all. And I have been in society for many years, and in terms of knowledge and experience, I far surpass Wen Hong. So Wang Yu really regards him as his junior, although the warmth in this also accounts for the greatest part. Thank you. After receiving the gift, Wen Hong thanked him seriously, but the word uncle, this guy would never call out. Okay, Wan, call your brother and tell him to hurry up and come home from work early today. Wen was a little upset to see that her preparations were almost complete, but her eldest son had not yet returned. After all, she was still waiting to meet her future daughter-in-law. Wan immediately carried out Wen's order and took out her phone to dial. Big brother, hurry up, we're waiting for you, Mom can't wait. Oh, I'm on my way. What about your wife? Okay, I understand, hurry up and bring your wife over, we're waiting to see her. Wan hung up the phone and said to Wen, Mom, my brother is on his way with his wife, he bought you a gift too, he'll be here soon. Then wait a little longer, your brother has been busy with the group's business lately, it's been tough on him. Mom, are you going to retire? Wen Jia asked with a somewhat unnatural expression. Well, after you two graduate, I plan to hand over the group to the three of you. Forget about Wan, her personality is not suitable for being around me, just wait until she graduates and do something she likes. As for me. When Xan paused here, unable to resist stroking her own belly with her right hand, her face full of happiness. Chapter 108 Wen Liang, Wen Xan, Wang Yu, Chen Yuding. Oh, yes. Mom still has to take care of 2 little brothers. Wan accompanied Wen Xan to the hospital for a checkup a few days ago, and there were 2 baby boys in her belly. This made Wang Yu a little unhappy and he complained that the little girl had taken his job away. Don't worry, Mom, my brother and I will definitely make the group bigger and stronger. Wen's words completely reassured Wen Jia. Both of them and their eldest brother were adopted at an age where they were already sensible. They were able to give their wholehearted love to Wen, but forget about each other. Ever since they were young, they have been constantly fighting, which made Wen's head ache. However, the 4 children never showed it in front of Wen, and they always looked united and friendly. Mom, when our younger brothers reach adulthood, my sister and I will hand over the group to them. Wen Hong also made his own promise at this time. Wang Yu listened to their conversation with a strange feeling. They were talking so formally, as if Wen Xan had a throne for them to inherit. Besides, can't they make a great fortune for their son on their own? Thinking about this, Wang Yu felt that he had to pretend to be 13 and express his attitude. No need, what your mother gives you is yours. As for your younger brother, I'm still your father. Wen Xan was a little angry at what the 2 children had said, feeling that they were being too formal. But when she heard Wang Yu's words, she felt funny again. Men. They really are so stubborn. Wan and Wen Jia forced themselves not to laugh as they lowered their heads. If Uncle Wang knew the market value of their family business, I wonder if he would still be so generous. It's fine, we'll talk about the future later. What's the point of talking about the future before you're even born? Wen Jia, you two go and serve the food, and Hung, come over here and clear the table. Xiaoyu, come give me a hand, I'm going to change my clothes, these pajamas are a little small. Feeling that the topic was getting a little heavy, Wen Xan immediately interrupted their discussion and then assigned tasks to each person. Just as the few people were busy separately, the knock on the door sounded, and Wen, upon hearing it, skipped and jumped over to open the door. Big brother, is this your sister-in-law? After opening the door, Wen saw her big brother followed by a pretty girl who looked pitiful, but no matter how pretty she was, she felt that she was a bit old. Well, this is my brother's senior schoolmate. We've been together for a long time, and I've brought her to meet you and Mum today. Wen Xan was in the bedroom changing into her pajamas at this time, and Wang Yu, of course, was not being honest, and was scratching and groping to take advantage of the situation. Okay, I'll go to bed with you tonight, but let go of me, the baby is still waiting outside. Hey, you can't go back on your word. Mum, my brother is here with his wife, you and Uncle Wang better come out quickly. Wen shouted from the living room into the bedroom. After hearing her daughter's words, Wen Xan gave Wang Yu a cold stare, immediately got dressed, tidied her somewhat messy hair, and then pushed open the door and walked out. Wang Yu obediently followed behind, thinking about which position would be more comfortable for the night. Wen, who is Uncle Wang? Uncle Wang is Mom. You, why are you here? When Wan's words had not finished when Liang saw a person he would never have expected to see appear in front of him, embracing his mother's slender waist. Holy shit! Wang Yu looked up in shock and let out an expletive. Chen Yuting's eyes nearly popped out of her head when she saw Wang Yu. Do you know each other? Seeing that the two of them obviously knew each other, Wen Xin asked curiously. Get your hands off me, Mom. Come here. This guy is no good. Having seen Wang Yu and Sun Qian shopping together, Wen Liang, without caring about what had happened between Wen Xin and Wang Yu, directly concluded that his mother had been cheated by Wang Yu. What's wrong with you, big brother? Wen Wan looked confused. Wen Jia and Wen Hong, Wen Liang's siblings, also came over. Although they didn't get along with Wen Liang, they knew that he would never do anything bad to Wen Xin. Ha ha. There's no way I'll let go. Wang Yu, who had come back to his senses, looked at the exasperated Wen Liang. Not only did he hug Wen Xin even tighter, he also kissed her on the cheek. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Wen Liang couldn't hold back anymore, completely forgetting the scene of himself being beaten up by Wang Yu. He swung his fists and rushed over. And Wang Yu, who had come to his senses, felt like he had avenged a great wrong at that moment. Kid, you didn't expect it, did you? I slept with your mom for more than 3 months, and now I'm pregnant with your child, even though I didn't know it. But now I know, don't I? He tightened his arms around Wen Xin's waist, as if he wanted to melt her into his body. Why? Of course it's exciting. Seeing Wen Liang rushing over, Wang Yu kicked him unceremoniously, sending him flying. Not to mention that Wen Liang is Wen Xin's adopted child, even if he were Wen Xin's real father, he would not let him off. There was no psychological burden at all when he beat him up. Uncle Wan, why are you hitting big brother? Wen Wan looked at Wang Yu, who was preparing to go up and continue the output, and ran over to him, nervously asking as she took his arm. Wang Yu, what is going on? Wen Xin had finally come to her senses. Although she had followed Wang Yu, she could not let him hit her son. What's going on? Ha ha. Do you remember what I was like when we first met? Wang Yu would definitely not compromise on this matter. Even if it caused a rift between him and Wen Xin and made her angry, he did not care. At worst, he would privately try to win her back. This was a matter of a man's dignity. Compromise. Forgive. No way, absolutely not. Wen Xin heard Wang Yu's words, and recalled the way Wang Yu got drunk in the bar at the time, and also thought about what Wang Yu said after drinking in the car. Immediately, a shocking guess came to her mind, and her feet softened, almost causing her to fall to the ground. For Wang Yu, it was exciting. For her, it was also exciting. But the excitement for the two was completely different. Wen Jia and Wen Hong saw this and immediately went over to support her. She is Chen Yuting. Without further explanation, Wang Yu pointed directly at Wen Liang's ex-wife, who was supporting him. Rage flared in her eyes, and at that moment, she wanted to tear the two of them apart. Mom, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He has other women on the side. I don't know what happened between you two, but Wang Yu definitely cheated on you. After being helped up by Chen Yuting, Wen Liang ignored the pain in his stomach and immediately revealed Wang Yu's true face in front of Wen Xin. However, it was obvious that Wang Yu didn't need to explain anything to Wen Liang. The three women had been chatting happily together yesterday afternoon, so there was no need for words at this point, and Wen Liang would not blame herself. Chen Yuting had been uneasy since she saw Wang Yu. She never imagined that her ex-husband would actually get involved with her boyfriend's mother. Among the people present at this time, she must be the most entangled and the most unbelievable. Her ex-husband had become her father-in-law. How can she live with herself in the future? Although Wen Liang exposed the fact that Wang Yu was playing with two boats, she was not much better. With all her scheming, could she expect the future mother-in-law to look at her with favor? Thinking that she was about to become the wife of the heir to the Wen Group today, and what was happening now would probably see Wen Xin sweeping her out of the door. At this moment, Chen Yuting's heart was filled with despair, and the way she looked at Wang Yu and Wen Xin gradually took on a bone-deep hatred. A sinister thought came to mind. Chapter 109, Who Cheated on Whom? Wen Xin felt a headache coming on, so she rubbed her temples with her hands and then said to Wang Yu, "You go up and wait for me first, I'll go find you after I'm done. Wan, you go with your uncle Wang. Jia and Xiuhong, you two go out and get something to eat." In just a short moment, Wen Xin made the decision that was most suitable for the moment. The children must have listened to Wen Xin, after all, their mother's years of intimidation made them afraid to rebel at the moment. Although they were curious about what had happened between their eldest brother and Wang Yu, it was obviously not the time to eat melons. "Mom, we'll take the food that second brother made and eat it upstairs, we won't go out." Wen Jia and Wen Hong found some lunchboxes from the kitchen and then prepared several meals. Wen Wan's was simple, just repacking her exclusive meals in the Tianjia restaurant lunchbox. Wang Yu looked at Wen Xian, then Wen Liang and Chen Yuding, and felt that he could not take temporary pleasure at this time, as it would not be good if he made his wife angry. He walked over, touched Wen Xian's hair, and said in her ear, "Take care of your health, don't get angry, we still have a baby in the womb." Then ignoring Wen Liang's hungry gaze, he took the other 3 children and prepared to go to the rented house upstairs. Seeing the couple leave, Wen Liang immediately squatted down at Wen Xian's feet and took her hand, ready to speak. "Go sit across from them." Withdrawing his hand, Wen Xian's face showed no hint of emotion. Wen Liang had no choice but to take Chen Yuding and sit across from Wen Xian. "Mom, I'm telling the truth, I'm not lying to you, that Wang Yu really does have another woman on the side." "Well, I know, Sun Xian from the Sun family, I met her yesterday." Wen Xian's calm reply left Wen Liang dumbfounded. So you. Wen Xian waved her hand to interrupt Wen Liang's curiosity. She didn't feel obliged to explain to him, and now she felt like she had failed to educate him. He had actually been able to seduce a married woman, and secretly made her give birth to 2 children. Wen Liang didn't know that Wen Xian knew about him. He felt that for such a shameful thing, Wang Yu definitely would not tell Wen Xian. After all, it was a matter of face for a man. "I, Wang Yu, and Sun Qian will handle our relationship ourselves. These are not things you should ask about. Now tell me about what you did." Wen Xian paused after saying this, got up from the sofa, walked up to Wen Liang, and slapped him directly. The slap made Wen Liang's eyes flash with stars, and he was stunned on the spot. Since he was adopted, although his mother had always been strict with him, this was the first time she had ever hit him. "What did I teach you when you were little? How could you do such a shameful thing? Get down on your knees." Wen Liang immediately knelt in front of Wen Xian upon hearing these words. He didn't know if Wen Xian had found out something by asking this question, but as a son, he should kneel and apologize. Chen Yuding sat there silently. She knew she could not hide anything from Wen Xian, and she knew the position of her mother in his heart when she first met Wen Liang. Otherwise, she would not have been separated from him because of a single sentence from Wen Xian, and then gone abroad to study. Now her hatred for Wen Xian is second only to her hatred for Wang Yu. If it weren't for this woman who separated her from Wen Liang, there would have been no subsequent events. It's all her fault. Tell me everything from beginning to end. Wen Xian watched as Wen Liang knelt before her, and honestly, she still gave him a chance to explain. She sat back down on the sofa, took the pregnancy tea that Wang Yu had prepared for her, and slowly drank it. In the next 10 minutes, when Liang finished telling her about his encounter, acquaintance, falling in love, and separation from Chen Yuding, Wen Xian felt that there were no issues after listening to the story. Although the two had not known each other for long, Wen Liang's words implied that their relationship was still going well. Even if Wen Liang had gone abroad for a few years, it would not have turned out like this. As she thought about this, she also remembered Wang Yu's outburst in the car the other day. He and Chen Yuding had also fallen in love in college. Her son had also fallen in love with her in college, and at this moment, the look she gave to Chen Yuding had gradually turned cold. "What happened between you and Wang Yu? Go on." Wen Xian looked at Wen Liang, who was at a loss for words, and gently pressed her fingers to her brow. He felt that his stupid son must have been played for a fool by this woman. Wen Liang's face had turned pale. After all, if he spoke the next words, there was no guarantee that his mother would not beat him to death. He knew that this was basically Wang Yu, who had been conniving with Chen Yuding, but now that it had come to this, he dared not hide anything. "When I came back from abroad, I went to see Yuding, and then I found out that she had married Wang Yu." "Then what did you do?" "Mom, Yuding is mine. We didn't break up, we were just temporarily apart. Wang Yu was the third party, so I wanted to take her back." Wen Xin looked at her foolish son speechlessly. "Everyone else was married, and you call that stealing? It was clearly cheating. Now it looks like you've succeeded, but why did you let Wang Yu help you raise the child?" Wen Xian also wanted to know what her son was thinking at the time. "No, I wanted Yu Ting to divorce Wang Yu at the time, but Yu Ting didn't agree." "Why not?" Wen Xian was a little curious. If the two had divorced at the time, they wouldn't have come to this. I hadn't graduated yet and couldn't marry her. Then, what happened to the child? Yuding didn't want to bear Wang Yu's child, but at that time, if there was no child, there was no way to explain to his father, so we discussed it and secretly had a child. Wen Liang's words made Wenqin feel as if she had grasped something, but now she couldn't think of it. However, she felt that this matter was definitely not that simple. Chen Yuding held hands with Wang Yu 2 months after they separated. Then, during her marriage to Wang Yu, she accepted all the advances of her son. Later, she even went so far as to bear Wen Liang 2 children. So what was her goal when she married Wang Yu? In fact, Wen Xin has made the issue more complicated than it needs to be. When Chen Yuding and Wen Liang were together, they were truly in love, but Wen Liang's departure caused her a great deal of emotional pain. At this time, the bright and handsome Wang Yu began to court her, and the depressed Chen Yuding quickly found a new emotional support. So much so that later, she even rebelled against her father and insisted on marrying Wang Yu, even if she had to die. At that time, Chen Yuding was still a girl who longed for love. Although her love shifted a bit too quickly, after all, the other party left first, and she owed Wen Liang nothing, let alone the obligation to wait in place. Chapter 110, Wen Liang's Choice. After Chen Yuding married Wang Yu for love, Chen Shusheng, in order to give the young couple a hard time, cut off her financial income. Unexpectedly, Wang Yu, after suffering hardship, became more motivated and more enterprising. However, Chen Yuding, who had never suffered hardship since she was young, gave up after 6 months. From then on, she felt that she had definitely been carried away by love when she married Wang Yu. After all, no matter how good love is, it's not as good as bread. As a result, for a long time afterwards, Chen Yuding changed her attitude towards Wang Yu. But at this time, although Wang Yu was not a dog licker, he really treated her well, and Chen Yuding really enjoyed this feeling. But she didn't want to live a life without money, so at that time she didn't even think about having children with Wang Yu, and the idea of divorce grew stronger and stronger in her heart. At this time, Arwen the dog licker returned, and not only did he return, he also launched a crazy pursuit of Chen Yuding. While studying abroad, he used his own private funds to invest in some projects and made a lot of money. He had nothing but praise for Chen Yuding, showering her with money. I guess even Chen Shusheng would feel inferior if he saw it. So Chen Yuding returned to Wen Liang's embrace, but Wen Liang still had to go to school abroad and couldn't be by her side every day. After a period of time, Chen Yuding, who had been living a life of luxury, discovered Wang Yu's kindness to her again. So this woman had the idea that neither of them wanted to give up, and Chen Yuding felt that this kind of life was the one she really wanted to live. Of course, these were not the main reasons why Chen Yuding wanted to have Wen Liang's child. It wasn't until Wen Liang revealed his identity to her after graduation that Chen Yuding became pregnant with his child the following month. After all, men conquer the world, while women conquer the world by conquering men. Everything is just the result of human greed. The birth of Coco made Chen Yuding once again propose to Wen Liang that she marry him. But to her surprise, Wen Liang actually refused, saying that it was not yet time for his mother to know about them. Moreover, he had just started working for the group and had not yet established himself, so it was a bit premature. However, Wen Liang did agree to her divorce with Wang Yu, and he wanted to raise Chen Yuding with him so that he could see her every day. Wen Liang had a beautiful dream, but Chen Yuding didn't want to. The two had a falling out over this, but our Wen Liang the dog licked her ass again a few days later. Until Chen Yuding's second daughter was born, Wen Liang couldn't sit still anymore. Every day, Chen Yuding was happy with this life, but Wen Liang was full of grievances. In Wang Yu's opinion, Wen Liang had cheated on him. But in Wen Liang's view, it was Wang Yu who stole his woman, and his own daughter had to call the other man dad. Both of them felt that the other person had cheated on them. So Wen Liang took a different approach, starting with Wang Yu. With just a little effort, he got the two to divorce, and he was finally able to have Yu Qinting all to himself. He just didn't anticipate what happened next, otherwise he would have succeeded by now, and he might even be happily eating dinner with Wen Xin right now. He just hated the unpredictability of the world. Who could have imagined that after his divorce, Wang Yu would actually end up with his own mother? This greatly exceeded Wen Liang's expectations. After listening to Wen Liang's words, Wen Xin had figured out the entire incident and also understood Chen Yuding's thoughts. Wang Yu had always been an expendable object in her eyes, and her true goal was the position of the heiress of the Wen group. If Chen Yuding knew Wen Xin's thoughts, she would definitely refute her. She wanted the position of wife of the head of the Wen group, and she also wanted Wang Yu. In that case, she would keep Wang Yu outside and continue to enjoy the feeling of being loved by two men. As for what Wen Liang and Wang Yu thought, she hadn't really considered it. Shouldn't someone who loved her do everything for her? Looking at her son kneeling on the ground, and Chen Yuding sitting obediently nearby, Wen Xian felt a sense of powerlessness. She had once been deeply in love, and could understand Wen Liang's mentality of being led by the nose willingly. This son of hers seemed to have been spoiled. But since she had discovered this, she would give him a chance to be worthy of their years of mother-son relationship. After a moment of calm reflection, Wen Xian said to Wen Liang, "I will give you two choices. The first is to sever all ties with this woman and go abroad to develop the group's overseas business. There is no need for you to come back in the future. The second option is that I will not interfere in your affairs, and it is up to you to decide what you want to do. However, I will dissolve the adoption relationship with you. From now on, the Wen group will have no relationship with you. Think about it carefully and give me your answer." Wen Liang was so overwhelmed by Wen Xian's words that he collapsed on the spot. He did not want to choose either option. Chen Yuding Wen Liang did not want to give up, and he could not give up either. The two of them already had 2 children together, and they could not be separated. Mom, Yuding and I have children now, I can't do this to her." Wen Liang cried and pleaded with Wen Xian, hugging her legs. "My child, you can raise them yourself. I raised all 4 of you by myself, didn't I?" But Wen Liang wanted to say something more, but Wen Xian didn't want to hear anymore. These are the only 2 options. Wen Liang, don't leave me behind, don't take our children away. Chen Yuding knew at this point that she couldn't resist and could only beg Wen Liang pitifully. Wen Xian looked at this scene. "You are unmoved. Your own mother once begged your father in the same way. But a man's heart is really ruthless when it hardens. At least that's what happened with the 2 most important men in her life." Looking at Wen Liang's agonizing struggle, Wen Xian felt sure that he would make the most beneficial choice. After all, she was just a woman, and she had agreed that the 2 children could follow him. Coupled with the enormous wealth of the Wen group, she was sure that Wen Liang would be able to make the right choice. "Mom, I'm sorry," Wen Liang said, and bowed several times to Wen Xian. When he raised his head again, he was already in tears. "Mom, you still have your younger brother and 2 younger sisters to keep you company, but Yuding only has me, and I can't abandon him." After saying this, Wen Liang stood up and put the still crying Chen Yuding in his arms, soothing her silently. This was completely unexpected by Wen Xian, and she was very puzzled by Wen Liang's choice. It was understandable that she would abandon the mother who had raised her. After all, they were not related by blood, but she didn't want any money, which made Wen Xian unable to understand. "Mom, the group's initial investment in Shuzhou City has been ruined by Wang Yu. You can ask him about the details. Yu Ting and I are leaving, and I will hand over the work at the company in the next 2 days." After saying this, Wen Liang left with Chen Yuding in his arms, without looking back. Chapter 111, Wen Xian, with her own identity, is warm. Wen Wan, Wen Hong, Wen Jia and Wang Yu were all at the door, having never left. The packed meals were also discarded to one side. After the few of them came out, they were all worried about Wen Xian's health, so they couldn't help but choose to stay at the door. They had heard everything that had happened in the house, and the 3 children of the Wen family didn't know what to say about Wen Liang's choice. Wang Yu gave the 2 people who had left a cold look and then walked into the house. At this moment, Wen Xian was sitting there a little forlorn, unable to understand why the child she had raised would make such a choice. Wang Yu walked slowly with heavy steps and then gently embraced her in his arms. At this moment, he really didn't know how to comfort the heartbroken woman in front of him. After all, what had happened was really too coincidental, and even he himself would have to take some time to slowly accept and understand it. "You, am I really such a failure? How could I have let the child I raised with so much difficulty leave me?" Wen Xin's voice carried endless pain and sadness, as if it were drowning the whole world in it. Hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but snort. "Don't be ridiculous. Do you think the reason he chose to leave is just because of that woman, Chen Yuding?" In Wang Yu's opinion, Wen Xin's departure was not as simple as it seemed, and there must be another hidden reason. Wen Xian suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed on Wang Yu, as if she wanted an unequivocal answer from him. "It's very simple. Do you think Wen Liang will call me dad?" After saying this, Wang Yu couldn't help but laugh. He really hoped that Wen Liang would choose to stay, so that he could have more fun. Hearing Wang Yu's explanation, Wen Xian was stunned. She was quite sad, and was at a loss for words after Wang Yu's words. "Now you're happy," she said in a grumpy tone, rolling her eyes at Wang Yu at the same time, and then she stretched out her delicate, pale hand to Wang Yu's waist, as if she wanted to pinch him for her own satisfaction. However, just then, Wang Yu hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Let's eat first, otherwise all Hang's hard work this afternoon will be for nothing." While he was talking, Wen Hong had already carried the prepared meals into the kitchen to heat them up. Soon after, Wan Wan and Wen Jia also placed the steaming meals on the table one after the other. Then the four of them sat in a circle around the table, but none of them looked very enthusiastic. After all, the farce they had just witnessed outside the door had been so shocking that it had completely overturned the three children's past perceptions and concepts. However, everyone felt very relieved by Wang Yu's kick to Wen Liang, and even thought that if someone else were in their shoes, they might have done the same thing. After dinner, Wan Wan looked at Wen Xian, wanting to say something, but then looked at Wang Yu, whose eyes had become very unfriendly. After a long struggle, and after a half-day battle of the mind, she decided that it was better to speak up. "Uncle Wang, my brother just said that you have a woman on the side, is that true?" "Well, it's true." Wang Yu had nothing to hide. After all, sooner or later they would have to face these things. Now that it was clear, they could accept it or not. If they couldn't accept it, they could simply stop seeing each other. As for Wen Xin, Wang Yu definitely would not give up. "Wan Wan, don't ask. These things are not for you to get involved in. I already knew when I was with Xiaoyu. He didn't hide it from me, and he didn't lie to me." Wen Xin took Wan Wan's hand and pulled her into her arms. The two had been together every day during this time, and their mother-daughter bond had deepened a lot. "Mom, why are you like this?" When Jia couldn't help but ask, she still couldn't understand why her mother, whom she had always respected, would make such a choice. Seeing the three children united in their hatred, Wen Xin couldn't help but feel a headache, and it made her wonder how she could explain this. What's the point of children asking so many questions? Mind your own business, and use that time to study. Wang Yu rudely interrupted their conversation, then went over and pulled Wen Xin over, kissed her forehead softly, and said tenderly, "Let's go upstairs, let them relax downstairs." Well, Wen Xin didn't know what to say at this moment, so she just followed Wang Yu upstairs. Looking at the two people leaving, Wen Wan and Wen Jia were both dumbfounded, and Wen Hong had a dark face and didn't say a word. When they arrived upstairs, Wang Yu put his arm around Wen Xin, and the more he looked at her, the more he liked her, and the happier he became. "What are you smirking at?" Wen Xin couldn't help but say. "Ha ha. Of course I'm going to smile when I'm happy. Wen Liang's mother, it's dark." After saying that, Wang Yu helped Wen cover up and went to sleep in the next room. "I'll go visit later." Until the light appeared in the sky, Wang Yu fell into a deep sleep. As for going to work later, let's talk about it when I wake up. A little after 7 in the morning, Tianjie restaurant delivered the medicinal food for Wen Wan and Wen Wan as usual. When Wen Wan saw that her mother had not come down yet, she couldn't help but run up to prepare to wake her up. She opened the door and walked into the bedroom. Wen Wan screamed, covered her eyes and ran away quickly. She vowed that she would never dare to enter someone else's bedroom again. Wen Wan's scream woke Wang Yu up. He opened his eyes and looked at the empty room, confused. Thinking about what he did last night, he felt a sense of satisfaction, even though he knew it was wrong. But he just couldn't help himself, he really couldn't help himself. He took out his phone and sent a text message to Tian, saying that they would go to work again in the afternoon, and then turned around and went back to sleep. Wen Wan, who had run downstairs, rushed into the bathroom and kept washing her face with cold water. "Wen Wan, what's wrong?" Wen Jia saw Wen Wan in the bathroom and kept asking curiously. "It's nothing, it's just a little hot, so I'm washing my face with cold water," Wen Wan said with a guilty conscience. "Where's Mom? Didn't you go get her?" "Mom is still sleeping, let's eat first, we can just heat it up for her when she wakes up." "Okay." Wen Jia didn't notice anything unusual about Wen Wan. She didn't know how to deal with Wang Yu at the moment. If he only had one woman, Wen Jia would have been able to accept it, but this guy is actually so fickle. She also didn't know what kind of mind-altering drugs her mother had been fed by Wang Yu, that she was so devoted to him. After the three children finished eating, they were all in a low mood. Wen Wan said she was a little tired and ran to her bedroom, where she hid under the covers. Wen Hong and Wen Jia, the siblings, still looked confused. After tidying up, they took out their textbooks and started studying. After all, there were still some subjects that needed to be completed during the holidays. It wasn't until noon that Wen Xin woke up dazedly. She felt that although her body was a little weak, she didn't have the aches and pains of waking up after staying up late. Chapter 112, Chen Yuding was unwilling. Wang Yu, who was sleeping, was suddenly awakened by a sharp pain. When he opened his eyes, he saw Wenxin looking at him with murder in her eyes. Wife, let go, I know I was wrong. Wang Yu begged for mercy, but of course it didn't work. It wasn't until his ears had become red and swollen and a dozen bruises had appeared on his waist that Wenxin let him go. After glaring at Wang Yu fiercely, she went to the bathroom to take a shower. Wang Yu, sitting on the bed, gritted his teeth and rubbed his injured places, but he was overjoyed in his heart. It was just a little physical suffering, but could it compare to the great satisfaction of body and mind? After a while, this guy shamelessly ran into the bathroom as well, and then the two of them tossed and turned for nearly an hour before getting dressed and preparing to go downstairs for dinner. When they arrived at Wenxin's house, the food had already been reheated 3 times, and the 3 children were sitting listlessly at the table waiting for their mother. Hearing the door open, the 6 pairs of eyes involuntarily looked towards the door, and seeing their mother looking radiant, as if what happened yesterday had never happened. Wang Yu, who followed behind, also had a happy smile on his face. Is that it? They were thinking that the two must have talked a lot last night, about many things, and their mother was probably sad for several days in a row. It's possible that the two parted ways because of this, but they never would have guessed that the two would be in such good spirits. My mother seems to have become younger and prettier, and I can see a hint of shyness around the corners of her mouth like a young girl after a storm. Uncle Wang must have poisoned her, right? Wen Jia couldn't help but ask Wen Wan, who was still in a daze, in a low voice. Well, I think so too. It doesn't matter, as long as my mother is happy. Wen Wan, who knew a little about what was going on, didn't dwell on the topic. Everyone is here, haven't you eaten yet? Wang Yu broke the silence with a loud voice, then helped Wen Wan put the stool down, and placed the medicinal food in front of her. He sat down next to her, picked up the braised pork ribs made by Wen Hong with chopsticks, and started eating with relish. Don't just stare, eat. Wang Yu couldn't help but urge the 3 people, who were still looking at each other in disbelief. This guy is really poisonous. Eat, and I'll explain it to you in the afternoon. When Xin felt that it was better to selectively tell the 3 children something, after all, they would have to come into contact with each other a lot in the future, and it would be bad if they got into misunderstandings. After dinner, when Jia touched Wen Xin's face, it was smooth and tender to the touch. He couldn't help but look around her carefully, feeling that she looked better than he did. He couldn't help but ask, Mom, have you become younger? Wen Xin blushed slightly when she heard this, then glared at Wang Yu, who was tidying up the table. Well, I've become a few years younger. Wang Yu, who had overheard the conversation, really wanted to tell Wen Jia that it was all his doing, otherwise Wen Xin wouldn't have changed so obviously today. Mom, how do you take care of yourself? Wen Wan had long wanted to ask Wen Xin this issue. Let's talk about it later, I'm going to take a nap for a while. With that, Wen Xin went to her bedroom to catch up on some sleep. After tidying up, Wang Yu looked at the time and realized it was almost time to go to work. He immediately said goodbye to the children and left. Wen Hong looked at Wang Yu as he left, not really knowing how to deal with him. Yesterday, he thought that his mother had found a good home, but then he realized that he had chosen the wrong person. Today, when I look at my mother again, it seems that she doesn't care that Wang Yu has another woman. Hey! I can't figure it out, I can't understand it, a woman's mind is too hard to guess. After arriving at the hospital, Wang Yu went directly to find Tian, who was napping in the break room. He said to the little nurse, who was still groggy, Go rearrange the appointments for the next week and the week after next. I'm going to finish treating all these people this week. What's wrong, brother Yu, isn't 5 a day pretty good? I have something coming up next, so I need to get the hospital sorted out in advance, otherwise I won't have much time to do it next time. Thinking that he would be going back in a few days to hold a wedding with Yan, and then he would have to bring Sun Qian and Wen Xin to meet his parents. Wang Yu felt that it was better to make the time a bit more generous. Okay, I'll notify them in the afternoon after I've arranged it. Sweetie is very obedient and earnestly carries out Wang Yu's orders. At this time, Chen Yuding was a deadpan face in Wen Liang's villa. Last night, Wen Liang had already told him that after leaving the Wen Group, his personal assets would only be 30 million. The villa he was living in now was purchased in the name of the group. After he completes the work handover, their family will have to move out. Thinking that his good life will be broken like this, Chen Yuding's heart is very resentful. At this moment, she really wanted Wen Xin to die, because only in this way would the Wen Group truly belong to Wen Liang and also to her. However, despite having this thought, Chen Yuding didn't know how to implement it. After all, it was okay to think about such things, but if you really did it, you might as well be eating peanuts. Although when Liang had promised her that even if she left the one group, he would still let her live a good life, Chen Yuding didn't really believe it. Having seen Wang Yu struggle for years before finally finding a job that paid 500,000 yuan a year, Chen Yuding had no confidence in Wen Liang's assurances. Deep down, she had always felt that Wang Yu was more capable than Wen Liang, but of course that was only a comparison between the two individuals. If Wen Liang were still the general manager and heir of the one group, his abilities would of course be far superior to Wang Yu's. Unfortunately, however, he was no longer, and Wang Yu had actually ended up with the chairman of the one group, and the two had even had a child together. This huge gap has made Chen Yuding at this time fall into fear for the future. Wen Liang's mood is now very calm after making the difficult decision last night. Thinking that he will be able to stay with his beloved in the future and raise their two children together, even the sadness of leaving his mother has faded a lot. As for Wang Yu, he definitely hates to eat his flesh raw. Thinking that this guy went to provoke his respected mother, Wen Liang can't help but want to kill him. But now it was obviously impossible. He could not beat him in a fight, and Wen Xin had also driven him out of the house. Now he had no advantage at all in the face of Wang Yumao, and he could only swallow his teeth. He was going to finish handing over work in the next few days, and then take Chen Yuding and leave Shudu City to find a small city to start a new life. Although he didn't have much money, he was still very confident that he could make a success of things while still taking care of his family. Although the people in the company were puzzled by the chairman's orders, they still carefully carried out the handover work. After all, the entire group was built through hard work. Other shareholders also called to ask, but were all politely ignored by Wen Xin. The reason was that Sioux City's failure of this investment proved that Wen Xin was not suitable to be the company's general manager and still needed to learn well. As for the others, there was no further explanation. The new general manager Wen Xin had not yet thought about it, so she had her secretary take charge of the company's affairs for the time being, and report directly to her if there was anything. Chapter 113, The Last Patient. After making the arrangements, Wang Yu went back to working overtime. He would go to Wen Xin's place every night to pester her. As for Qian Shen and Yuan, it wasn't that he didn't want to go, but the two girls had left Shudu early to go back to the village to prepare for the wedding. Chun Mei also went back with them. After all, she would be getting married in a few days. For the time being, apart from Wen Xin's place, Wang Yu really had no home to go to. As for the three children, it was unclear what Wen Xin had told them, but Wang Yu always felt that Wen Wan and Wen Jia looked at him strangely. As for Wen Hong, there had been basically no change in him, and he was still wearing that cool expression. After several days of Wang Yu's unremitting efforts, it was finally the turn of his last patient. After seeing this, he would have to go back to the village tomorrow to prepare for his wedding. His mother has called several times already, and if he doesn't go back soon, she'll probably come to the city to look for him. Reinvigorated, Wang Yu saw a young girl coming with Tian, and his heart was filled with curiosity. It looked like the girl was at most 20 years old, and it was unlikely that she was seeking a child at this age. Regulating the body to become younger was not something she should be thinking about right now. Wang Yu was curious about what the girl wanted to see him about. He was just a doctor with a few special abilities, and there were many diseases he could do nothing about. "Dr. Wang, you must help me." The young girl sat opposite Wang Yu and began begging for his help before the diagnosis had even begun. "Don't worry, you've come here and you've already spent money, so I'll definitely do my best." "Dr. Wang, I've already asked around, you must be able to help me. What do you want to see?" "Don't worry, I'm still very good at gynecology. Hold out your hand, let me take your pulse first." Wang Yu then took the patient information that Tian had brought over and read it. The young girl was called Li Chanxian, she was 19 years old, and she was not from Shudu City, but from Kyoto. Could it be that her reputation was so great that people from hundreds of kilometers away came to see her? She had not come to her for fertility treatment or beauty treatments, but to treat a leg injury. Wang Yu's fingers gently touched Li Chanxian's wrist, and her physical condition was immediately revealed. There is nothing wrong with her body, but her legs are not the same length. She had an injury to her left leg in the past, and it was quite serious. After being treated, her left leg was about 1 centimeter shorter than her right leg. As for why I didn't notice it just now, I guess it was a problem with the shoes. After seeing Li Chanxian's problem, Wang Yu suddenly remembered that he had also learned the essence of bone setting. He had forgotten to tell President Han about this skill. But it's fine, he can treat this kind of problem, but this girl is probably going to suffer a bit. "Ms. Li, I can solve this issue for you, but you'd better discuss it with your family." You'll probably have to stay in the hospital for 2 months. Can you tell from taking my pulse? Don't you need to take an x-ray? Li Chanxian asked curiously. Damn, get used to it. Forget it. Many problems with the bones can't be seen from taking the pulse, but the patient is young and not easily fooled. Don't worry about it. It's just one leg longer than the other, it's not a big deal. Li Shixi's eyes immediately lit up when she heard this. To be honest, she really didn't know Wang Yu before. It was only a few days ago when she followed her grandfather here to visit her great-aunt that she heard the little nurse outside talking about him, and she couldn't stop praising him. Not only is his medical skill outstanding, he is also good-looking and kind. And her great-aunt was also saved by this Dr. Wang, which aroused her interest. Many of the doctors and nurses at Shiguang Hospital had come from Mary Hospital, and there were quite a few people who knew about Wang Yu. When Li Chanxian heard from Dr. Wang Yu from the Mediterranean Sea about Wang Yu's miraculous bone-setting techniques, it was like seeing a ray of light in the darkness. She immediately wanted to come to see Wang Yu about her leg, but when she found out about the appointment process, Wang Yu's number for this year was already full. The frustrated Li Chanxian nagged her grandmother's 2 sons every day, causing them a headache. It was only after much trouble that Li Chanxian was able to trade her appointment for someone else's. Li Chanxian's grandmother is Yang Kailan, the mother of Yang Kailu. Li Chanxian's grandfather is Li Quanha, the youngest brother of Li Kailan, and the two are 15 years apart in age. Li Chanxian is the youngest daughter of Li Quanha and his third son. This means that 19-year-old Li Chanxian is calling 2 nearly 70-year-old uncles. My family is at the hospital. Can Dr. Wang treat me today? Li Chanxian immediately said excitedly. You have to know that her leg was about to be amputated. Fortunately, the Li family was influential in the capital, and they paid a great price to hire the best traditional Chinese medicine doctor in the compound to personally treat her. But the doctor also put in a lot of effort to save her leg. However, in the end, there was still a slight defect, and after the treatment, it was a bit shorter than before. Since then, the once lively and cute Li Chanxian has become quiet and withdrawn. She doesn't like to go out, doesn't make friends, always likes to lock herself in her room, and sometimes always silently sheds tears alone. This time, Li Chenha came to visit his sister in Shuzhou City, thinking that it wasn't a good thing for the little girl to stay at home every day after the holiday, so he brought her here. After Wang Yu heard this, he looked at the time and saw that he had 2 hours until the end of the shift, so it was completely in time for him to work overtime. Okay, sweetie, you go arrange the operating room. Ms. Li, you notify the family to come. Soon Sweetie applied for an operating room, and Li Chanxian's grandfather also came over accompanied by Yang Kaishan. Upon seeing Wang Yu, he immediately went up to greet him. Dr. Wang, is it really you? Mr. Yang, why are you here? Wang Yu asked curiously. I heard the doctor at Maria Hospital say that you are seeing patients at Shiguan Hospital, so I transferred to this hospital. Can Shixi's leg really be recovered? Dr. Wang, I don't doubt your abilities, I'm just worried. Yang Kaishan was still very happy to see Wang Yu, the savior of his mother's life. Although he spent money, there are many people in society who are willing to spend money, but how many doctors can save lives? Don't worry, it's a minor issue, it will be fixed in half an hour. Li Chanxian's leg really wasn't a big issue for Wang Yu. At the time, Tang Hongyuan's son had been hit by a car and turned into a ragdoll, but he was also healed. Some time ago, Zhu Yan even called to say that she wanted to come over to thank him, but he had just been immersed in the sea of knowledge at the time and had refused. Kai-san, is there really no problem with this young guy? Li Chanxian's grandfather, Li Chanha, had doubts when he saw Wang Yu's age, and after hearing what he said, he just felt that this guy was unreliable. He had asked numerous experts in Chinese and Western medicine to look at his granddaughter's leg. They all said that it was currently in the best condition it could be and that a full recovery was impossible. If Wang Yu's earlier comment about being able to solve the minor issue in half an hour was true, then it must be because he had recently heard Yang Kaisen brag about Wang Yu and his sister's recovery. Li Qianhe was now prepared to call the police and have Wang Yu taken away for investigation. Chapter 114, Interrupted and Reconnected. Li Qianhe did not lower his voice when he spoke, and everyone around heard him. Wang Yu did not care, and if the patient's family did not agree, he would be happy to be left alone. He still knew the reason why he could not be treated, and he did not owe them anything, so he would definitely not rush to treat them. You can discuss it further. Discuss? Wang Yu said as he was about to leave, and with this time, he might as well go to Nan Nan, the policewoman, to find a blessing recipient. Dr. Wang, there's no need to discuss it, I agree to the treatment. Li Chanxian watched as her grandfather's words angered the doctor she had summoned, and she quickly ran over to stop Wang Yu. Brother-in-law, you don't know the skill of Dr. Wang's medicine. I can guarantee that there are not many people in the whole of Beijing who can match him. Yang Kaishan also hurriedly explained to Li Qianhe. Wang Yu was being dragged, and he was embarrassed to leave. He understood the young girl's worries and spoke to comfort her. Don't worry, just discuss it amongst yourselves, and as your doctor, I will respect your choice. Grandpa, just let me try again. Li Qianhe looked at Li Qianqi with tear-filled eyes, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Well, I'll indulge the girl just this once. Dr. Wang, please. After saying that, he took the documents in Sweetie's hand and signed where the family member had agreed. Okay, go in and start. With that, Wang Yu walked into the operating room. As the patient, Li Chanxian was also being wheeled into the operating room for the first time. Lie down and show the injured area on your left leg, Wang Yu said, and then went to the preparation room next door to put on protective clothing and prepare surgical instruments. Li Chanxian felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. The jeans she was wearing today were very slim-fitting and simply wouldn't roll up, so she guessed she would have to take them off in order to show her left leg. This made her feel extremely nervous, and she didn't even notice the hospital gown that Sweetie had placed next to her. After a fierce battle of wills, Li Chanxian gritted her teeth and simply pulled her pants off, then lay on the operating table with her eyes closed wearing a small lace underwear. Wang Yu, who was getting ready to work, came in and saw a pair of smooth thighs, white and tender, dazzling his eyes. Sweetie followed behind and also saw the scene in front of her. The two looked at each other, both dumbfounded. Wang Yu whispered to Tian, quietly took 2 steps back, and went to the preparation room next door. After a few minutes, Li Chanxian had already put on the hospital gown, and the wide pants were easy to wear, leaving her slender calves exposed. At this time, Li Chanxian's face was rosy, feeling that she had been so humiliated today. Fortunately, it was a young nurse who came in first, and if Dr. Wang saw it, she really didn't know if she would have the courage to let him treat her again. Wang Yu didn't care what she was thinking, and carefully examined the injured area with both hands. Just as he had expected, the leg had to be broken and then reset, which was a lot easier than treating a child. Wang Yu had studied bone setting, so he had a solid theoretical knowledge and was confident in his practical skills. Even in fights, he hadn't really fought anyone in the past few years, except for Wen Liang. Forget it, I'd better knock her out later, otherwise it'll be really hard to do. Having decided on the overall treatment plan in his mind, Wang Yu took out the silver needles and got started. He inserted 3 needles into Li Cixi's thigh, cutting off the body's meridians in control of the lower leg. He then inserted 2 needles into the head and nape of the neck, causing Li Cixi to lose consciousness and pass out. Brother Yu, with your skills, a hospital will save a lot of money on anesthesia, no wonder you don't need an anesthesiologist. When Sweetie saw Wang Yu's technique, she was instantly amazed. Okay, let's get to work. Bring me the hammer. What do you need a hammer for? Sweetie handed over a small hammer and asked curiously. Break her leg and reattach it. Saying this, Wang Yu took the hammer and started to swing it at Li Cixi's leg, thinking that he would cause the least damage by hitting it from 3 different places. Brother Yu, you can't do this to such a white and beautiful leg. Tian couldn't help but complain. You're right, come on, Tian, you do it. Wang Yu was about to shove the hammer into Tian's hands. He found that the girl was getting more and more unrestrained with him, and he would definitely have to give her a good lecture sometime. Brother Yu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Tian also felt that what she had just said was a bit too much. After all, this was an operating room, and what she had just said would probably get her kicked out by someone else, or even get her fired. That's enough. Come here and get to work. Next time, be careful about your identity in the situation when you joke around. After lightly reprimanding Tian, Wang Yu once again focused his attention on Li Chanxian's leg. It was easy to break the leg with a hammer, but it was basically impossible for a human to break the leg into the desired state without injuring the skin and flesh outside. Wang Yu couldn't do it either. After all, he didn't know how to hit a bullseye with a hammer. After making the gesture, he used a scalpel to make 3 separate cuts at the broken bone. After stopping the bleeding with silver needles, Bisonson's leg bone was exposed. Without much hesitation, he had checked everything and come up with a treatment plan. Wang Yu took a hammer and a small iron rod, and in one go, he hammered on the 3 openings, knocking more than 10 times. Li Chanxian's tibia, which had been healed for many years, was broken again. Putting down the tools in his hands, Wang Yu put on protective gloves and began to set the bone. The left leg was 1 centimeter shorter because when the bone was set at the time, many of the broken bones were not aligned properly. Now Wang Yu had to reposition the broken bones in the right place. This was not a big issue for him, and it took less than 10 minutes to complete. Then Tian took over and began to stitch the wound, while Wang Yu began to prepare the bamboo board for fixation. Since the wounds Wang Yu opened were not very large, it didn't take long for Tian to finish suturing the wounds. As for why they didn't use plaster, Wang Yu felt that it was too troublesome. It's not like Xiaojie, who is a child and can't control himself and might have an accident. Li Sisi is already 19 years old, so she definitely has self-control. In fact, these are all his own thoughts. The main reason is that this guy can't use plaster, and using bamboo boards is convenient for him to apply some external ointments that speed up bone healing. Of course, the ointment has not been prepared yet, and it will not be ready until tomorrow. At that time, let Tian call the surgeon Lao Wang over to help apply it. After wrapping a simple layer of white gauze, Wang Yu used a professional bamboo board to wrap Li Qianqian's left leg. Then he took out the silver needles. In less than 2 minutes, the pain in the leg woke up Li Qianqian from her coma. Seeing that her left leg had been tied up, Li Qianqian nervously asked, "Dr. Wang, is my leg cured?" "Well, don't worry, tomorrow you go get an x-ray to check, and I'll prescribe some medicine for you." Tian arranged a hospital room for Ms. Li. After saying this, Wang Yu left the operating room. Chapter 115. Some people value relationships, others value money. After Wang Yu finished his work here, he was ready to go home, and when Liang at the headquarters of the Wen Group had basically completed the final handover. He will come back tomorrow morning to sign the documents, and then he will return to Shudu City, taking Chen Yuding and his daughter with him. When Liang's heart gradually calmed down as he thought about this. He was only grateful, not resentful, towards Wen. Although he also coveted the vast wealth of the Wen Group, when Liang was more inclined towards sentimentality when it came to these matters, otherwise he would not have been so persistent with Chen Yuding. When Liang stood beneath the headquarters building of the Wen Group for a long time, his back saying an indescribable sense of desolation. The adoption relationship with Wen Xin has also been dissolved, and from now on he is an orphan without any family. Standing there for a long time makes him seem out of place among the crowds of people coming and going. It's as if he's saying his final goodbyes. When Liang turns around and is about to leave, because after tomorrow he will no longer have any relationship with the Wen Group. "Liang, you're just leaving like this?" The sudden question makes Wen Liang stop in his tracks, and he turns around to see a distant cousin he has met a few times. "Uncle Wen, why are you here?" "Liang, with such a big event happening in the group, how could I not come as a director?" "What's the big deal? It's just a change of general manager. It's normal for me to be replaced because I'm not competent enough." When Liang didn't complain about his situation right away. First, he was not familiar with Wen Zhengzhen, and second, he was no longer related to Wen Xin, and this so-called cousin would not have any contact with him in the future. "Can you tell me?" Wen Zhong obviously did not want to let Wen Liang off so easily. Although his father had only wanted to help his poor niece when he invested in Wen Xin. No one could have imagined that after 20 years of hard work, Wen Xin would gradually establish the huge Wen Group in Tiannan City. This huge fortune attracted a lot of attention, and Wen Xin had always remained single and never wanted to get married. Later, she adopted 4 children, which made those who were eyeing Wen Xin's wealth feel much more at ease. A single woman with such a large fortune in her hands can just wait until the fruit is ripe and then pick it. As for the adopted children, the Wen family has countless ways to disqualify them from inheriting. It's just that Wen's second uncle has been suppressing these juniors, so that they dare not reach out. However, Wen Liang's departure did alert some people in the Wen family in Kyoto who were interested. Wen Zhong is the one they sent to find out what's going on and see if Wen Xin has any new ideas. After all, the Wen Group is now worth more than 50 billion yuan. The time is ripe for a change, and the second master of the Wen family has not been feeling well lately. These people are already itching to take action. In their eyes, Wen Xin's departure is their chance to take control of the Wen Group. There's nothing more to say, I'll leave if there's nothing else. Wen Xin said this and was about to leave. "Liang, can't you really talk to your uncle?" Wen Zhong felt that Wen Liang was really humiliating him. After all, he was an elder, and this kind of attitude was nothing. If he didn't want to figure this out, he would have been too lazy to say another word to someone who didn't have any Wen family blood. "Uncle?" Wen Liang laughed at himself, and then said to Wen Zhong, "I have already dissolved the adoption with Ms. Wen Xin, and I will have no further relationship with the Wen family in the future, so we really don't have anything to say. Pushing away Wen Zhong, who was blocking his way, Wen Liang left without looking back. Wen Zhong heard Wen Liang's words and fell into deep thought. He didn't feel that Wen Liang would lie to him. He had investigated his illegitimate cousin very thoroughly, and something must have happened, otherwise he definitely would not have expelled Wen Liang from the Wen group. Thinking about this, he felt that he should discuss it with someone. In recent months, Wen Xian had not appeared, as if she had disappeared. If they hadn't heard that she had helped Wen Wan drop out of school and go to Shuzhou City to treat her body, they would have been unable to sit still. After that, it did not go beyond their expectations. The entire Wen group, Wen Xian did indeed hand over to her eldest son, Wen Liang. But how long has it been? Not only was Wen Liang driven out of the Wen group, he was even cut off from the family. At present, they have not yet laid out a plan for the Wen group. They are thinking that when Wen Xian gets older in a few years, they will use their family ties and blood ties to get some of the younger members of the family to work for the Wen group. Then they will slowly take control and gradually erode the Wen group. This method of subtle influence will not cause any upheaval, nor will it give Wen Xian's half-siblings any opportunity to take action. Now the situation is out of control, and Wen Zhong feels that the people in the main Wen family line may have started to make a move. The two men talked for a long time, and Wen Zhong's face was not looking good the whole time. In the end, they didn't get anywhere. After all, there was too little information to go on. In the end, they decided to go to Shuzhou City and meet Wen Xian in person before deciding on a plan. At that moment, Wen Xian was enjoying Wang Yu's careful massage, not knowing that her actions had caused those who coveted her property to panic. "Sister Wen, you really want to go back with me tomorrow?" Wang Yu had just talked to Wen Xian about leaving tomorrow, but Wen Xian said she wanted to go back with him. And she also wanted to attend the wedding between Yu Wen and him, which caught Wang Yu, who had already prepared a plan, a little off guard. Sun Xian attending the wedding as Yu Wen's boss and friend is understandable, but how does Wen Xian justify her presence so openly? Is she saying that she is the wife of the Wang family and helping her husband take a concubine? If so, she will be beaten to death. "Well, are you not welcome?" Wen Xian asked with a pout of dissatisfaction. No, I just feel it's so sudden." Wang Yu couldn't bring himself to say no, so he decided to wait until they returned home tomorrow and take things one step at a time. By the way, why do Wen Wan and Wen Jia look at me strangely these days? What did you tell them? Wang Yu couldn't help but ask when he returned today and saw the strange looks of the two girls again. "I didn't say anything, just that you have too many women, which scared them." Wen Xian answered casually, but Wang Yu felt that she was obviously not telling the truth and must be hiding something. "Really didn't say anything?" As she spoke, Wang Yu's hands started to get mischievous, and before long, Wen Xian was panting for breath. Okay, I'll tell you, just let go of me." "You go first." Wang Yu didn't let go, thinking smugly, "I still have you under control, and you actually tried to fool me." Wen Xian turned around, put her head in Wang Yu's arms, and held the hand Wang Yu placed on her chest down so it wouldn't move around, and said shyly, "I told the three of them about the two of us." "Well, what about the two of us?" Chapter 116, Wang Yu is getting married. Wang Yu was a little curious. He and Wenxin's current situation was obvious to anyone, so what was there to talk about? "It was about the time you got drunk that night and I brought you home." Wenxin couldn't help but laugh out loud when she said this. Holy shit! So the three of them know about the time I got drunk with you? Well, Wen Xian now thinks about it, and she also feels that what she did at the time was too ridiculous. But if she hadn't done that, she wouldn't have met Wang Yu, and she wouldn't have the life she has now. She felt her bulging belly and her eyes sparkled with unspeakable contentment. At this time, Wang Yu had a dark face. He had not been ashamed of many things in his life, but the fact that he had been exposed as a cuckold by Sun Dishing had made the Sun family well known, and now he deliberately avoided contact with the Sun family. This secret, which only Wen Xian and he knew, he had not even told Sun Xian and Yu Wen, but this woman had told it to 3 juniors. Now he finally understood why Wen Wan and Wen Jia looked at him so strangely. "Why are you angry?" Seeing that Wang Yu was not speaking, Wen Xian could not help but ask. "No." "Then why are you frowning? How could you tell others about this? How can I face the 3 of them in the future?" Wang Yu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It seemed that these women had told each other about his dark past, and now even the younger ones like Wan Wan and Wen Jia knew about it. His image as an uncle had completely collapsed. "It's fine, what's the big deal?" Shanxian and Yaowen got you drunk too, it wasn't just once. Wen Xin couldn't help but complain. How do you know about it? I haven't told you about this. Wang Yu felt that there were no more secrets about him. The last time Shanxian and Yaowen came, the three of us were chatting and we talked about it. So you told them about this long ago? Well, I told them at the time, and they laughed at me for a while. Wen Xin's words made Wang Yu blush, even though he had a thick skin. So he had been cheated on, and the three of them knew about the two drunken affairs. He had thought he had kept it well hidden. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but want to get rid of the three of them, but Sun Qian and Yaowen were far away, and the current one had also been pretty miserable after being tossed around by him these past few days. He didn't know who to vent this anger at. Could he still be considered a human being if he went out and found two young girls? However, when Xian in front of him was carrying a big belly, and Wang Yu could only silently go to another room and sleep alone with tears in his eyes. Early the next morning, after reassuring Wen Wan and Wen Jia, who wanted to go watch the fun, the two of them set off. Wang Yu's mother's phone call came in just after 6, strictly ordering him to be home before noon. Wang Yu was very anxious the whole way, constantly thinking about how to explain to his parents the girl with the big belly by his side. Fortunately, Wen Xin had called Sun Shan just before they got off the highway, and it turned out that the two of them had already discussed it. Sun Qian picked Wen Xin up at the highway exit and drove off, leaving Wang Yu all alone in the wind. Although she didn't know what excuse they had used, she was relieved that she didn't have to face her parents' interrogation before the wedding. When she got home, she could feel the lively atmosphere in the courtyard even before she entered the door. Wang's relatives had arrived early, and a large group of women, led by Wang's mother, were preparing for the wedding. Red wedding banners were pasted on the doors and windows of the house, and several aunts were sitting on the bed, quilting. The red quilt cover looked very festive, and several sisters-in-law from the same family were also helping to pack red envelopes and prepare wedding candy. Father and several uncles were having a good time chatting over tea and cigarettes in the living room. After seeing Wang Yu come back, they gave him a little criticism, and then he was taken to try on the groom's suit. By noon, some of Wang Yu's classmates and childhood friends from the village also arrived. Wang Yu, who had not gathered with them for a long time, accompanied them in playing cards and chatting, bragging, and in no time found the happiness of the past. In the evening, these people did not leave either, and the Wang family set up 2 tables of food in the courtyard to entertain them. Tomorrow, these people will accompany Wang Yu to pick up his wife. While Wang Yu was happy and joyful, Wen Liang and Chen Yuding had a quarrel. After signing the contract, Wen Liang returned directly to Shudu City, and then prepared to leave with Chen Yuding. Watching Wen Liang packing his luggage, Chen Yuding, who was feeling suffocated, could no longer hold back and started to make a scene. How many women who have enjoyed a top-level lifestyle are willing to give it up? Although Wen Liang still has tens of millions of assets, he will definitely live a very comfortable life in the future. However, Chen Yuding was not at all satisfied. When she was in the Chen family, Chen Shusheng would give her birthday gifts worth no less than 5 million yuan every year. When she was at school, Chen Yuding had no concept of money. She basically didn't look at the price when buying things, and if she liked it, she would buy it with her credit card. Her credit card was never maxed out, and she wore and used top-notch designer brands. It wasn't until she got married to Wang Yu and was restricted in her spending by Chen Shusheng that Chen Yuding realized that love wasn't enough in life. Fortunately, our gentle dog appeared after less than 2 years of this, and Chen Yuding once again enjoyed the superior life that she had been deprived of for a long time. After the baby was born, Chen Shusheng also gave in and let go of the restrictions on Chen Yuding, and even helped her start a company with his money. But having been poor for a while, Chen Yuding also began to value money more. Perhaps it was because life had been too easy after that, and her own company developed with Wen Liang's help. Chen Shusheng also returned the credit card that only needed to be swiped and didn't need to be paid back to her. As a result, Chen Yuding slowly forgot about these things and began to enjoy the different love that the two men, Wang Yu and Wen Liang, gave her. It was not until Wang Yu discovered the truth and angrily divorced her that Chen Yuding completely lost him and her peaceful life was shattered. Although she was unwilling and reluctant, she still succumbed to the majesty of Chen Shusheng, because she knew that her life was given to her by her father, and if she did not listen to him, she would really be cut off from her source of livelihood again. Later, after Chen Shusheng discovered Li Yuzhen's betrayal, he kicked her out of the Chen family. At that time, Chen Yuding, who was scared out of her wits, couldn't get in touch with Wen Liang, so she went to Wang Yu. After all, that was her last resort. Unfortunately, Wang Yu would never turn back, which caused Chen Yuding to be despondent and suicidal. After Wen Liang pulled her back, Chen Yuding clung to him like a drowning person, and she did not propose to marry him again. However, when Liang had the idea of marrying her, and he even told Chen Yuding that he had already begun to take control of the entire Wen group. This huge surprise made her mentally twisted during this period of time, but it also helped her to stabilize her mind. Chapter 117, The Arrival of Wen Zhong. Later, during the confrontation between Wen Liang and Wang Yu, Chen Yuding deepened her hatred, but she was always able to remain stable. Even though Wen Liang lost 3 billion yuan in an investment in Chengdu City, Chen Yuding was not worried. Such a large group company would be enough for her to enjoy for the rest of her life. It was not until she saw Wang Yu and Wen Xin together that her despair began. Although Chen Yuding was very grateful for Wen Liang's choice at that time, her gratitude was only temporary. Thinking about the more than a year of poverty she had endured, she was terrified. She had been left at home alone with 2 children, and it took Chen Yuding a long time to figure it out. She could give up on Wang Yu and Wen Liang, but she couldn't give up the money. If she didn't have the money, she didn't dare think about how she would get by in the future. When Wen Liang came home today, Chen Yuding still coaxed him nicely. She wanted Wen Liang to apologize to Wen Xin and admit his mistake, and promise to sever his ties with her. Then after a period of time, she will take the child to go abroad with him, and the 2 of them can transfer their relationship underground and live well. Chen Yuding, who was unwilling to lose everything, told Wen Liang her thoughts after he returned. But what she didn't expect was that Wen Liang, who was submissive to her, actually rejected her this time. It was useless for her to say nice things. Now she understands that although Wen Liang chose her between her and Wen Xin, I can hide it from my mother, but I will never lie to her, not even if I die. Wen Liang said this and went back to her room to sleep, leaving Chen Yuding alone in the living room going crazy. The relationship between the 2 also reached a freezing point due to Wen Liang's intransigence, but Chen Yuding had no choice, absolutely no choice. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about going to her own mother, but after learning about Lu Baoxiang's fate, she gave up. Although Chen Shusheng had been busy trying to have a child these past few months, he had not let up on his pressure on Lu Baoxiang. He has been forcing him to sell all his assets, leaving him with only a house of 200 square meters and just over 7 million yuan after paying off his debts. But Lu Baoxiang is not sad. The child Li Yuzhen is carrying is his greatest support. Unlike Chen Yuding, having a biological son at this age definitely makes him happier than money. Li Yuzhen has called Chen Yuding several times in the past, but Chen Yuding has never answered. Her resentment towards her mother has never diminished. She, who was once the only daughter of the Chun family, can inherit billions of family assets without doing anything. Now she has become the illegitimate child of her mother and her lover, how could she not hate? When Zhong went to Chengdu City to look for Wen, but unsurprisingly, she was nowhere to be found. He hadn't ruled out the possibility of calling to ask, but he was afraid that Wen might have some plans, and it wouldn't be good if he caused her to be on her guard just by making a phone call. Unable to find Wen Xin, Wen Zhong had to come looking for Wen Liang again. After ringing the doorbell, he waited for a while, and just when he was getting a little impatient, a pitiful-looking woman opened the door. With her thin body, red and swollen eyes, and weak expression, the little bit of displeasure in Wen Zhong's heart instantly dissipated. The Chen Yuding in front of him aroused his strong desire to protect her, and there was an urge in his heart to take her into his arms and dote on her. Chen Yuding looked at the man in front of her, whose burning gaze was fixed on her. She couldn't help but frown. She had seen this kind of look before, and she knew exactly what it meant. She wanted to slam the door in his face, without even bothering to ask a single question. Wait. Wen Zhong reached out to block the closing door. What do you want? Chen Yuding took a nervous step back. Wen Zhong's eyes lit up even more when he saw the woman in front of him flinch in shock, her face full of nervousness. As the son of the Wen family of Kyoto, he had seen all kinds of women, and he had played with many prettier and younger women than Chen Yuding. But for some reason, at the moment, he was very interested in her. Wen Zhong gave a kind smile and said, "Ma'am, is this Wen Liang's residence?" "Yes, it is." "Who are you?" "Let me introduce myself. I am Wen Zhong, Wen Liang's cousin." After saying this, Wen Zhong stood confidently, ready to hear the woman's scream of surprise. Unfortunately, there was no such thing. The Wen family group, Chen Yuding had heard of it before, and she could also find it on the internet. But the Kyoto Wen family, Chen Yuding said she was not sure about it, she didn't know it, she had never heard of it, but she did hear the other person say that he was Wen Liang's cousin. Isn't that Wen Xion's cousin? What is he doing here? Could there be a chance for a turnaround? Thinking about this, Chen Yuding's eyes lit up, and she immediately invited Wen Zhong to come in. When they arrived in the living room, Chen Yuding poured Wen Zhong a cup of hot water, and then went upstairs to tell Wen Liang to come down. She thought that Wen Zhong's younger brother must be here late at night to discuss something important. She was dissatisfied with Wen Liang just now, but immediately became much more docile. She pushed open the bedroom door, gently woke up the sleeping man, told him that there was a visitor, and told him the identity of the visitor. Wen Liang got dressed and came to the living room. When he heard that it was Wen Zhong who had come over, he was a little unhappy. Wen Liang, who knew the truth at the beginning, did not have a good impression of these relatives of Wen Xin. Wen Zhong, what do you want from Shudu City, all the way from Tianan City? Wen Liang spoke rudely. Young man, don't be so impulsive. I just want to find out about the Wen Group. What is there to know about the Wen Group? You are a company director, what information do you need that you can't find? Why do you have to ask me? I want to know why my cousin replaced you and why she kicked you out of the Wen family. When Zhong drank the hot water that Chen Yuding poured for him, his eyes fixed on Wen Liang, waiting for his answer. I already told you, it's none of your business, so stop asking. I'm not going to tell you. Once again, Wen Zhong got the cold shoulder from Wen Liang, and his patience was running thin. He wanted to lose his temper right then and there. This orphan, raised by an illegitimate daughter, has now been kicked out of the Wen family, and yet he dares to repeatedly ignore his questions. Is he not giving him face? Chen Yuding, who had been sitting quietly next to him, serving him obediently, also noticed the tension in the room at this time. Although she didn't know whether this Wen Zhong was actually here to help Wen Liang, she could see that the situation couldn't get any worse. Yuding, show the guest out. Wen Liang said this and turned to go upstairs, not bothering to speak to Wen Zhong any further. Wen Liang's disregard completely provoked Wen Zhong's anger, and he wanted to lose his temper right then and there. Mr. Wen, I actually know all about these things. Chen Yuding's voice was low, but Wen Zhong heard it and looked at her suspiciously. Mr. Wen, it's getting late, you should go home and rest. She gave Wen Zhong a wink, indicating that they should continue the conversation outside. Chapter 118, Confession, I'm not pretending anymore. The two walked one after the other outside the house. Chen Yuding gave Wen Zhong her phone number, then gave him a small smile and closed the door. Wen Zhong felt the warmth of her fingertips and, looking at the phone number on the paper, a strong desire arose in his heart. He had come to Shudu City for the right reason. Wang Yu did not know much about what was going on in Shudu City, and he still did not know that his ex-wife had sold him and Wen Xin down the river. Of course, there was a lot of subjective language mixed in, and although she had made some minor mistakes, the biggest mistake was Wang Yu's. And Wen Liang was not the lover in her heart, but a bad guy who threatened and forced her with the financial power of the Wen Group. After 3 days of living together, Wen Zhong has grown increasingly fond of Chen Yuding. Although the two have not had any physical contact, they are both aware of each other's feelings. An Arwen-Daling dog, who doesn't know that a turquoise turban is about to be tied to his head. In the past few days, Chen Yuding has tricked him into staying at home with their 2 daughters, and he is happy every day, enjoying the affection between father and daughter. Chen Yuding goes out early in the morning and returns late at night every day, giving the reason that she is saying her final goodbyes to Su Dusher's relatives and friends. Wen Liang, who had always trusted Chen Yuding, did not doubt her at all, and was still waiting to take his wife and children to the beach to find a small city in a few days and spend the rest of his life peacefully. Wen Liang buried his mother's reluctance and love in the deepest part of his heart, and could only silently pray for her happiness in the future. But Wen Liang didn't need to pray for happy days. At this time, the 3 women sat neatly in the living room of Wang Yu's house, and Wang Zhentel looked at them curiously. His gaze occasionally fell on Wang Yu, who was sitting next to him. What had to come would come sooner or later. The 3 women had originally thought of letting Wang Yu go and talk to their parents alone. But he had directly vetoed the idea. Are you kidding? The chances of survival are high if I go and confess alone, but the chances of becoming disabled are also extremely high. Thinking about Sun Xian and Wen Xin's child in their womb, their parents should give them some face, right? Dad, Mom, there's something I want to tell you. As soon as Wang Yu spoke, the 3 women sitting down involuntarily lowered their heads. What is it? Wang's father asked curiously. He was very satisfied with his son's wife. After all, he had watched her grow up since she was a child, and they knew each other very well. This person had made him very happy these past few days. Early this morning, his son closed the door and called the 2 of them to the living room. Wang Zhentao was a little curious when he saw that there were 2 beautiful women in addition to his daughter-in-law. But since neither his son nor his daughter-in-law said a word, and since these 2 guests were so special, Wang Zhentao didn't know how to greet them. As for Wang's mother, she was smiling from ear to ear as she looked at the three women, and the more she looked, the more she liked them. In particular, when she saw the small, protruding stomachs of Sun Qian and Wen Xian, she could not stop smiling. As for why she was so happy, it was all thanks to Chunmei. The day before the wedding, she found her aunt and the two of them hid inside the house and talked for 2 hours. What exactly was said, Wang Yu didn't know, nor did Wang's father, but Zhou and Sun Qian and Wen Xian knew very well. After all, this was a plan that the few of them had discussed at length in private. As for relying on Wang Yu, forget it. When have men ever been reliable? Looking at her son's uneasy and restless appearance, Wang's mother threw him an encouraging glance. Feeling the support from his mother, Wang Yu's heart grew with great courage. Looking at his father, thinking about the child about to be born, and the three women united together, he felt that everything was in place, and there was nothing to worry about. He spoke immediately. "It's nothing important, I just want to introduce you to two people." With that, he walked over and took Wenxin's hand, and said to his parents, "This is Wenxin, she is pregnant with your 2 grandchildren." Wenxin was flustered by Wang Yu's sudden move, but at this time she couldn't run away, so she greeted shyly. "Hello, uncle, auntie." After saying that, she stood there awkwardly, thinking about how to deal with Wang Yu when she got back. Wang Jintao was a bit shocked by his son's words, no less than the mushroom that had appeared in the small garden. He opened his mouth wide and, trembling, held out his finger. You couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Wang Mu, who had known about the situation for a long time, couldn't bear to watch any longer. She went up and took Wenxin's hand directly, smiling and saying, "Mom gives it to you." She took out a golden bracelet from her pocket, which must have weighed at least 200 grams. She put it on Wenxin's wrist, and it was obvious that her delicate little arm slipped down a little. Wenxin lowered her head, blushing, and said in a small voice to the Queen Mother, "Thank you, Mom." Then she was smilingly pulled by the old lady to her seat. "She is her mother, and she is so composed, so much better than my father. No wonder I have only seen my father being taken care of by my mother since I was little." Before my father could react, Wang Yu dragged Sun Qian, who was also in a daze, over. "This is Qian Qian, pregnant with twins, the way you think." You. My father continued to maintain his shock. My mother walked over with a smile. "Qian Qian, come here. I have a gift for you." Then Sun Qian happily accepted a 200G gold bracelet. King Father was sitting in a chair, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched his wife drag Sun Qian and Wen Xian away from their son and daughter-in-law, leaving the two men in the room to chat. "Dad, are you okay?" Wang Yu was worried about his father and quickly went over to calm him down. After a while of tossing and turning, King Father finally seemed to come to his senses. "Dad, you're so lame, look at my mom, she's so much better than you." Wang Yu couldn't help teasing his father, who was still glaring at him. "Kid, are you itching for a beating? Tell me clearly what's going on." "That's what's going on. I just made it very clear. Aren't the 3 daughters-in-law very happy?" "I'm happy, you old fart." With that, Wang Yu's father picked up the broom in the room and charged at Wang Yu. "Auntie, are you okay?" "Yeah." When asked worriedly. "It's fine. More exercise is good for your health." Wang Mu waved her hand and looked unconcerned, then said to Sun Qian, who was still standing in the doorway, "Girl, go close the door, I have a lot to talk about with you." Sun Qian obeyed as if she were listening to divine edicts, immediately locking the door. Wang Yu, who had been thinking about running over to ask for help, was completely at a loss. "Dad, let's talk about this, it's against the law to hit people." "Stand still, let me beat you up to feel better," Wang's father said, and swung the broomstick, which was about to break into 3 pieces. "Dad, if you beat me to death, no one will support you in your old age." Wang Yu then begged for mercy. "I just heard that I will have 3 grandchildren next year, and I am still in good health, so I can wait until they grow up." "Damn it!" Wang Yu saw that there was no escape, turned his head and kept running, shouting as he ran. "I know, Dad, you must be jealous of me. As a man, I can understand you, but as a son, I advise you not to be jealous. Little brat, I'm definitely not going to let you off today." With that, Wang Yu dropped the broom in his hand and began to reach for the cowhide belt he had used for decades around his waist. Chapter 119, Wang Yu's Physical Issues. After all, he was his own flesh and blood, and Wang Jintao did keep his word and didn't beat him to death. Wang Yu was beaten up by his own father, and although he suffered some physical pain, he was in a good mood. The big issue that had been weighing on his mind had finally been resolved, and after the 6 members of the family had lunched together at noon, Wang Jintao gave Wang Yu the order to leave. This kind of thing is best kept to yourself, and it's best to keep it a secret. Before leaving, Wang Yu took his mother's hand and said reluctantly, "Mom, come to the city with me." "Okay, I'll go in a few days." Who would have thought that his mother would agree directly? "Mom, don't lie to me." "Why would I lie to you? Isn't Qianqian getting married in a few days? Don't you want your father and I to attend?" "Oh, I forgot about that." "Of course I want to, and I'll come back early so you and Dad can come too." Wang Yu gave his mother a big kiss on the cheek. Wang Jintao looked at his son kiss his wife, then looked at him, and immediately started to shiver. He immediately shouted, "Don't come over here, get out of here." Wang Yu felt awkward and rubbed his nose, ignoring his father's angry glare. He gave his father a big hug, then took his 3 daughters-in-law back to the city. What upset him, however, was that none of his wives were with him. Sun Qian drove off by herself, while Yawen and Wen Xian ran to her car. He had no choice but to return to Shudu City alone. Along the way, his lonely right hand protested strongly to Wang Yu, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at the red sedan in front of him, he could only rub his thigh fiercely. It was already night when he returned to Shudu City. After Qianshan dropped Wen Xian off at home, she drove off with Yuan. Wang Yu licked his lips and tried to follow Wenxin home, but the gentle older sister cruelly refused and warned him not to come over these few days. Everyone knows the reason. Wang Yu, who has learned the truth, finds it hard to restrain his urge to jump for joy every time he sees Wenxin. Wenxin is now really afraid that this guy will get carried away and hurt the baby in his belly. After getting the cold shoulder, Wang Yu didn't go upstairs, but drove straight to Sun Qian's home outside. After entering the code, the back door opened. Qianqian and Yawen were busy in the kitchen, and the smell of food wafted over. Wang Yu's stomach sent out a signal of hunger. "What are you doing here? It's not ready yet." Sun Qian, who had been caught off guard, batted away Wang Yu's mischievous hand and said unkindly, "Pregnant women should avoid the smell of cooking oil, so let your husband take you out." Wang Yu stood behind Sun Qian and put his arms around her. Yawen, wearing an apron and holding a bunch of vegetables, looked at the two of them with a smile and said, persuading them, "Qianqian, you go out, I'll do it myself." With Wang Yu's persuasion and Yawen's persuasion, Sun Qian finally gave up the plan to cook. After arriving in the living room, Wang Yu couldn't wait to pull Sun Qian into his arms. "You have to know that I have been married to Yawen for 3 days, except for the first day when I was a little indulgent in the bridal chamber. After that, the 3 women slept together, and Wang Yu wanted to join in at the time, but what greeted him were 6 pink little feet. There was no way around it, so he had to sneak into the room prepared for Sun Qian and Wen Xian, and every day he was careful, for fear of being discovered by his parents. It was already difficult to hold back until now, and he had just been rejected by Wen Xian. Now Sun Qian was also pregnant, and Wang Yu had been living like a monk for a while. But what he didn't know was that the 3 women had discussed it among themselves in private, and Wenxin had also related her experiences from the previous few days. This scared Yawen, and she had no idea that her brother-in-law had tossed Wenxin around all night and still had plenty of energy after sleeping. "Stop, I have something to ask you." Sun Qian blushed all over, held out her hand to stop Wang Yu from getting any closer, and then moved to the side of the sofa to maintain a safe distance. "What's wrong?" Wang Yu asked, looking confused. "You sit down first, there's no way we can talk like this," Sun Qian said to Wang Yu, who was standing in the same place, a little confused. Looking at Sun Qian's expression, Wang Yu also suppressed his desires and decisively sat down opposite her. Straightening his clothes and taking a few deep breaths to adjust his state, Sun Qian looked at Wang Yu, who was staring at her chest, and said impatiently, "Okay, stop looking. I'll give it to you tonight. Let's just have a nice chat now." Wang Yu withdrew his gaze, feeling that he had indeed been a little too hasty. "Have you noticed any recent issues with your body?" "What issues?" "My body is fine. It's just that your body is too good. Don't you feel that you've been acting abnormally lately? In the past, you would toss and turn for an hour or two, and then basically fall asleep, but the other day when you were with one, was that not a bit strange? And also, I've noticed that you're increasingly unable to control yourself these days. You always leering at the 3 of us. Tell me, is there something wrong with you?" Sun Qian's words made Wang Yu freeze. Thinking about it, he really had lost control of himself in recent days. When he was busy at the hospital, he didn't feel anything, but as soon as he saw Wan Xin, he had an inexplicable urge. Although being with someone of her status was very exciting, he also felt that way. But after hearing Sun Xian's words, he thought about it carefully. Even if he was excited, he wouldn't have ignored her pregnancy and tossed and turned all night. And after seeing Yuan and Sun Xian, there were always strange things going through his mind. Usually he didn't notice anything, but now he thought about it, he really had poor self-control in that area. However, his ability in that area had improved tremendously, which couldn't help but remind him of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic that he had been cultivating. Could it be that cultivating this caused it? Sun Xian looked at her man, who was silent and not saying a word, and thought that after she had refused, the guy was angry. She immediately sat back in his arms, thinking to herself, forget it, I'm tired, who made me like him? Wang Yu, who was thinking about something, this time clearly felt that impulse in his heart, which was really affecting his emotions. Immediately, Wang Yu stood up, and Sun Xian, who had not reacted in time, directly lay on the sofa. What, really angry? No, you're right, I've discovered that there really is an issue with my body. Wang Yu raised his hand to stop Sun Xian, who was about to approach, because the impulse had disappeared again. After waiting for a while and calming down, Wang Yu hugged Sun Xian into his arms again, and then the irresistible impulse appeared in his heart again. This happened a few times back and forth, and Wang Yu didn't know what to do at the moment. The system directly gave him the automatic internal operation of the technique, and he could not stop it at all if he wanted to. Chapter 120, The Chen Family's 10 Sons. Xiao Yu, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Sun Xian anxiously asked, staring at Wang Yu's solemn expression with concern. Wang Yu racked his brain for a long time, still unable to figure it out, and ultimately, he could only helplessly give up. It's no big deal, I just found the crux of the problem, but there's nothing I can do about it. Hearing that Wang Yu had already seen the source of the issue, Sun Xian couldn't hold back her curiosity and couldn't wait to ask, so what actually happened? Xian, haven't you ever wondered why you feel like you're young again after spending time with me? Wang Yu gazed at Sun Xian with piercing eyes and whispered. Sun Xian thought for a moment, and then responded as if she had suddenly understood, you mentioned before that you have studied a secret Taoist technique for longevity and youth, didn't you? Wang Yu nodded slightly in agreement, that's right, it's the result of this technique. Sun Xian was worried and couldn't help but frown in concern, in that case, will it harm your own health? Wang Yu smiled lightly and reassured her, don't worry, this technique is not only harmless to the body, but will make my constitution even stronger. However, I'm afraid you three will have to endure some trials in the future. At that moment, Wang Yu pulled Sun Xian into his arms and told her the characteristics of his technique in her ear. Are you serious? Sun Xian asked incredulously, but thinking about what had happened to her, Yuan and Wenxin, she couldn't help but believe him. It's okay, don't think about it anymore, let's eat. Seeing that Yuan had already finished cooking, Wang Yu interrupted Sun Xian's rambling. After figuring out the cause of the matter, Wang Yu no longer let it bother him. When they arrived at the dinner table, Sun Xian silently ate her meal, forgetting her usual habit of always helping Wang Yu with his food. Yuan saw this and, although she didn't know what had happened, she became worried. After finishing eating, Wang Yu, in a joyful mood, volunteered to wash the dishes. There are still major issues with his own health, so Wang Yu suppressed the urge in his heart and, with great perseverance, went to sleep next door. However, he took a long time to fall asleep sleeping alone, but the next morning Wang Yu woke up early. Damn, why is this energy so good? At this time, Sun Xian and Yuan were still sound asleep in the next room. After coming to the kitchen and preparing breakfast, Wang Yu didn't wake up the two of them, and ate by himself. This made him panic. What was he going to do from now on? This was too much, it was not a problem. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that there was no way to solve it. The worst that could happen was that he would have to pick up the handicrafts he did in college again. After rambling on for more than half an hour, Sun Xian and Yuan also got up. Looking at Wang Yu sitting in the living room, they were filled with worry. The three of them had talked about this kind of thing before, afraid that Wang Yu would not be able to handle it and get hurt. For this reason, Sun Xian took Yuan to the village in advance to prepare for the wedding. Let's eat, don't think so much. Because the two were worried about themselves, Wang Yu couldn't help but speak to comfort them. Bullshit, who worries about you, we are worried about ourselves. Sun Xian rolled her eyes and said impatiently. Seeing the reaction of the two women, Wang Yu helplessly shrugged his shoulders, indicating that there was nothing he could do. The two women ate breakfast while murmuring to themselves, occasionally glancing at Wang Yu, leaving him baffled. After they finished eating, everyone was completely fine. Wang Yu still had 10 days of vacation left, and Sun Qian and Yuan had arranged their work early because they were going to have a wedding, so they didn't know what to do at the moment. But Sun Qian knew that she couldn't stay at home, otherwise it would really be dangerous, and she might not be able to go out for a few days. I'll go to work with Yuan, you stay home by yourself. After saying that, she took Yuan straight to their cozy home, and the three of them had to discuss this kind of thing thoroughly. Wang Yu, who had been abandoned, looked at the two people running away in disbelief, and couldn't help but feel sad. How was he going to live from now on? Just as Wang Yu was sad and upset, he received an invitation from Chen Shusheng. Although he didn't know what Chen wanted with him, he was bored and decided to go over there and take a look. Once again, he arrived at Chen Shusheng's villa. Wang Yu no longer had the same feelings as before. After ringing the doorbell a few times, he saw Chen Shusheng come to the door himself. Ha ha, little Yu, Uncle Chen has been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Wang Yu, Chen Shusheng was even more affectionate than seeing his own father. Uncle Chen, what is the matter that you asked me to come? Wang Yu was a little overwhelmed by Chen Shusheng's enthusiasm. There is something, Uncle Chen must thank you properly. When they arrived in the reception room, the two sat down, and the nanny brought a pot of tea over. Little Yu, how come I didn't discover your outstanding medical skills before? It's nothing. Just tell me if there's anything, Uncle Chen. Wang Yu definitely would not tell him the reason, and immediately ended the topic, and began to ask Chen Shusheng the purpose of calling him over. This is the fee Uncle Chen gave you. He handed Wang Yu a bank card. Wang Yu looked confused. I've inquired, and you were treated for infertility at Shiguang Hospital, 2 million for a consultation. After you helped me, all 10 women are now pregnant. Chen Shusheng couldn't help but laugh out loud when he said this. The once despondent Chen was now full of vigor and couldn't contain his pride. Take it, Chen won't take advantage of you. Chen Shusheng spoke reassuringly as he watched Wang Yu, still in a daze. Okay, I'll take it. Wang Yu was not polite, and immediately put the bank card in his pocket. After all, he would have to raise children in the future, and he could not be difficult with money. But it was really exciting to think about it. Just one idea of his had produced 10 brothers in the Chen family. He wondered if Chen Shusheng's meager savings would be enough for 10 children to inherit in the future. Uncle Chen, you didn't just call me here for this, did you? Wang Yu asked, after receiving the bank card. This is mainly for this, but there is something else I want to tell you. Chen Shusheng said seriously, with a smile on his face.